I'm very glad. So I'm happy to hear that all the people get their, was heißt Strafe?
Sentence.
Sentence. Yeah. Yeah. So we do it in German.
In German?
Yeah.
Okay, simple question, but in
Ja,
German.
okay. Also ich bin sehr glücklich darüber, dass die Verurteilung so gelaufen ist, wie sie gerade angegeben wurde. Und ich denke, jeder bekommt seine gerechte Strafe. Und es ist ganz, ganz wichtig, auch für die Frauen in der ganzen Welt zu sehen, dass Menschen, die solche Grenzen überschreiten und solche Vergewaltigungen tätigen, dass sie ein adäquates Urteil dafür bekommen. Und das freut mich sehr. Also, dass ein Teil Gerechtigkeit endlich hier gegeben ist.
Vous êtes satisfaite de ce verdict?
Yeah, but we see a little bit in the Live-Ticker. Achso, ja, genau. Wir haben im Live-Ticker halt verfolgt und sehen halt, welche Strafen schon ausgesprochen wurden und das berührt schon sehr. Also ich merke das auch körperlich, dass mich das sehr berührt, zu hören, ja, da geht einer nach dem anderen, bekommt sein Urteil und bekommt seine Strafe. Ja, das freut mich sehr.
Alors, est-ce que pour vous, c'est une avancée? C'est une avancée. Comment vous voyez le futur?
Für die Zukunft, ja.
Also ich hoffe, dass es in der Zukunft, ich hoffe, dass es nicht nur dieser Prozess ist und nach Prozessende dann alles wieder sozusagen abflaut, sondern ich hoffe, dass es eine Diskussion auslöst in den einzelnen Ländern, dass die Menschen wirklich ein Interesse haben, was zu verändern, neue darüber nachdenken, wo sind wirklich die Mängel, wo sind die Fehler, die wir machen und was können wir tun, wie können wir die Menschen unterstützen, die sexualisierte Gewalt erleben, wie können wir sie psychologisch unterstützen, wie können wir sie auf juristischem Weg gut unterstützen. Ich hoffe sehr, dass dieser Prozess dazu beiträgt, wirklich einen längeren Atem zu haben und etwas zu verändern.
Bon, là, ici, nous sommes en France. Est-ce que vous pensez que cette situation est aussi pareille ailleurs et vous souhaiteriez que ce soit, ce soit mieux ailleurs aussi qu'en France?
Aber ich denke, dass die Situation...
Comme elle est en France, là ça se passe en France. Est-ce que chez elle, par
La
exemple...
loi?
Oui.
Pour ceux qui
Non.
faisaient avec elle. Ah, ok.
Voilà. Est-ce qu'elle pense aussi que ça se passe dans son pays, par exemple? Et qu'est-ce qu'elle souhaite?
Elle a déjà dit
Elle a... C'est ça. Ah, elle était là, moi je me suis dit peut-être que voilà. Bah, ah non, non, ça c'est la fin. Ok.
in the same light as creating similar threats to Russia. So we're going to do everything in our power to ensure Belarus's security. This is something we're doing in coordination and with the consent in coordination with and with the consent of the president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko. And I think this is a very important component of Russia's updated nuclear doctrine. Another question from the audience. Well, we have agreed not to shout out. Let's show some respect for one another. Yes, but before that, let's give the floor to the one who to the lady who wants to ask about the Arctic. Daria Shuchalnia, Republic newspaper. Thank you for getting Rostislav Goldstein back to us, to our region, and he started working right away. He's a very good leader. Yes, he is very sensible, very reliable, and very consistent, and I hope that he's going to succeed. Thank you for sending him to us. My question then, in the Russian High North, in the Russian Far East, in the Republic of Komi, there are many settlements with a population of under 2,000 citizens, but unfortunately they are not entitled. They're not entitled to this program of building a cinema, and we know that some people want to stay in these settlements, but unfortunately there's not many opportunity for spending leisure time. Maybe some changes, some amendments could be made to the federal program so that the settlements of the Russian High North of under 2,000 people could still be entitled to this program. And I know that as a student, you worked there somewhere in the north, and you know how efficient it is. But unfortunately, these student brigades could be used again. Maybe amendments could be made to Federal Law 44, so that when construction sites are organized based on municipal budget, then at least 15 or 20% of that could be carried out by students, because it provides students with very good experience, and it's also a huge help for Russian regions. It helps building social facilities. 10% or 15%. So yes, 10% of money allocated for construction could be funneled to that. Well, I'll talk to Marat Husnulit. That's possible. We're trying to revive this program. I think this very movement has been revived right now. and this funding mechanism could be used. It's already in use, but I'll check it and I'll talk to Mr. Husnulin. Thank you. Yes, gyms and cinemas, yes, that's great.
You know, it's quite unaccepted. With respect to the Arctic zone, first of all, we have the preferential rate for mortgage at 2%, as well as in the Far East. The mortgage interest rate is at 2%. It's beneficial, and people have been using that. And for new territories, we also have this rate at 2% for mortgage lending. Besides, in that zone, we have an entire brand new program for small towns with 25 citizen towns participating. Well, if it's about numerically small settlements, they may not become part of that program of 25 cities, and we will try to figure out what we can do additionally for those small settlements in the Arctic zone, because most of them have a few residents, but we actually assumed that broadband internet was the main need. But you know, when it comes to movie theaters and movie hall, the atmosphere is different, and now we have lots of Russian patriotic high-quality films and movies. Yes, it's a separate topic to cover, and many of the film manufacturers and producers have left us, which prompts us to boost our own cinema production, and giving this rise in society, enthusiasm in society that we are now having. All our historical tales need to be promoted, and I often watch those with my junior family members, and we'll try to respond that positively. Okay, dear friends, when you ask 2 questions in a row, you deprive some of your colleagues the opportunity to ask a question. Let's go that way. Let's move that way. Well, let's see, Krasnoyarsk, probably, the city of Krasnoyarsk. Good day, Yenisei channel, Dmitry Novikov, Krasnoyarsk. Mr. President, you have called Krasnoyarsk to be the center of Russia. Now we are getting ready. Just apologize for interrupting. It wasn't me who called. It's the geographic center of Russia, Krasnoyarsk. And we're getting ready to mark our 400th anniversary in 2028. And using the opportunity, would like to invite you to visit the anniversary. But my question is, now Rus Hydro headquarters is moving to Krasnoyarsk at your behest, and probably it will be coherent to prompt other state-run and private companies to move to the region, which would give new tax revenues and opportunities. Do you contemplate and entertain such opportunities? Well, first of all, I believe it is a proper way to do, and possibly some of the federal authorities should migrate to different regions. That would prompt and boost the development of our government. We're trying to concentrate all the judicial power in St. Petersburg, and that kind of separates the judicial branch of power from the presidential branch of power, making the former one more independent. And some of the functions of the capital city are transferred to St. Petersburg, and other big centers of our country like Krasnoyarsk also need more attention, having more revenue, and companies paying taxes on site, and that would encourage the region's development. And you have mentioned Rus Hydro. Indeed, when I blessed the future CEO Ukhmarin, I just asked him, will you be ready to move to Krasnoyarsk? Yes, and your wife, she would agree, but that takes time. You know, one needs to move the manpower there, and people don't want to leave Moscow, not because they're lazy, but, you know, they are ingrained in Moscow with schools and kindergartens, and you need to train staff on the ground, and the Stilrus Hydro will be moving, and we will prompt more big companies and governmental bodies to move to other parts of Russia. We have the biggest land mass in the world, and major manufacturing companies should be spread evenly across the country, as well as governmental bodies. But, you know, there are some limitations, like president and the government should be next to each other to interact properly. Yes, thank you for the invitation to visit Krasnoyarsk. Some of the businessmen suggested moving the capital to Krasnoyarsk. Yes, or Irkutsk, and Peter the Great wanted to have a capital, the capital in the south, to move the capital in the south. He had two options, either St. Petersburg or a city in the south, in Taganrog. Well, originally he wanted to install the empire's capital in Taganrog. I can see Andrei Rudenko, a military correspondent of ours from Donetsk. I can't but give the floor to him. Mr. President, I've been around in Donbass since 2014, and I had state TV company Donetsk, and my question is quite serious. Across Donbass and Kherson and Zaporozhye region, a great deal of reconstruction is in progress, but still war is waged and there is a lot of fighting, and the enemy has been destroying our settlements. Will we have enough capabilities and funds to fully restore the historical lands that we have returned? No doubt, without a doubt, we will have the necessary capabilities and resources. We have a huge program in place to restore these territory. This program is valid until 2030, and work is underway on a number of spheres, like the road network reconstruction, the housing reconstruction and construction, public utilities reconstruction, cultural and social sites. Also, with respect to roads, in 3 years we plan to bring all the roads there to the national Russian standards. And please have a seat. And you know that this is ongoing, and there's an undertaking that is being implemented already. We are planning to build a circular ring road around the Azov Sea, which is now an inland sea of the Russian Federation. And it will be similar to Taurida trunk road in the Crimea, of 4 lanes, with all the advantages of such a high-speed road. The first segment has been built from Taganrog to Mariupol, a segment of 40 kilometers, a short one, but we actually plan a road around the Azov Sea, another road connecting Mariupol and Donetsk, which is 197 kilometers long, also is in the pipeline, and all the road network will be restored, and all the necessary funds have been envisaged, and some of the welfare and social facilities have been put into operation. In Donetsk, the perinatal, a world-class perinatal center has been commissioned. In Mariupol, a medical center was opened. In the south, in the Zaporozhye region, a children's clinical hospital is planned. it was the behest of the local residents, and the governor also supported that, and the design is already launched. And so have a lot of work planned till 2030. And now we have already reconstructed 21,000 facilities. 11,000 facilities were reconstructed with the help of the federal funds, and 10,000 installations were done with the funding of the patron regions from across the Russian Federation. And I'd like to thank in the leadership and the residents of those patron regions while we are in the air. And we are to reconstruct 20,000 facilities more in the near future, and all that will be accomplished. And Mr. President, with respect to Lugansk People's Republic, during the rule of Ukraine, they never had good roads. Now they have perfect roads all across that republic, and people are wholeheartedly grateful. These are the basic, most necessary things, and we'll do more. We'll go beyond that. And as regards the new regions, I'd like to address the residents and all other Russian nationals, while we have the live broadcast, that these regions have a very good potential to unlock, and potential and prospective tax revenues might be huge. And Lugansk region has seen a 97% growth in tax revenues collected. In Donbass, the growth is at 69%. I mean, the revenues collection. In Zaporozhye and Kherson, the growth is measured by hundreds of percent. Although the base figures were much lower, still they have grown by 200% in each of the regions. So the tax base is good and solid, and they are restoring at a quick pace, and they are becoming self-sufficient. We definitely need to prop them up and back them and support them, and we will keep doing so. The entire country will do so until they are fully, no de jure, but de facto economically and socially integrated. You are now speaking about taxes. Is it about tax collection? Yes, it's about tax collection. In these regions, I might be a bit mistaken in figures, but with respect to Donetsk, the growth has been at 79%. In Lugansk, they increased the tax revenues by 90-something%, and in Kherson and Zaporozhye regions, the growth of tax revenue collection was at around 2,000%, and the base levels were lower, but still they are growing faster. With respect to the new regions, lots of questions are coming from them, including on pension calculations and reckoning. The labor track record during the Ukrainian period is not taken into account, and they don't have the documents. And now a video address from a pensioner, Shepilov. I am Shepilov Leonid Nikolaevich, a pensioner from Krasny Liman. I have the work track record, the labor track record of 45 years, and now I live in Donetsk with my daughter, and Krasnolimansk is in hostilities, and my house got burnt, and my labor track record register also got burnt, and the only document I have is the certificate 5 POK. In July this year, I submitted it to the pension fund of the Kalinin district of the Donetsk region. Please, I still received no answer. Please help me sort it out. Leonid Nikolaevich, these are actually day-to-day real problems of people. You need to confirm your job track record. but not long ago, a law was passed that all the time in employment, years of work, a work record will be taken into account. So the law is on your side. Even if you have no documents at hand, witnesses may come in handy, as well as decisions by regional commissions also may be made. And I'd like to ask the authorities of the region to assist resolving such questions, such issues without any red tape. Not long ago, I talked with Mr. Pushilin, head of the People's Republic of Donetsk, and he told me how he received a delegation from Africa, and we were happy to receive our guests and friends, and he's going to go to Africa also, which is good.
We have to support the relations, but I would like to remind you that there is also Leonid Nikolaevich, whom you need to involve as well. And I hope that intergovernmental commissions, or inter-regional commissions, inter-agency commissions will be operating efficiently. Again, there is now a federal law that was adopted a short time ago. There are lots of addresses about laws, documents. It's not about pensions, also about education and rights for property. But I already mentioned these issues are governed by decisions of interagency commissions and so-called witness records. It's not about a judicial proceeding, but it's about obtaining authentic information from neighbors and so on. Housing is another important issue, and there are lots of calls and questions from Mariupol, from those who expected to receive a housing as compensation. I'll quote some of them. Mariupol needs assistance for housing construction. It was an SMS with such a text. Next, houses were constructed in spring, but we cannot move in until today, and there are lots of similar questions. Well, Mariupol is in the focus of our attention, and it is right, so it is a big city. Before the beginning of hostilities, it officially had about 430,000 residents. According to local authorities, even more residents lived there, over 470,000 people. About 3,000 family houses, block houses were constructed, about 170 about 1,700 houses were destroyed, but the reconstruction is on the way. New houses are constructed too. Those that cannot be reconstructed were demolished, and this land was given to the developers, the construction companies, and there is a mortgage program of 2%, which can be applied to those new houses. So there is a construction boom of a sort in these territories. In Mariupol, for example, according to our estimates, about 300,000 people have returned to their homes, and the population is growing at a high ratio. Roads, schools, social infrastructure is in the focus of our attention. There is a medical center that was constructed recently. We deal with educational institutions and will continue to do so in the future. But as for housing, I'll reiterate. There are houses that were handed over to developers, but citizens, the residents, have the right to receive a housing at least close to the neighborhood they used to live before. If A new blockhouse was constructed by a developer. In this neighborhood, the person should receive an apartment close to the neighborhood where he or she was living. There are about 5,000 unattended apartments in the house, and they have to be redistributed among the citizens. Of course, some people are returning, but we have to regulate it and resolve these issues. But I can say for sure, all those who are entitled for compensation, all of them will receive it. If it's not the case, please appeal to regional authorities. There are centers for decision-making. They were established, if I'm not mistaken, it is located in Marata Street. Mr. President, speaking of southern region, I would like to mention the environmental situation after the crash of two tankers after a storm in the Kerch Strait. Oil products were leaked near Anapa, and it is now moving and migrating towards Galanji. The situation is deteriorating. Employees of emergency services and common residents are now trying to provide assistance, and I invite you to watch this short video. Napa has never seen such a devastating environmental catastrophe before. About 45 kilometers distance is affected. Birds are affected. There are new and new waves bringing oil products again and again. It all has affected the sand and the resorts of our region. We cannot improve the situation alone. Mr. President, those are horrible footages from our resorts. I know you have already given instructions to mitigate the situation. What else can be done? Well, it is an environmental disaster, it is obvious. Law enforcement agencies are dealing with the situation. According to the reports that I have received, captains of the vessels violated some rules as the weather conditions deteriorated. They should have anchored their vessels, but they didn't do so. But it is up to the Ministry of Transport and law enforcement agencies to look into this situation. Next point. I don't know what's happening right now, but yesterday the storm was ongoing and the working conditions were complicated. But apart from that, well, by Saturday, we expect the sea will calm down and we'll be able to proceed with the work. I said it is a great catastrophe because about 40% of the fuel leaked. It is obvious. Some tankers are close to the shore, some are a bit further away, and we have to deal with them. Two different services, like the Ministry of Natural Resources, the Ministry of Transport, the Amercom, the Ministry of Emergency Situations, are involved. These works should be coordinated. I instruct the government to organize a working group. It is headed by Mr. Savelyev, Vice President in charge for transport issues, and all services are involved. Regularly, I receive reports with updates.
So how do you see ways to resolve this deadlock, this situation now in Georgia? What can you tell to those people who are standing in the streets more than 20 days to fighting exactly for their European future?
Well, I think I'll repeat what I just said. We need to continue to engage with pro-European forces in Georgia. I think it's important to show that we don't turn our back to them and that we're still on their side, and that we also acknowledge that what is happening today is because there is a lot of foreign influence there. I'll leave some space for my colleagues, so thank you.
Goedemorgen. Goedemorgen. Meneer Schoof, gisteravond heeft u met Zelensky gesproken samen met een aantal andere NAVO-landen en de baas van de NAVO, Mark Rutte. Zijn daar concrete toezeggingen gedaan?
Nee, we hebben zeg maar, een aantal dingen besproken. En vooral gezegd dat het ontzettend belangrijk is dat we Oekraïne blijven steunen. Er zijn ook een paar hele specifieke verzoeken gedaan om te zorgen dat ze zowel hun energieinfrastructuur goed kunnen blijven beschermen. Dus dat ze veel air defense nodig hebben en kijken op welke manier we Oekraïne aan het front kunnen helpen. Want het is natuurlijk ontzettend belangrijk dat in de huidige situatie de Oekraïne echt sterk door de winter komt. Ook sterk in het voorjaar staat, want peace through strength blijft het motto.
En kunnen de NAVO nog iets extra's doen om Oekraïne te steunen? Want inderdaad, er zijn wapens nodig, luchtafweer nodig.
Ja, ik denk dat het kan. Er zijn heel veel beloftes gedaan, maar nog niet alle beloftes zijn gematerialiseerd. Dat is 1. 2.
Gaat dat ook voor Nederland?
Nou, volgens mij hebben wij alles wel, zeg maar, gegeven wat we hebben beloofd. Nou, tegelijkertijd kijken wij bijvoorbeeld met Denemarken en Tsjechië hoe we de munitie verder voor elkaar kunnen krijgen. Er wordt ook gekeken in hoeverre we de Oekraïnse defensieindustrie die nog ruimte heeft om te produceren, hoe we die door middel van direct investment kunnen helpen. Dus op die manier wordt er gekeken. Ik weet dat er ook gekeken is wat is er nog beschikbaar, wat eventueel binnen de NATO voor Oekraïne kan worden gebruikt. En eigenlijk dat is besproken, maar we hebben ook tegen elkaar gezegd in dit kleine gezelschap neem je geen besluit.
Nee, maar is het toch ook niet steeds te weinig te laat? Want we zien dat de Oekraïne aan de verliezende hand is. De Russen die rukken op. En er worden steeds mooie beloften gedaan, maar er wordt te weinig gegeven aan de Oekraïne.
Nee, het gaat, Rusland, zeg maar, per dag komt er weer steeds een paar meter bij. Dus de grens schuift steeds een beetje meer naar het westen op. Dat is gevaarlijk voor Europa. En daarom is ook gezegd, we moeten echt die extra effort met elkaar doen. Dat is belangrijk.
Ja, vervolgens is toch de kans groot dat het vroeg of laat komt tot vredesonderhandelingen. Er wordt ook al gesproken over een mogelijke vredesmacht die daarop toe zou gaan zien als er een vrede komt. Zou Nederland bereid zijn om troepen te leveren als het inderdaad zover komt?
Nou, we hebben nadrukkelijk niet over de onderhandelingen gesproken. En we hebben nog eens een keer met elkaar verklaard dat het belangrijk is dat Oekraïne degene is die bepaalt onder welke voorwaarden er eventueel gesprekken kunnen plaatsvinden. En dat is niet aan ons om daarover te spreken op het moment dat Oekraïne nog niet heeft aangegeven dat zij daartoe bereid zijn.
Nee, maar mocht het uiteindelijk komen, mocht Oekraïne het zover vinden en mocht dat tot een vredesakkoord leiden, is Nederland dan bereid om daar troepen voor te leveren om daarop na te zien?
Ja, maar dat is speculeren over de uitkomst. Dus dat ga ik vanochtend nog niet doen. Dat hebben we ook gisteravond niet gedaan. Het is belangrijk dat Oekraïne degene blijft die bepaalt of die onderhandelingen plaatsvinden. En als die onderhandelingen plaatsvinden tot een resultaat leiden, zullen we dan bekijken wat er nodig is, zeg maar, aan veiligheidsgaranties. Maar het begint bij de vraag of Oekraïne zeg maar, de tijd rijp acht om de onderhandelingen te voeren. En daarvoor is het noodzakelijk dat Oekraïne in een sterke positie staat. En daarom is het weer belangrijk dat we echt alles op alles zetten om te zorgen dat we ze equipment geven. Dus dat ze die strijd ook echt aankunnen. En er is ook gesproken over het trainen van de Oekraïners die ook nu gemobiliseerd zijn. Dat ze getraind worden en spullen hebben, want dan kunnen ze de strijd aan.
Gaat Nederland ook Oekraïners trainen?
Nou, dat is een van de dingen die we met elkaar moeten bespreken. Of we dat gezamenlijk met landen willen doen.
U heeft daar geen harde toezegging
Daar hebben we geen harde toezegging gedaan. Dan moeten we echt goed bekijken of dat tot de mogelijkheden behoort.
U zegt we hebben gepraat, we hebben gekeken, maar wanneer wilt u Oekraïne duidelijkheid geven over wat ze nog kunnen verwachten?
Ja, zo snel mogelijk natuurlijk. Want,
is vandaag dan het moment?
Nee, vandaag is niet het moment. Dat moeten we ook allemaal rustig, rustig is hier het verkeerde woord. Maar dat moeten we echt in het kabinet ook goed bekijken. Kijken wat er ook beschikbaar is om te doen. Dus dat moet allemaal wel op korte termijn. Want Oekraïne moet deze winter door en ze moeten stevig in de positie staan. En dat is belangrijk voor de mensen in Oekraïne. Vooral waar het gaat om de energieinfrastructuur. En het is ook belangrijk aan het front dat we die geleidelijke opmars echt stoppen.
En verwacht u dan dat u bijvoorbeeld deze week nog duidelijkheid kan geven over extra steun vanuit Nederland?
Nou, dat zal vanuit de verschillende landen zal dat de komende weken, er wordt ook nog veel gepraat, ook tussen de ministers van Defensie, om te kijken welke, zeg maar, echt wat we kunnen doen om te zorgen dat we de Oekraïne kunnen blijven helpen.
Waarom denkt u dat u als Nederlandse premier aan tafel moet zitten?
Nou, wij zijn een van de grotere donateurs en Nederland is op meerdere fronten actief. We waren eerder deze week ook bij de Joint Expedition Force. Daar zijn we ook een van de landen landen samen met de Nordics en de Baltics die daar actief zijn. Dus ik denk dat Nederland gewoon een actieve rol speelt in de NATO, in verschillende samenwerkingsverbanden om Oekraïne te blijven steunen. En daarom is Nederland ook uitgenodigd.
En u wilt die voortrekkersrol blijven spelen?
Ik denk dat het belangrijk is dat we met elkaar die rol blijven spelen. En Nederland wil zeker zijn rol spelen. Dat is belangrijk voor de veiligheid van Europa en voor de veiligheid van Nederland.
En helpt het dan nog mee dat de NAVO-baas een Nederlander is?
Nou, je praat in ieder geval heel makkelijk met elkaar, dat kan me niet ontkennen. Maar uiteindelijk gaat het ook over de positie die een land inneemt. En Nederland heeft altijd een stevige positie ingenomen, dat blijven we ook doen.
Het thema van vandaag is ook EU in de wereld. Het gaat vooral over veiligheid. We hebben vorige week de speech gezien van NAVO-baas Rutte. Hoe groot vindt u de dreigingen die afkomen op de Europese Unie?
Nou, ik heb in het Kamerdebat deze week gezegd, het is geen oorlog, maar het is ook geen vrede. Nederland heeft ook een weerbaarheidsstrategie bekendgemaakt 2 weken geleden volgens mij, van het kabinet. Dus er is gewoon een reële dreiging. We zitten te maken wat in het jargon heet hybride oorlogsvoering. Dus er is beïnvloeding, er is sabotage, er zijn cyberattacks. Dat gebeurt allemaal dagdagelijks. Er is die agressieoorlog aan de oostgrens van Oekraïne. Dus ja, er is een dreiging. En op die dreiging moeten we ons ook voorbereiden, terwijl in weerbaarheid. Maar daarom is het ook belangrijk dat ook Nederland voldoet aan die 2%-norm. Daarom is het ook belangrijk dat we ook een wet in Nederland aannemen die 2% als minimum voor de NAVO vastlegt.
Want dan gaat het ook over geld. Er gaat hier een bedrag rond. Mevrouw van der Leyen heeft het eerder al gezegd. Misschien zijn er alleen al voor de defensie-industrie honderden miljarden extra nodig. Bent u daarmee eens?
Nou, overigens staat dat niet vandaag op die manier op de agenda. Want we praten in februari bij de informele raad over veiligheid. Dus we hebben nu vandaag een meer politieke discussie. Dat de Europese defensieindustrie echt alle kracht moet bijzetten. Dat we ook in relatie tot competitiveness, dus het rapport van Draghi, echt alles moeten doen om te zorgen dat de defensieindustrie meer produceert. Dat is evident. Maar u kent ook het Nederlandse standpunt als het gaat om geld. Dat betekent privaat kapitaal en bij voorkeur geen leningen en geen eurobonds.
Nou, u zegt bij voorkeur. Sluit u het uit?
Nou ja, eigenlijk sluit het uit.
Maar vandaag zag ik uw Zweedse collega, die zegt ik sluit het niet meer uit. Uit Denemarken hebben we eenzelfde geluid. Die zegt eerst kijken of er andere potjes zijn. Maar daarna moeten we ook hier naar durven kijken.
Nou, er is in de Kamer ook deze week nog een motie aangenomen waarin nadrukkelijk is gesteld geen eurobonds.
Maar kan u dat volhouden als u wel zegt er moet heel veel geld bij?
Nou, er is ook heel veel privaat kapitaal beschikbaar. Overigens, als elk land, ook in Europa, de 2%-norm van de NAVO voldoet, is er sowieso al heel veel geld beschikbaar voor die Europese defensieindustrie. Dus eerst zorgen dat we allemaal op die 2% zitten, dat realiseren. Zorgen dat we ook zeg maar, de interoperabiliteit tussen al die systemen nou eens voor elkaar gaan krijgen. Want het werkt altijd nog heel moeilijk samen.
Maar hebben
dus
we
hebben
tijd
nog,
voor dat soort dingen?
Ja, maar het
lost
ligt dus niet aan het geld op. Dat wou ik eigenlijk zeggen. En voor ons is heel duidelijk dat we nog een aantal andere discussies hebben voordat we überhaupt aan de discussie toekomen van de eurobonds. Maar ik herhaal ook, het staat vandaag niet op de agenda.
Meneer Minister, u heeft vanochtend ook overleg gehad over migratie. Hebben u het ook over Syrië gehad en waar zou u samenwerking kunnen zoeken met andere landen?
Ja, we hebben vanochtend een informeel overleg. Hè. Dat wordt door Italië, Denemarken en Nederland voorgezeten. Vandaag was de beurt aan Denemarken en de volgende keer is de beurt aan Nederland. Daar hebben we natuurlijk over Syrië gesproken. Eigenlijk op 2 manieren, namelijk op welke manier kunnen we ervoor zorgen dat er daar een stabiel regime komt. En een stabiel regime die zich ook overigens de echte minderheden, religieus of anderszins, serieus neemt. Die ook de rule of law respecteert, is de beste basis voor terugkeer van Syriërs. En is overigens ook de beste basis om te voorkomen dat allerlei mensen weer gaan vluchten uit Syrië. Als het regime wat er nu komt toch op een zich anders ontwikkelt dan het zich nu laat aanzien.
En als het gaat om terugkeer van Syrië, een aantal landen die aan tafel zitten, die willen daar ook echt wel een beetje vaart mee maken. Nu is er heel veel dat terrein een nationale bevoegdheid. Maar waar zou u internationaal willen samenwerken, of Europees willen samenwerken?
Ja, ik denk dat we op terugkeer sowieso Europees moeten samenwerken. Maar op dit moment hebben heel veel Europese landen wat we in Nederland noemen een besluitmoratorium. Dat is sowieso belangrijk. Dat is namelijk afwachten hoe de situatie in Syrië zich ontwikkelt. Als de situatie zodanig in Syrië is dat mensen terug kunnen keren, dan zullen we daar ook gezamenlijk voor samenwerken. En we hebben heel nadrukkelijk vanochtend ook, en dat zal ook later vandaag wel aan de orde zijn, gesproken met de Europese Commissie, met Ursula von der Leyen, over haar nieuwe legislation, dus nieuwe wetgeving op het gebied van terugkeer. En we hebben gesproken over derde veilige landen. Want dat is zeg maar allemaal belangrijk in het kader van terugkeer.
Ja, zit er nog een risico in als er niet wordt samengewerkt? Hè? Dus dat alle landen weer verschillend met die terugkeer van Syriërs omgaan. En dat er misschien dus weer een soort concurrentie ontstaat van waar je wel heen moet of waar je niet moet zijn?
Ja, het is überhaupt geldt bij terugkeer dat het belangrijk is om Europees samen te werken. Dat ook het Europese framework dat daarvoor gebruikt wordt het ook mogelijk maakt om dat goed te doen. En daarom noemde ik ook, zeg maar ook die third safe countries, dus de derde veilige landen. Maar dat is belangrijk. Veel landen van Europa steunen op dit moment ook Italië in een zaak bij het Europese Hof. Dat gaat ook over terugkeer. Dat is ook belangrijk, zodat we helderheid krijgen wat we wel en wat we niet kunnen doen. Want terugkeer van de niet rechtmatig in Europa verblijvende asielzoekers of illegale vreemdelingen keert 80% niet terug, 20% wel. Dus dat is gewoon een groot onderwerp. Dat geldt ook voor Nederland en daarom moeten we daar hard aan werken. En we hebben ook vanochtend weer gesproken, dat zullen we ook later vandaag doen, over andere oplossingen. En daar komen ook de hubs weer aan bod om te kijken of we dat ook in Europees verband met elkaar kunnen organiseren. Dus ja, samenwerking is echt key en niet iedereen het eigen wiel uitvinden.
Nog één vraag over gisteravond, als het mag. Rutte zei nog voor de bijeenkomst dat het ook zou gaan over de wederopbouw van de economie van Oekraïne, ook in de periode na een eventueel vredesakkoord in de toekomst. Was dat ook de reden waarom de EU-kopstukken aanwezig waren en ja, wat is daar uitgekomen over dit specifieke onderwerp?
Ja, belangrijk. Het is sowieso belangrijk dat gisteren denk ik de EU-top aanwezig was met Ursula von der Leyen en Antonio Costa. Omdat we vandaag ook in de Council praten, dus ook gisteren de informele bijeenkomst bij de SG van de NATO, is logisch dat dat zo zit. Waar we gisteren ook over de EU hebben gesproken is de civiele hulp. U weet, Nederland heeft in totaal 17 miljard beschikbaar gesteld, 10 miljard militair, 7 miljard civiel. En daar hebben we ook gisteren gezegd dat de EU alles in het werk zal stellen om die energieinfrastructuur, om elke keer weer te repareren, om te zorgen dat er spullen zijn, dat het energienet blijft. Dat is iets anders dan het verdedigen tegen de aanvallen, maar zorgen dat het überhaupt functioneert. Op dat punt kan ook de komende winter de Europese Unie een ontzettend belangrijke rol spelen met hun hulppakketten en met hun kennis en deskundigheid.
Maar geen voorbereiding op een soort Europees Marshallplan?
Nee, geen voorbereiding op een Europees Marshall. Nee, want we hebben echt ons beperkt tot de discussie over hoe kunnen we zorgen dat de Oekraïne zo sterk mogelijk in positie staat. Dat is militair. En aan de andere kant, hoe kunnen we ervoor zorgen dat Oekraïne de winter dat de mensen van Oekraïne goed de winter doorkomen.
Ja, meneer Schoof, daar heeft ook voortdurend om Oekraïne sterk te maken voor de toekomst. Zelensky zegt zelf tegen ons dat hij in gesprek is over Europese vredeshandhavers voor het geval. Of hij dat opbrengt, verkoopt u hem dan mee?
Nee, daar doen we dit moment nog geen uitspraak over. Het is eerst, ja, maar we doen er nog geen uitspraak over. Omdat eerst de vraag aan de orde is, wanneer vindt Oekraïne het juiste moment om de onderhandelingen te beginnen? Daarvoor is een sterke Oekraïne nodig. Daar hebben we ook gisteren de discussie op hebben gefocust. Dat is belangrijk dat we dat voor elkaar krijgen en alle andere vragen komen daarna.
Het is niet uitgesloten dat Nederlanders gaan.
Je sluit nooit iets uit, maar dat is er niet over gegaan. Dat is denk ik belangrijk. Hè? Dus we hebben. Nee, maar je sluit nooit iets uit. Hè? Maar waar het om gaat. Ja. Grappig. Nee, maar. Het is politiek. Hè? Nee, maar het is gewoon te vroeg om daar vragen over te beantwoorden. We moeten eerst zorgen dat de Oekraïne echt sterk staat. En de situatie aan het front is niet bepaald dat je zegt van dat gaat echt goed. Dus ze kruipen, het is weliswaar niet veel, maar ze kruipen nog elke keer een stukje dichter naar de westelijke kant op en ze moeten de oostelijke kant op. En daarvoor moeten we zorgen dat we de Oekraïne echt vol blijven steunen en dat we het internationaal doen. Daarom was het ook belangrijk dat we gisteren ook in NATO-verband met de EU en ook de UK was gisteren aanwezig. En dat we al die elementen bij elkaar brengen om te kijken hoe we dat kunnen doen.
Maar er zijn landen die al wel hebben laten doorschemeren dat ze eventueel vredestroepen willen leveren mocht het zover komen. Vindt u dat die dan te vroeg zijn met hun uitlating?
Ja, ik vind dat op dit moment niet opportun. We moeten nu niet praten over onder welke condities kunnen we onderhandelen, wat is er allemaal aan de de orde. Dat speelt uiteindelijk alleen maar Poetin in de kaart. Dus we moeten ervoor zorgen dat Oekraïne sterk staat. En Oekraïne geeft aan wanneer de onderhandelingen kunnen beginnen. En op basis van die onderhandelingen moeten we natuurlijk scenario's dan ontwikkelen. Dat moeten we dan met elkaar doen. En dan ook kijken welke veiligheidsgaranties dan noodzakelijk zijn. Maar het begint bij de vraag, wanneer vindt Oekraïne of het kan of niet?
Ja, Zelensky zei ook dat het belangrijk is dat Europa en de Verenigde Staten dat die verenigd zijn. Is de grote vraag nou juist niet of dat inderdaad wel zal blijven of Trump misschien toch niet een eigen koers zal varen?
Nou, ik ga ervan uit dat we allemaal zullen proberen de transatlantische relatie op dat punt echt heel strak te houden. En dat dus zowel aan de Amerikaanse kant als aan de Europese kant daarvoor gaan zorg dragen. Hartelijk dank, want ik moet weg. Sorry.
The other side has refused to hold negotiations, but we're always prepared for that. And the result of such negotiations is always a compromise. We have achieved an agreement, in essence, in Istanbul at the end of 2022. And I'm saying it for the 100th time now. The Ukrainian side has initialed the document. That means that in general, they were in agreement with it. But while they went back on their position. Well, it's clear why they did it, because your ally, Mr. President, Prime Minister Johnson, with a great hair, a person with great hair, traveled there, and he said that they need to fight to the last Ukrainian. That's what they're doing now. They're running out of Ukrainians who would like to fight. I don't think there are any left. We're prepared. But the other side must be prepared as well, to negotiate and to compromise. Thank you. Go into Kazan. So we're done with the US. Let's talk to Tartars now. Thank you for this possibility to ask questions. Tatar Inform. BRICS, after Kazan summit, has reached an unparalleled level. It's hard for me to remember such a gathering in Moscow. Dozens of heads of state, Narendra Modi, Xi Jinping, and so on. So your expectations about standing off to the Western world order, have they been fulfilled fully? And a follow-up question. You responded to my question last year, and you said that Tatarstan is a showcase of peaceful coexistence of nations, religions, and peoples. And the same can be said about BRICS, because this is a combination of very different countries. Hence the question, do you see an opportunity to create the headquarters of BRICS in Kazan, maybe of Russian part or of the organization in general? Arthur, you said that Moscow hasn't seen such a gathering of leaders of different countries. You're quite right. Yes, but they gathered in Kazan. So thanks to Kazan for giving us such a platform. This is number one. Now, number two, as for headquarters, we were not planning to create any. Well, there's several tools that we're creating that are working in the interest of the whole organization. Naturally, we'll use all opportunities of the capital of Tatarstan that were created there over the past decades. Kazan made a tremendous quantum leap in their development. Without an exaggeration, this is one of the best cities of Europe. And I say that with great pleasure. We're proud of Moscow. This is one of the largest and the best megapolises of the world. Kazan is also developing very fast and very successfully. I remember Mr. Mintemiev, we traveled with him to the outskirts of Kazan, and people used to live in dugout houses. It was just a pit.
But I have to say right now that it's all so clean and wonderful and nice and beautiful. And right now the city is all but transformed. It's a wonderful city. It has built a subway system. I spoke to the previous leader about that, and the new leader has taken up the baton, working very actively. Kazan is home to talented people. There are people of different ethnic groups, of different backgrounds, who live in peace and in accord with one another, having respect for the traditions of one another, visiting one another during religious festivities. You're doing a great job. I can only congratulate you on that. But there is another thing I'd like to draw your attention to. You said that BRICS is developing as an instrument to counter the West, which is not the case. You are mistaken. It's not an instrument to counter the West. We're not working against anyone. We are working in favor of our interests, in the interests of the organization's members. We're not trying to build any kind of adversarial narrative or agenda within the organization. The organization, however, is developing very rapidly. It's expanded. Its membership has become bigger, and there is a great number of countries who are showing interest in developing BRICS as an organization, because our work within BRICS is based on respect for the interests of one another. All issues are decided by consensus, which is of the utmost importance. There are no small or big countries within BRICS, no countries that are more or less developed. This is an association that brings countries together who have only one interest, that is their national development. We are using the existing tools and creating new ones to achieve better economic growth, to reconfigure our economic structure, to make sure that BRICS is at the helm of this forward movement. And we'll do everything now to make sure that it stays so in future. Let's give our colleagues within the audience a chance to ask their questions. I see a new media. It's very popular, even though it's unconventional. It's called Readovka, Maxim Dolgov Readovka edition. Mr. President, for many countries of the world, the issue of aging and depopulation is a burning issue. Russia has not been spared this fate. Many measures have been put into practice in order to boost our birth rates. Recently, you have signed into law the establishment of a Council on Family Policy and on demographic policy. But what happens if these measures do not prove to be sufficient? We'll enhance them, we'll improve on them. Please sit down. This is a question of utmost import, and it's a key issue not just for Russia but for the rest of the world, because many countries across the world are facing the same problem as we are. During the Soviet times, the birth rate stood at around 2%. The birth rate is basically the number of children per one woman. During the Soviet times, there was a 2% growth at a certain point in time. Sometime in the past, several years ago, we managed to reach 1.7% or so, but unfortunately right now it stands at 1.44%, which is very little. But unfortunately, many other countries are facing the same problem. Neighboring countries
Good morning.
Finland.
Welcome to this press conference of the President of the European Parliament, Roberto Metsola. President, you have the floor.
Good morning
to you all. Just about today, the European Council is the last one.
Developed countries
we
like
think
Japan
and hope
or South Korea
for
have
this
very
year.
low birth rates.
And as I said on my way in, while in 2024 we stood up to be counted, we delivered.
But
in
order
2025,
to make sure
we need
our
to
population
step
is
up if we are serious
we have to
about
raise it
asserting
to
Europe's place
2.1%. And
on
in
the
order
world
to make
stage.
sure that
And
our
that's what
population
today's
keeps growing, we
discussion
have
is
to
about,
secure
both
a
inside
2.3%
and
birth
outside
rate.
Europe, and we need to be as forceful in that messaging
what
as
had
possible.
been happening in the previous
In my
decades,
exchange with the leaders
during the Second World War
ended a couple of minutes ago, I passed three messages. First, on Ukraine.
The collapse of the Soviet Union,
as we are nearing the third year of war, effectively the fourth winter, and with Ukrainians entering a few tough months ahead, we must step up our support. And this means agreeing on further sanctions against Putin and his allies, and providing unwavering financial, humanitarian and military aid to Ukraine. At the end of the day, only a strong Ukraine can speak from a position of strength. And we need a path, as I told President Zelensky and his team, and as we told him in the Parliament whenever he was present and had the opportunity to talk to us, we need a path towards real peace, with a guiding principle which is against all odds, and no matter what the cost is, nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. Second, when it comes to our broader neighborhood, we need to step up our presence and our engagement. Russian interference continues to destabilize Moldova, Georgia, and the Western Balkans, and our response must be decisive. Enlargement, as we discussed at the Western Balkans summit yesterday, is not just an aspiration. In fact, it is a geopolitical necessity, and this was not only said by the European Parliament and not only said by the member states, but also by our partners in the Western Balkans themselves. At the end of the day, delays only create space for others to undermine Europe's influence and values, as well as our continent's credibility in the world. On Georgia and Moldova, first of all, the people of those countries are calling for a European future. And we need to ensure that Europe answers their calls with action. On Moldova, and we spent a little bit of time on this with the leaders in particular, we must cushion the impact of Russia's expected halting of gas supply to Transnistria, which would effectively mean that Transnistria goes dark on the 1st of January. That case, we have to be ready to step in quickly in order to ensure that people do not face enormous and unsustainable bills. And after a very difficult campaign on the EU path and a very difficult presidential election, with a clear result, but as we work towards what will be a very tough parliamentary election, we cannot have people who will, as a first measure, endure and face enormous and unsustainable bills. So also on the growth facility, I reassured the leaders that for Moldova, the European Parliament is pushing forward fast, as I would like this Parliament to become more efficient and agile in adopting legislation, of course, with full respect to our legislative mandate and powers. Third, we must step up our role in providing global leadership and resolving conflicts in the Middle East. The European Union's role remains vital, from supporting ceasefires to ensuring humanitarian aid and striving, not letting go of this, for long-term peace. In Syria, the situation is critical. We have millions of Syrians who are looking for a free, stable and secure future as Bashar al-Assad brutal regime lies in tatters, and what happens next matters. Whether there is a vacuum, who will fill it, what the risks are. Let's not forget also that there are minorities that need to be protected, also because anything that happens in Syria will have repercussions in our member states. Finally, I also reminded my fellow colleagues in the European Council about the situation in Venezuela, and this is, and not only because of, but this week in Strasbourg during our plenary session, we honoured Edmundo González Urrutia, the country's legitimate president-elect, and Maria Corina Machado, the leader of the Democratic Forces, with our 2024 Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought. And our message was clear, and I encourage leaders to take this up also in their messaging, that we need to remain united by maintaining our support so that Edmundo González Urrutia can return home next month to take his rightful place as president. The choices we make now, essentially, against all this background and looking forward to 2025 being yet another challenging year, but which is a crucial one for Europe, is that whatever we do now, whatever we say, whatever decision we take will define our role and our legacy on the global stage. Thank you.
Thank you, President. We now have the time for a few questions. I'll start with Vitaly from Ukrainian TV.
Vitaly Sizov, UATV. I have two questions. One, on Ukraine, during your discussion, have you found one voice to send signal to Washington, to new administration? Do you see that there is common position of Ukraine and Europe, that this is one voice? And the second, on Moldova, could you tell more how you assess the situation and how prevent Moldova from gambling of Russia? And from your point of view, have EU done enough for this? Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, on Ukraine, so I'll tell you that I think one of the best decisions that could have been taken, and also one of the strongest signals, was that on his first day of his mandate, the new president of the European Council travelled to Kiev. We saw also yesterday the Prime Minister of Poland in Lviv, and today President Zelensky is here. The messaging is clear. It has not wavered, even though people were concerned that it would. And also, if you look at what we've done in the European Parliament with the first votes, the majorities are as big as they were in the last mandate, even though the concern was that they wouldn't be. When it comes to the one line of unity, for me, the whatever it takes and nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine is something that I feel resonates with all the countries. I was very clear today with the leaders, is that we need to also have a common understanding of what peace is. Peace with lasting justice and freedom and dignity is, according to what President Zelensky has outlined, would be best for his country, and it is one that we cannot look away from as the Ukrainians enter the fourth winter, having been illegally and unjustifiably invaded. On Moldova, first of all, on the growth facility, we have been very efficient as a parliament in speeding up our procedures in the way we do legislation. In other words, when a file comes to us, a committee is identified, a rapporteur, which is the member who will take care of it, will be in place, nominated and then negotiated. We believe that this could be done as early as February, in time for hopefully disbursements to happen in 2025, and also in order to send a message that when the Moldovans chose the European path, Europe is there for them. On the elections, I cannot say that I'm not concerned, but I will do my part. We have, as a parliament, a very strong democracy support role, and that's what we will do. We have done it in the region, and we will continue to do it also with Moldova. On this, the risk of lights out on the 1st of January. I think there will be growing consensus for there to be an immediate solution that is found to help Moldovans pay the bills that they would not be able to afford if the provision of the supply is cut on the 31st of December. I think that is something that is doable. We would support it at all costs in the European Parliament, and my message to the leaders, and it was received well, is that we need to do it and be ready for it.
Thank you. Second question, Lusa? Yes.
Hi, Ana Martinez with the Portuguese news agency Lusa. I have a question about the preparation of this summit, because it's the first summit, the European Council chaired by President Costa. So I wonder what's your feedback about the preparation of this summit, because he has been saying that he wants to make the European Council more efficient. And how do you respond to the request made by Mr. Zelensky this morning about the unity between the US and the EU in the coming year, taking into account that Mr. Donald Trump will start his role in January? Thank you so much.
So first of all, I've been coming now to many councils. We started on time, and that is something that I will give credit to the new president of the European Council for. It's not easy to bring all the prime ministers at the same time into the room, and it is also one which shows willingness to work together around the same table, specifically for coherence and unity, which is so badly needed, and which, let's be honest, was not always shown over the past years. I said it today, and it bears repeating, that we welcome the fact that both the President of the European Council and the High Representative are former members of the European Parliament. And they have shown incredible commitment already in the first few weeks of their function to work with us. We are the co-legislator. We will always be involved. The extent to which we are involved at the earliest of stages will increase the political will. And that requires characters and personalities such as Antonio Costas to bring it through. We have already had a very good exchange with Antonio and the group leaders last week, a very long exchange, I must say, a breath of fresh air, of openness and frankness, and we look forward to that becoming regular occurrence, where we will both, myself and President Costa, debrief each other on internal debates and prepare the next meeting. So in other words, if today you see, quite rare, that Council conclusions had already been agreed, this also means that leaders will be able to focus on what January, February, March will look like politically, on Ukraine, for Moldova, internally, on migration, on putting into place, finally, Schengen accession conditions for Romania, Bulgaria, etc. Situation in all member states is the same. I wanted to mention something, perhaps to link also to the previous question, is the role of the Congress in the United States and the European Parliament's role. So I have had very constructive discussions with my counterpart, the leader of the House in Washington, D.C., and I look forward to restarting them once the administration takes office. And I say this why? Because first of all, we need to make a distinction between what is said and done in a campaign and what is said and done in government. And also, we have congressmen and senators from across the aisle that are willing to work with us. And we will seize that opportunity and ensure that when we are faced with similar questions, such as we were with, for example, the Ukraine facility, we worked together across the Atlantic in order to deliver that much-needed aid. And it was with that, I would say, bottom-up procedure that I will encourage also our transatlantic colleagues and friends to work from both the Democratic and Republican sides that we can mirror here when it comes to daily questions of how we're going to help a nation for its liberty and freedom.
Thank you. Another question. Yes, the gentleman in green. Yes.
Alexei Sorokin, the Kyiv Independent. I want to ask about sanctions. After 15 rounds of sanctions, Russia is still able to import chips for its missiles and Western parts. Is the European Union planning on actually combating sanction circumvention? Is the European Union planning on going after countries that are allowing this to happen? And also, are we expecting the 16th round of sanctions before the 3rd anniversary of the full-scale invasion? Thank you.
So first of all, we should also take pause and reflect on the fact that the European Union was able, unlike ever before, to come together with unanimity, all member states, to agree on 15 rounds of sanctions. I have sat in the European Council in various formats for a decade and a half, and I can tell you that when we had these discussions in the past, we never moved past one, maximum 2 rounds. If sanctions, on the other hand, are circumvented, then they don't work. And therefore, we need to be honest with ourselves. We need to have a frank discussion as to how the alignment is taking place, and if they are being circumvented, what can we do? And I have faith also in the High Representative's ability to pinpoint where we could do better, together with the sanctions envoy, and prepare where we can go further. But also, as we move, if necessary, towards the next round of sanctions, but look at where from the very first round we see that not everything has been implemented. And this is something, first of all, incumbent on all member states, on all countries that are seeking to join the European Union, and also on all countries with whom we have bilateral trade agreements, investment agreements, etc. This is for me a sine qua non, and I think that this would be, with a new leadership and a new dynamics also between the Council and the different institutions, we can push harder.
Another question? Yes, Christian?
Oui, bonjour. J'ai 2 petites questions. La première, vous avez exposé effectivement vos souhaits. Je voudrais savoir si vous êtes écoutés, mais je voudrais savoir si vous êtes entendus. J'ai été assez choqué par la réflexion qu'a faite la présidente de la Géorgie, qui est quand même un pays qui à un moment donné a choisi le chemin et la voie européenne, le sentiment d'avoir été lâché, abandonné, et qu'en fait on ne fait rien pour les aider, à part faire des déclarations. Et ma deuxième question, c'est une réflexion. C'est vrai qu'il est bon ton, quand on change de président, de taper sur le précédent. C'est vrai que Charles Michel n'était pas exempt de beaucoup de défauts, mais au moins il avait une qualité, c'est qu'il posait les problèmes qui grattent, les problèmes qui font mal. Et j'ai un petit peu peur qu'aujourd'hui, la nouvelle présidence du Conseil soit un peu une présidence qui mette sous le tapis. C'est-à-dire qu'on oublie les problèmes, les Balkans c'est génial, on va tous les faire rentrer, en oubliant les frayeurs, les inquiétudes et les problèmes que ça pose, à la fois pour les pays qui veulent adhérer, mais surtout pour les pays qui vont les recevoir. Donc ça, c'est des sujets qu'on a l'impression qu'hier, tout a été abandonné. M. Costa nous a juste dit, oui, il y a des petites difficultés, mais bon, on va essayer de les résoudre. C'est pas ça que les gens attendent aujourd'hui, quand ils ont été chauffés par la précédente. Donc est-ce que vous avez peur qu'effectivement, on fasse une présidence 5 ans, où on met tout sous le tapis, et ça ressort après? Merci.
Je commence par la deuxième question. Moi, je pense pas. Je peux vous dire que j'étais là pendant tout le sommet sur les Balkans occidentaux hier. C'était une discussion très franche, très ouverte et très directe, si je peux dire ça, plus que des sommets précédents. Bon, il y a des personnalités différentes. Mais pour moi, je vois un président, oui, différent de quel que nous avions avant, mais un président qui a une très longue expérience de négocier des coalitions difficiles, d'avoir des gouvernements qui devaient être, qui devaient avoir des solutions qu'il a créé lui-même, et de résoudre des conflits entre des gens. Et alors moi je vois une personne qui peut faire ça pas seulement avec nos voisins ou nos pays tiers, mais aussi entre nos États membres. On a besoin de ça. On a besoin d'avoir le courage de ne pas abandonner les discussions, de penser que si on abandonne, le sujet va disparaître. Selon mon expérience, et moi j'ai fait comme ça dans le Parlement, quand j'ai un problème, je mets les personnes qui ont les problèmes dans la même salle. Et c'était ça ma proposition aussi au nouveau président du Conseil, d'avoir aussi aussitôt des discussions, pas seulement bilatéralement, mais aussi avec tous les premiers ministres. On va voir, mais moi je ne suis pas trop pessimiste sur ça. Sur la Géorgie, je pense que vous avez raison. C'était pour ça qu'on a invité la présidente hier à Strasbourg. C'est pour ça qu'on a envoyé 7 députés il y a une semaine, parce qu'on a vu qu'on doit faire quelque chose. J'ai parlé pour longtemps avec la commissaire sur l'élargissement et j'ai envoyé mes craintes sur la Géorgie et aussi l'espoir qu'on n'abandonne pas. Les gens qui sont sur la rue avec des drapeaux européens, de l'Union européenne, qu'on ne dit rien à eux ou on ne fait rien à eux. C'est pour ça que quand hier la présidente elle était là, elle était très directe. J'ai parlé aussi avec la haute représentante pour faire quelque chose avec le ministère des Affaires étrangères. Est-ce que je suis optimiste? Nous devons faire beaucoup plus et nous devons être plus clairs, je pense. Et ça, vous pouvez compter sur le Parlement, parce que j'ai aussi trouvé que si on ne parle pas au Parlement, il y a aussi beaucoup des États membres qui cachent derrière nous.
Dernière question, avec El País, je suis désolée. El País.
Thank you very much, Eloiso, for El País. It's on Venezuela. You received, as you mentioned this week, Edmundo González and the prize, and you've pushed the subject into the Council, which so far has not gone that far as the Parliament has. So my question is, did you get any signal that the countries might be willing to do more on Venezuela, maybe a recognition of Edmundo González? Did you get any feedback on that, or what should or what could they do until January 10th?
We need to do more. So along the lines of what I said with regards to Georgia, we have seen a country that over the past decades has gone from the leader of the continent to an autocracy, the largest ever migration emigration move, more than Ukraine, in terms of millions of Venezuelans that have been forced to leave their country, a country that has been completely taken over by an autocratic regime that we need to condemn in the strongest of terms. There again, as a parliament, we saw fit to be vocal. We didn't do it for the first time. We did it also in 2016, if I recall correctly, where we also awarded the Venezuelan opposition the Sakharov Prize. This year, we had before us in the plenary the president-elect and online Ms. Machado, who's the leader of the Democratic Forces. But to give you context, a person who could not physically be present with a location that has to be protected because of the danger that is faced. And this is a country that we need to keep an eye on, which is why I wanted to bring it to the European Council. In my bilateral talks, the reaction is positive. I would like a little bit more clear language from the Council in general. And this is also another thing that I will work with the new High Representative in this regard.
Thank you very much for attending this press conference. And Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
environment they live and work in, and this is the responsibility of the law enforcement bodies. So there are two components here, the economic and the law enforcement ones, and they should merge. There should be synergy between them. We had lots of debates about establishing a separate body or just leaving it as a division within the Interior Ministry, but I believe still that it should stay inside the Interior, and actually a powerful heavy-duty center should be established that should be in constant touch with the economic agencies and ministries and regions, definitely, to resolve those issues and keep track of things. And there's a great deal of regulation on the regional level, and that must be governed from a single center. And later on, as the situation gets mature and they acquire new competences in that center, a brand new agency may be established in the future, but it should have the law enforcement component and the economic one.
Certain steps in this direction have already been taken or have adopted a law. The State Duma has passed a law about the right not to accept children of migrants who don't speak the Russian language. Well, it's understandable. How can you possibly teach a child at school if he or she doesn't speak Russian? Then he or she, that child, needs to receive Russian classes, and who's going to pay for that? So we need to make sure that the rights of those who come into our country are not infringed. We need to provide health services and social services, but it shouldn't become a burden for the local population, and the comfort of those people should not be affected and impacted. So the government should pay more attention to this problem, and I've just mentioned how we are going to address it, first within the Ministry of Interior, and then if the situation requires so, we could think of establishing a separate body that would involve representatives of law enforcement agencies and the economic bodies. Mr. President, we have monitored the situation with migrants. It is indeed a very acute and complex question, an issue, but we've received many questions from those who travel into our country, and not only those who come to earn money. In many cases, those are Russian people who want to return to their homeland, receive a Russian passport, and become full-fledged citizens of the Russian Federation. We received such letters from Ukraine, from Belarus. There are many Russian people in those countries. We received equal questions from Germany. For example, Lev Zebel, who left to Germany in 1990 and returned to Tarusa in 2006, had a similar question. He stayed for many years in Russia, but he cannot receive the Russian citizenship. According to the explanations given to him, only President Putin can grant you citizenship, because we don't have sufficient legislation. Only after he wrote a letter to Vladimir Putin, he was told what documents are required. So it looks like the situation is on its way of being resolved, but we would like to see a successful end to it. Well, you need indeed. Citizenship is granted by presidential decrees, but it is a formal act that has to be prepared on the local ground, on the local level. But you raised some issues that fall into the category of work with compatriots. That is, those people who feel themselves to be part of Russia. They speak Russian language. They consider themselves to be part of our culture, part of the Russian world. And as a rule, they are highly qualified experts and professionals, and we are interested in attracting high qualified experts to Russia. We have established a specialized program for those purposes. Probably it's not efficient, yet we have to improve those mechanisms. You mentioned Ukrainians. I believe there are lots of Ukrainians living in Russia may be no less than in Ukraine, and it's not a joke. I'm talking about those people living in EU territories in Crimea. Those are millions of people. And I believe we have as many Ukrainians living in Russia as they are living in Ukraine. We can only welcome it. Those are people of our culture. They are part of our people. Those mechanisms that I've mentioned need to be improved. There's no doubt about it. We are interested in seeing more highly qualified people come into our country, and those people who are the carriers of our traditional values. Well, it's difficult to define, but in order to make this work effective and efficient, we have to continue our efforts. And please give me the specifics of the person you've mentioned. We'll provide him an assistance. Right in the beginning, we said that we have artificial intelligence at our disposal, and it assisted us in choosing the most relevant questions. Housing is one of the most acute topics, and if you look on the monitor, you see that this topic ranks #1. Now we are going to show you a video question from a young people from Krasnodar. Mr. President, for 3 months, we haven't been able to receive a family mortgage. Either the banks are out of limits or they increase the initial payment from 20 to 50%. What's the future of family mortgage? Because right now it's very difficult to obtain it. And apart from family mortgage, it is almost impossible to receive an IT or rural mortgage. Banks run out of limits, and they don't want to approve claims. And since recent time, banks have introduced the combo mortgage program when they add their interest, and as a result, the interest increases from 6 to 13%. So they simply don't want to provide mortgage loans under the family mortgage program. Thank you very much for raising this question. Well, it's a shame. It's outrageous. It shouldn't be the case. And we've already discussed it with the government. I was promised, and I'm going to check whether this promise has been fulfilled. There would be no additional interest rates because it is a subsidy from the government, and banks should be only interested in receiving the 6% from those who use the family mortgage loans. And the difference between the bank interest rate and those 6% is compensated by the government, or it should be compensated by the government. So there are no limits on the part of the government. So the difference settles down in the banks. It means a significant income for them. If they deny an application, it means that the government doesn't send a subsidy to the banks. I'm going to check on it, but we agreed there will be no limits. That's my first point. The second point, as for the 3% family mortgage loans, and as for the rural mortgage loans, the ratio is 3% for the rural mortgage loans and 3% for the family mortgage loans. Last year, we constructed 110 million square meters of new housing. It is a record since Soviet times. 50% were individual houses, and most of them were built in rural areas. People aged about 40 years take these mortgage loans. They move into rural areas, settle down there, they build families, and these mortgage loan programs should have no limits. About several billion rubles are allocated from budget for these purposes, and it should be preserved. Same for IT experts, mortgage loans. It is at about 5 or 6%. It is a preferential rate, and it applies to not so many people. Some experts suggested that this program should be closed, but I think it doesn't make any sense. And I ask the government to provide the necessary subsidies. And it also applies to the Far East regions. Yes, 2% for the Far East, 2% for the new regions. Yes, and now I suggest that we move on to another acute topic, that is phone frauds. Every day we appeal to our audience on TV. Yes, I mentioned 110 million of square meters. They were constructed last year. This year the figure will be at about 105 million square meters. That is equally a very good figure. Yes, phone fraud, how topical this problem is, we can see from the amount of money that was stolen from the citizens by criminals. Criminals pretend to be representatives of the central bank or federal security service, and they move citizens to take loans or give their and the price of the bank capital increases. There is relevant regulation of the central bank. But what's happening now is a source of great alarm, because the volumes, the scale of these fraudulent activities is outrageous. Recently at a Sber meeting, Mr. Graf, head of the Sber bank, told me that in the whole banking system, from the territory of Ukraine alone, where these criminal fraudulent activities almost happen as part of a state policy, it is conducted under the supervision of the special forces of Ukraine. Only from Ukraine alone did the criminals deceive our people for 250 billion rubles. It is almost the scale of what the Hitler Germany did. They simply printed money and spread it in order to undermine the economy of the UK. Almost the same is now happening in Ukraine. And of course, we have to supervise the situation. We should keep it in focus of our attention. The loans of up to 50,000 rubles should and can be issued online, but starting from 50,000 people and up to 200,000 people is a sum that requires a special check by the people. People should be given more time to double-check their decision and approve it additionally. And when it comes to the loans for more than 200,000 rubles, then people should be given extra time to double-check their intentions. And we need to take the relevant regulations by the central bank, and the banks need to be regulated. Those banks who issue such loans that are uncovered. And there is another problem of which the governor of the central bank and the Ministry of Interior have reported to me. We find out that there are people who are not involved, seem not to be involved in those criminal activities, but when people become victims, and this money are first transferred to the third-party accounts, and then criminals receive the money from those third-party accounts, and those third people seem not to be involved when they open their accounts in the banks. So it is a suggestion to increase not only control, but also the responsibility of those people who are in reality involved in these criminal activities.
These intermediaries understand why the cards are opened in their name. So there is a proposal for criminal liability for such activities. I'm not saying that it is a solution, but still that's a possible avenue for moving forward. Do you know anyone who suffered from telephone fraud? No, I don't know such people personally, but though there are people, and those I know, they reported to me. They get calls, they used to get calls, and will get calls, I guess, yes, possibly. But when they hear an unknown voice and any offers that have to do with, that end up with certain actions, they put down the telephone or disconnect the call. And I suggest that all citizens of the country do the same. Mr. President, quite often such unknown voices call from call centers that are situated in Ukraine. We've noticed that after strikes against energy infrastructure of Ukraine, the number of fraud calls are decreasing. Simply they're cut off from the power. Yes, maybe we could put those phone centers as one of priority goals. No, a priority targets for us are military infrastructure and military industrial complex facilities, also possibly decision-making centers. However, phone call centers, we are not to waste our munition on that. We need to make the necessary decisions domestically through the necessary institutions at the central bank, at the Russian government, and the Ministry of the Interior. Mr. Peskov is looking nefariously at us now. Let's get back to the audience. You've mentioned Ukraine, and I see the banner, the other Ukraine. Could you give the mic to them, please? Mr. President, Galina Merkulova, I'm deputy head of the media resources of the international social movement, the other Ukraine. We represented the interests of millions of Ukrainian citizens in the Ukraine itself, unfortunately still under the control of the Kiev regime, as well as in Russia, European countries. We have opened 55 branches of our organization. Our movement believes that, the Ukraine believes that the only way to save Ukrainians from the criminal, illegitimate regime of Zelensky, which has usurped the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary authorities, is to unite the two peoples, the Russian and the Ukrainian. What are the conditions for you to begin the negotiations with Kiev? If not with Zelensky, then with whom? One more important aspect. Right now, Ukraine sees the persecution not only of the Orthodox Church, of the Russian Orthodox Church. It is basically eliminated. What do you think about that? Do you think that the position of the Russian Orthodox Church has been undermined? Yes. Okay, now first and foremost, please sit down. About the illegitimacy of the regime. I have already spoken on the topic. as I understand, the inspirator of this movement. Is this an organization or the other Ukraine? It's a movement. Okay, it's a movement. Inspired by Viktor Medvedchuk? Yes. Yes. We don't see each other. But I know that he also thinks that. Why is the regime illegitimate? And I'll repeat myself once again. The constitution of Ukraine does not have an indication of the possibility of the extension of the mandate of the president, even during the martial law. There is just one authority, that is the representative, the council, that is Rada, the parliament, and their mandate can be extended during the martial law if necessary, without elections. And I understand that you know it. The thing is that the government, the whole governance in Ukraine is built around president who appoints the downward executives and authorities. That is the leadership of all intelligence and army institutions. So if the first, if a president loses legitimacy, the same happens downwards. So whatever they do, when they execute his orders, they become the accomplices in his illegitimate actions. That's first thing. Now, as for the preconditions for negotiations, we don't have any. We're prepared to hold the dialogue without preconditions. However, on the basis of what we have already agreed upon, and I have said it 100 times, what we have agreed on during the negotiation process in Istanbul at the end of 2022. Also, regarding the reality on the ground right now. We have presented the position of the Russian Federation. That was presented also during the June statement at the Russian Foreign Ministry. I don't want to repeat myself. It all has already been presented. If not with the head of the regime, if he's illegitimate, then with whom? You know, if someone runs through an election campaign and proves his legitimacy, we're prepared to talk to anyone, even with Zelensky. But right now, if the Ukraine truly wants to go through a peace settlement, they're capable of doing that. They can organize this process in any way they want. But we can sign an agreement only with a legitimate person. And Rada and the chairman of Rada are legitimate, are the only legitimate people. But they're completely under control of the head of the state. But it's a formal issue. They can organize it in any way they want, but we need to sign this document only with a legitimate representative of a legitimate authority in the Ukraine. There was a question about the Russian Orthodox Church as well. Yes. You know, what's happening with an Orthodox Church, that's unparalleled. This is a blatant violation, an outrageous violation of human rights, of rights of believers. The church is being tortured. This is akin to being slaughtered. And everyone in the world prefers not to notice that. And I think that those who are doing that will get a boomerang effect from that. They're tearing the church apart, but they're not even atheists. Atheists are also people who believe something. They believe that there is no God. But this is their belief, their conviction. And these are not atheists. These are people without any beliefs, godless people. They're ethnic Jews, but has anyone seen them in a synagogue? I don't think so. They're not Orthodox as well, because they're never present at a church, and for sure, they don't follow Islam, because we don't see them at the mosque. These are people without kin or memory, with no roots. They don't cherish what we cherish, and the majority of the Ukrainian people cherish as well. They will They won't go to church, they will go to the beach. And I think it's their choice. And I think that at some point in time, they'll remember this. And the people in the Ukraine, and the majority of people in the Ukraine, have something to do with the Orthodox Church. They will evaluate their actions. 2 or 3 questions to the audience. I cannot help but give the floor to Purga Radio, or the Blizzard Radio. Blizzard Radio, Chukotka region. Anastasia Lavrentieva, thank you for this opportunity. I'm looking at the screens and they're showing the relevance of topics for the regions. And I get confirmation that my question is truly relevant and concerns many citizens of my region. It's about the internet and communications. We in Chukotka have high-speed internet only at the capital of our region, just one city. Other citizens of the region do not have such benefits of the internet. No entertainment, no banking services, no Gososluki app. They're unavailable to the majority of the people of Chukotka. Could you please help us with this, with the bridging of the digital gap if possible? Thank you. I don't think there is a lot to say about that because we have a high-speed internet development program and communications program, our satellite constellation and so on, especially about constellation that has to do with communications. It will be done, for sure. This data is widely known, the rate of work that is being done on that. The necessary resources have been allocated. There will be no shortcomings here. We'll move according to the plan, and I hope truly that the faraway regions such as Chukotka will reap the full benefits of the modern civilization. It is extremely important for such a country as ours, because more and more people are working remotely. They're receiving education remotely, and here, high-speed internet is of utmost importance. We'll do that for sure, no doubt. Now, Alexander Gamov, the front row, one of the oldest Russian journalists. Thank you very much. Komsomolskaya Pravda website and a newspaper. I'm here with girls, with Marina, Putin team representatives. We haven't spoken about that, but I wanted to congratulate all of us and you, Mr. President. I think this is the 20th press conference, though colleagues trying to correct me here, saying that it's 21st press conference. This format is unparalleled in the world, and I hope we'll have even more editions of that to come. My question is, contrary to the skepticist prognosis, the presidential program Time for Heroes did not become just a single-use program, just a rubber stamp program. What were your personal hopes for this program? Were they fulfilled? What kind of expectations do you have now? And just a last-moment question. Why don't we cherish and protect enough, our heroes? Not only the death of General Kirillov, he was mentioned as an aside, but there were plenty of cases when our participants of the special military operation were offended. Later, the law enforcement interfered, but there were many cases. Now more to the Time for Heroes, the program. I represent the heroic newspaper Komsomolskaya Pravda during the Great Patriotic War. This was a newspaper with frontline correspondents, and right now, since 2014, we have been producing a newspaper in Donetsk and Donbass and Luhansk as well, from the front lines. Next year, we're celebrating 100 years on the 24th of May. My colleagues asked me to give you the invitation for you to come to us. We have Mikhail Petrov here, and he spoke how we celebrated 120 years of TOS, And they received an order. We're waiting for you on the 24th of May at 12 a.m. sharp. Will you come? I will try. Thank you very much for the invitation. Komsomolskaya Pravda newspaper is part of life. Please sit down. This is a part of life of many generations of our citizens. People wake up with this newspaper. That was a morning routine for many. They read it throughout the day. It's becoming more and more modern mass media. It works in all information spheres. This is lodestone and objective media, and I'd like to congratulate you with the results of your work. Thank you for the invitation.
Now, as for the Time of Heroes platform, I spoke that I came up with this idea after meeting students and also participants of the special military operation in St. Petersburg. I sat there and it occurred to me that I had in front of me the people who were the future of the country. And that's when it occurred to me to build this platform. I won't hide it. I came back to Moscow. I spoke to my colleagues. I asked the administration to work this through, and they came up with the name, the Time of Heroes. And I think it's very apt. 43,000 applications came in during the first stage. And of course, we went forward with a very rigorous selecting process. Just 83 applications went through to the next stage. We need to make sure that they've got the education, they fit the parameters, because they will have to work, and the government and big companies and municipalities, ministries and agencies. I spoke about this during my meeting with United Russia, but I have to say all of them, every one of our people fighting for our country in the special military operation are worthy, but we have to make sure that they fit the field they want to work in, because they need some experience, education, because it's one thing fighting for your country and another working with people. You have to have a certain predisposition as well as a talent, because these activities are somewhat different, and we have to choose the people who are willing and capable of working there. And so far, there hasn't been a single hiccup. All of them have fit perfectly. Right now, we've launched the second stage. 15,000 applications have already been filed. The period for applications has been extended until mid-January, mid-February, or something like that. And this process will keep going. As far as the first batch is concerned, many of them are working. Some of them have been appointed as heads of Russian regions. Many of them have found themselves in business, in entrepreneurship, in the government of all levels, federal, municipal, regional levels, working in big companies as well. And I would like to reiterate something that I spoke about during the United Russia Convention. I recently visited a rehabilitation center. There are soldiers with trauma, with injuries. Some have missing limbs, but I can see a spark in their eyes, because they are willing to work, and they're capable of doing that, because more rehabilitation techniques allow that. They can work in a fully fledged manner without any health restrictions. The only thing they need is a helping hand. You know, I remember the face of one of those guys. He said, yes, I understand, I do not have the education, I have neither education nor experience, but I want to do that. And these are precisely the people we need, those who are willing to work, who want to work, and all they need is a little help. You know, when I was still doing judo, our coach, Rackling, said, do as many pull-ups as you can. And some of them did a lot more than I did. And, you know, we asked him many years after, you decided to take in some of us who didn't make as many pull-ups as others, but he said, you know, you went to the end. Your hands were trembling, your arms were spasming as well, but you made as many pull-ups as possible, whereas the others did as many pull-ups as they required and they didn't fight. So you were willing to go all the way, and these men are just like this and they need some help. Oh yes, that's a very important question. I understand. Yes, you're right. First, these attempts are not the first ones. We are aware of what the adversary is seeking to do. And these tanks are not just targeting our military. I expect that when I talked to your American colleague, there are, you know, assassinations like that of Madame Dugina, which was terrible. There are attacks on journalists, on civil leaders. These are terrorist actions perpetrated by the current Kiev regime. And that means that our law enforcement agencies as well as our special services are missing these strikes. What can I say? I can say that we need to improve our work and make sure such things never occur again. You know, the right part of the central sector, I saw a very popular blogger right there. Yes, he just stood up. Well, this is an unconventional guest. What do you mean, unconventional? Mr. President, my name is Vlad Bumaga. I'm a video blogger. I've got more than 80 million subscribers, mostly young people. And as we know, young people spend much time on the internet every day from 5 to 8 hours, and half of that time is spent watching video content. And just as many other content creators, we're actively pursuing the development of our Russian platforms such as VK Video. Yes, these platforms are not yet great, but they're growing steadily and they provide a high-quality service. Which brings me to the question, why block YouTube when our platforms are doing quite well on their own, because they're competitive and they provide good conditions, good terms for authors and content creators, and we can post content there and broadcast our ideas, our narratives to a wider audience than the Russian-speaking audience. And on another matter, as I said, almost all children know me and watch me, and almost all children in our country. And this year, I became a father as well. My congratulations, and my congratulations to your wife, because first and foremost, she's the one to be credited with that. Yes, I'll do that. So I am a person who creates video content, which many children are growing on. So what are the values I have to broadcast, and is there anything that I shouldn't do? And what are the values and the narratives that I have and we all have to broadcast to the younger generation? What are your instructions? Well, starting with the slowing down of YouTube. Indeed, there are more issues on YouTube's side. In order... I'm sorry. Vlad Bumaga, is that your pseudonym? Is it your pen name? No, it's my real surname. Oh, great. Bumaga, because, you know, it's the Russian for paper, and we know that paper is stronger than stone. You said 80 million people, which is unparalleled. That means that the content you're creating is in line with the expectations of these 80 million people who are following you. This is the fruit of your creativity, and I would like to offer my congratulations to you on that. Secondly, Google is the one owning YouTube. When Google was creating its network in Russia, they set up subsidiaries, the legal entities that created those services, and they had to be maintained. So Google was working through these subsidiaries. Once the West started slapping restrictions on us, Google started diminishing its funding, and it also reduced the supply of equipment, thereby creating problems for itself. Moreover, Google needs to be in compliance with our legislation. They have to avoid any type of wrongdoing. They shouldn't abuse the internet network to secure foreign policy goals of their respective governments. See, when you are watching for some topic, for music, for culture, and all of a sudden your search result gives you links that have no relation whatsoever to culture or music, rather these links lead you to some propaganda of a political platform or something like that. Or they are trying to take out of circulation the names of our artists, our bloggers, our political leaders, which is all something that constitutes a violation of righteous legislation, and hence the grievances the Roskomnadzor has with them, that is the organization that is responsible for the control and the supervision of the internet. If they're in compliance of our legislation, they can come under some restrictions in their respective countries. But if they want to work in Russia, they have to comply with our law. And you say that nature abhors vacuum, so YouTube, Telegram, VK, all of that is growing rapidly. And if YouTube understands that and tries to reconfigure its presence in Russia, then they will have no problems here whatsoever. Now, as for the material we need to use to rear our children, I'm confident that giving such type of advice is basically pointless, because people like you, especially now that you have become a father, now that you have a child, you feel this weight of growing responsibility. You feel responsibility towards your child and towards the future of the child, as well as to the country your child is going to live in. And this sense of responsibility is going to serve as a beacon for you. And it's got to be even better than any instructions or advice I might provide to you with regard to what I think is useful for the future of our children, or what is perilous and nefarious for our children, and which is something you have to fight, not because this is what I instruct you to do, but because your heart tells you to do that. Unfortunately, I skipped TV3. I'm sorry. Since we're talking about children, we've got a young girl, a young lady there, duping families with children, maybe the allowance. Well, I'm going to tell you. My name is Yelena Usmanova, Mr. President. I'm from Tatarstan. Yes, Tatarstan once again. An online newspaper. First, thank you for choosing Kazan as the venue for BRICS summit, but my question is not related to that. There is a group of fraudsters who have duped hundreds of families in Kazan who were dreaming of having children of their own. They drew out a mortgage with government support, but their houses have never been built. So I'd like to ask you whether they will get any help as you in the past provided help to those who paid for their housing before their houses were built. Because right now, these families have to pay back their mortgages. So when will people get support rather than the banks? Well, please stay there, please, with a mic. The thing is, we have set up a system for escrow accounts. If a person draws out a mortgage, then the money is channeled to an escrow account, and this money is frozen until the house has been built. I'm talking about individual houses, not apartment houses. The thing is, individual houses are in compliance with this program. It's the same. It's 3%. And, you know, we built 105 million square meters last year, and 50% of that was accounted for by individual houses. But the money was supposed to stay in the escrow accounts. Where did the money go? I do not understand what you're talking about.
Well, this is what we had in Tatarstan. Hundreds of families ended up in this situation. Where did the money go? Can you tell me? I don't know the details. What's your name? Elena, those details matter not. Let's get to grips with it. It wasn't about escrow accounts. Elena, it may be probably the case when people are hoodwinked and their money is taken from their accounts, and probably we should compare and contrast it with other cases of similar kind, and we should prevent such cases. So we need more detailed information, because I'm not in the know, because these are very important things, and we should rectify such flaws. Actually, we have some of the housing still under construction, and the money resting and registered with escrow accounts constitute around 7 trillion rubles. In totality, more than 65% of what is needed to complete the construction of the purchased houses. And this will be so that it's constructed in 2025, and no one will be left without the purchased flats, and the money on the accounts are protected and hedged and insured. If you know about some practices that are off escrow accounts, please give us, let us know. TV3 or Turkey. We will come back to you later. Dollar agency manager, Mr. President, Israel has been breaching the international law, killing tens of thousands of people, including children, in Palestine, Lebanon. Currently, Israel has been capitalizing on the situation in that region to occupy Syria, breaching its sovereignty. How can you comment on the action of Israel in that region? Have you had a conversation with President Erdogan? Thank you. Please have a seat. We are in constant touch with President Erdogan. Well, I cannot remember the exact date when we talked last time, but we definitely also talked the situation in the region, in the Middle East, and the attitude of President Erdogan and Turkey to the Middle East developments is well known, and our position on Lebanon and Palestine also is common knowledge. Our stance is not subject to political expedient situation, and we believe that the resolution of Palestine issue can be attained only with the help of removing the root causes. So the Security Council back in the past opted in favor of a two-state solution, Israel and Palestine. Israel was established, Palestine is yet to be established. This is the issue, this is the problem, and Israel has been continuing its unlawful settlement activities to date. I'm not sure what goals Israel pursues in Gaza, but you know, this merits only condemnation, and we did that on many occasions at all levels, including the public and civil level, and expressing our position in the Security Council of the United Nations. Nothing to add here. Same refers to Lebanon. As regards Syria, I believe, frankly speaking, Turkey has been trying to safeguard its safety on its southern frontiers and create conditions for the return of the refugees back home from its own territory to the Syrian land. And those territories are now under more or less control of actually Turkey. Probably they want to move away the Kurdish troops from the border. Probably those might be the goals and the outcomes, and may be attained, but the main beneficiary of the Syrian developments, I believe, is Israel. Is my personal belief. You may have any sort of attitude toward Israel has been doing. Russia has been condemning the seizure of any part of Syrian territory, but Israel has been trying to resolve its security issues. And you know, the Golan Heights line is well known. And Israel has moved 62 to 64 kilometers on the front line, inserting around 25 kilometers into the other territory, the adversarial territory. It's similar to the Maginot line from the 20th century history, and real fortifications, formidable fortifications and solid ones have been built, and we hope that sooner or later Israel will withdraw, but now they have been pulling in troops, right, like several thousand of troops, and they're going to reinforce the contingent there, I think, and local people have appealed and called on Israel to include those territories into Israeli state, and if it all boils down to disintegration of Syria, this will be decided by the UN in line with the UN Charter and the self-determination rights nations have. This is a very convoluted, complex issue, not for today's phone-in, and you know, Turkey has had problems with the Kurdish Working Party for decades. I hope there will not be an aggravation, but you know, some of the European leaders told me that after World War I, Kurds were promised their own state and were duped and deceived. And Kurds reside in Iran, Iraq and Turkey and Syria. You know how many of them live there, around 30 to 35 million Kurds. And this is the Kurdish issue is a major one, and the Kurds are formidable fighters. And the Kurdish issue should be resolved, and it should have been done under President Assad, and it should be done with dealing with the current authorities in control of Syrian soil, and Turkey also needs to ensure its security. This is not for today's event, but there will be lots of issues to resolve. But we abide by the international law, and we believe that all nations, all stakeholders' interests should be safeguarded, including the current Syrian authorities. On this issue, we are on their side, and we are in touch with all the major groups that control a situation in Syria. TV3 military correspondent Alexander Malkevich. Just in a nutshell, the fighters asked to convey words of gratitude. Last week you met with Human Rights Council members and supported the idea of creating the Museum of Special Military Operation. This will be our media oreshnik, so to say, and our legendary Leningrad regiment has been rendered the name of Guards Regiment, so gratitude for that. So, and what is your assessment of the fund on a scale of 10 points, and what are the main goals for the foundation for next year, and the main criterion of the efficiency of the foundation for? Have a seat. With respect to the work of the foundation, Defenders of the Fatherland, that was established in June. This foundation was established, after my meeting with the mothers of the special military operation participants, with the widows, and I figure that the regular support methods to back our servicemen and to support the families of the fallen heroes are insufficient, and we need a special arrangement to be established, including for those who get out of touch with the army. So the Defenders of the Fatherland Foundation was established for this sake. When they leave the military service, they still need the attention and care from the government, and it should be targeted, individual, to each family, to each fighter. So this is the statutory goal of the foundation. It has to resolve social and welfare issues like allowances, payouts, receipt. Of course, this is an artificial limbs supply for those who need that, and they procure the entire service, not just the limb. And it is they have been carefully pre-selecting the prosthesis types and post-operation care also is part of what they work on. Still, some of the patients have to travel far and wide across the country, and they have to resolve that. I talked with Anna Evgenievna Civilova, who has told me that now the requests start coming from the fighters with respect to future employment, which is very important, and also about practicing sports and participating in cultural events, and this is so good. So it means that we are seeing a change for the better, which is very good. But future employment is the overarching objective of ours, because those servicemen and ex-servicemen are so enthusiastic and they want to be trained for a peaceful life, or sometimes they can stay with the military and work at the draft commission offices, and they may move to the IT industry or work in sports, military or civil sports. There's a great number of opportunities given the level of technological advancement and individual wishes. And overall, they have been successful. There are still some issues and some issues remaining, but some of the people working there were directly related to the military operation. Those might also be widows of the fallen fighters, or mothers of those who still are on the battlefield. So these are caring, non-indifferent people, and the servicemen that came back from the front line also work in that foundation. This is why it is efficient in its operations. I didn't want to allow the director of the foundation, Civilova, to become part of the defense ministry, but I ceded to the proposal of Belarus, the defense minister, who said that he believed that for the sake of a seamless process that is needed, because part of the servicemen will be under the defense ministry. Some of them are on the front line and others have left the army, so we need this seamless mechanism.
If I'm not mistaken, it was in summer when we established a special social center under the Ministry of Defense, together with the Defender Fatherland Foundation. They work under a single window system, where people, those who remain in the Ministry of Defense and those who have left the pyramid of the ministry, get united and work on the two tracks. On the whole, there are lots of problems, but we try to fine-tune this work. As you know, they also participated in the elaboration and development of decisions. Previously, everyone received 3 million for small injuries, even for small scratches, and those who were severely injured, entailing a disability, also received the same amount of compensation. And fighters themselves requested that the system might be changed, and we started paying those severely injured 4 million rubles. But when I was receiving these reports, I saw that those soldiers who were severely injured and got disabled previously got 3 million people, and after that the changes were made, meaning that those who had been injured before were underpaid, and we fine-tuned the situation, the system, and those who were injured previously and before, earlier, received 1 million more. I see that Ksenia raises her hand. Mr. President, Ksenia Sobchak, you touched upon a very important topic, the topic of single window and the capabilities of the Ministry of Defense. I would like to offer a different perspective to this question. We, stars of the show business, journalists, and those who are indifferent, implement various projects. In particular, for more than 2 years, we've been involved in a large-scale project offering assistance to those people from Belgorod and Kursk regions, our compatriots and co-citizens who were affected by the attacks of the armed forces of Ukraine. we have provided assistance to hundreds of people, and I believe there are many people who are indifferent. What do you think? How could we provide assistance to those people and establish a single window in order to bring together the civil public initiatives and the state work of the state structures and bodies that already exist? I'm talking about voluntary work that could be provided via a single window system on all tracks, because we face difficulties with employment in the new regions, problems with receiving places in the kindergartens, and other problems that families with children are facing when they relocate. Would it be possible to establish a single window system for civil initiatives? Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you very much for all your efforts. It is a tremendously important thing when we provide assistance to very specific persons. Second, when volunteers provide such assistance, and I would like to thank all volunteers without any exception. They risk their lives. There are losses among volunteers, unfortunately. But when they work, they reach out to a specific person, and they have a better feeling of where the government succeeds and where something fails. So as I've already mentioned, with regards to the Kursk region, there is a program aimed at restoration of the Kursk region, and funds have already been allocated, and same happens in other borderline regions, in the Belgorod and Bryansk regions. No one be left unattended. But you probably have a better feeling for that, and I'll think about how to proceed on myself, and I'll request our bodies, the Ministry of Defense and the Governor. I'll ask them how we can pool these efforts. We could establish a single window system, or think of a different instrument in order to coordinate the efforts. Thank you, Ksenia. I don't have an answer right now, but I agree with the problems that you've raised. The topic of special military operation, I suggest that we continue taking questions about the support measures for the family members of those fighters. There have been requests for assistance in finding those people who are missing now, people with whom any connection was lost, or with those people who, according to the information received by their relatives, were imprisoned. Would you give an instruction to collect information about those people? Could we fine-tune this system for informing the families of servants, military servants? It is a very sensitive issue for many people. It's one thing when a person is fighting on the battlefield. God save him. There are various types of payments. We are talking about big amounts of money. There are so-called travel expenses for those servants who were sent to the borderline regions, to the regions of the special military operation before the hostilities broke out there. So they were paid the so-called travel expenses. Since they receive allowances for participation in the hostilities on the front line, and there are small differences in these allowances. But as a person disappears, then we should provide assistance and support to their families. Ministry of Defense is aware of this problem, and at least two things need to be done on this track. First, what we need is to reduce the time for taking final decisions when there is no information, when families no longer receive the payments and the allowances, because there is no person he doesn't participate in defensive or offensive campaigns and doesn't receive the respective allowances. So the family doesn't receive the financial support. And together with the government, the Ministry of Defense have to take a different decision. What could be done in order to provide at least some of assistance to those families, maybe some payments for children. And we should take the decision regarding the temporary measures, and we also need to accelerate the decision-making process, the process of making the final decision. I'm not going to go deep into details, but the Ministry of Defense is aware of this problem. We've been working for more than 3 hours. There are lots of questions. Shall we try with a small blitz? Yes. We'll start with the following question. When you conduct meetings, sometimes officials ask you instruction to initiate some work. Well, don't be angry with the officials. The decision-making process is a complicated one. And when they reach out to me, then normally it is about the problems or questions to which there are different attitudes. Some colleagues believe that it should be addressed from one perspective, others offer a different perspective, and instructions are needed in order to see which way to choose when there is a difference in opinions. Then colleagues come to me, and at a meeting they ask me to take the...
Merci Gisèle!
On fait un parallèle avec la voiture. On continue à suivre. On suit la voiture. À 17, on continue à suivre la voiture. Attention derrière, on voiture, vite.
The German Chancellor. He was a well-scaled figure, not only due to the fact that he was a corpulent man, but also thanks to his belief. After my very first meeting with him back in 1993, and for a long period of time, after he no longer was German Chancellor, he sometimes regularly, not quite frequently, but regularly came to visit me, and it was my distinct pleasure to talk to him. He was an important figure of his time. He had done a lot for his homeland, for the German people, and he was a real world leader, and I still have warm memories of many of our conversations. They were useful for me, and it is no exaggeration. They were useful. He was a very president of France, Chirac, interesting personality. He has encyclopedic knowledge. Whenever you asked him, and he had his own opinion on everything, to his opinion. He was a very young and polite man, and I learned a lot from him. I learned a lot from Poland, from Chirac, to his manners in particular. A bit different sort of personality, but nonetheless a very warm person. Was very funny. Just as Chirac, he accompanied accomplishing a lot for development of Russia-Italian relations. Regardless of what's happening right now, we feel some affinity to Russia among the Italian population, just as we feel the same affinity to Italians. They've all made a large contribution to the development of our bilateral relations and to the world policy, and it was interesting to talk to them. They were true personalities. They had their own opinion.
Le temps de la colère, les femmes, notre temps est à nous. Connaissons notre force, les femmes, découvrons-nous des milliers de coupables sans rage.
China and India have
Toutes ces
relations with provinces of India. So I have people to talk to. But just as any human being, those are my family, are important to me, and I have some familiarity.
I have a semi-question or request for advice. Do you have any banking investments? If so, I used to have a deposit in Sberbank, but when Bank of Russia fell under sanctions, that was the first financial institution. I transferred my money there as an demonstrative act, and I put my salary there. So did Elvira Nabiulina tell you about the interest rate tomorrow? I think it's interesting not only for Valery Simonov, who wrote from Pskov region. No, she does not tell me the interest rate. She possibly does not know herself because they're discussing it at a meeting of board of directors, their own party meeting, and during the discussion they take the final decision. However, I hope that will be a well-balanced decision that will be in line with the challenges of today. The forecasts of Vladimir Zhirinovsky for the situation in the Middle East and the Caucasus are coming true. Will other forecasts of Mr. Zhirinovsky come true? Naturally, I knew Mr. Zhirinovsky very closely. He was not a fortune teller. But he was a person that was larger than life. And he did it remarkably. He was a polymath. He was well-trained. He was actually a specialist trained in Middle Eastern studies. He was a true expert. So what he said was indeed coming true, because he said it based on analysis of what was happening in our country, in the world. So he was forecasting the situation. It is indeed coming true. However, this is a forecast based on true knowledge and the experience that he had as a specialist. I suggest we go back to the Q&A question. Yes, we can do that forever. And we have 200,000 questions. I don't see what's written on your paper, but you've been raising your hand for a while now. A man in mask? Okay, you'll be the next. Okay. May I? Yes, please. Svetlana Shevchenko, Novosibirsk region. We are an agrarian and industrial region. We create value-added products. We export goods, but we have an acute lack of talent, especially young people. Despite the agricultural mortgage and development of agricultural lands, we lack people. In order to preserve those who are already living in the village and to attract new generations there. That is a very important question. Agriculture is one of key indicators of Russian economy. As I have already mentioned, it shows good growth rate of 3% annually. We are very happy what is happening in the agricultural sector. I have already given the example. I'm not mixing anything up. I can tell you that in 1986, the Soviet Union bought 35 million tons of grain. This year, less year, we have exported 66 million tons. In 2000, we have already started to export grain. However, it stood at about 1.2 to 1.3 million tons, and now we have 66 million tons. It seems impossible, but it's true. Look, we are ranking as one of 3 major exporters of food in the world. And as for wheat, we are number 1. Last year, we had a record crop of 148 million. This year, we'll have 130 million tons. For the past decade, we've had more than 100 million tons. We have tremendous export capacity. We are fully sufficient in meat, and we're exporting meat. We have issues, indeed, with fruit and vegetable and milk, though we have a special development program. But we see growth everywhere. One of the most important questions is social issues in rural areas, that is culture, education, housing. We have a social and economic development program for rural areas. It has already funds earmarked for that. Possibly that is not enough, but most importantly is to improve the level of life, the standard of living for people in rural areas and their income. That will solve all other questions, I'm sure. We'll move towards that goal. As for talent, indeed, one of key issues. Traditionally, even back in Soviet times, we've dedicated great attention to human resources. And now, the work in rural areas is already a business. And it's very interesting. It requires highly trained professionals at different levels in biology, chemistry, agronomes, and so on, geneticists. For example, as for genetics, it is a very important science, but now it's developing in the interests of agri-produce. It's showing greatest growth. I think it's very interesting. And we should talk about not only at such events once a year, but we need to talk about all the time. And to create conditions for young talent to go into those sectors of the economy. As for the state, it will do everything that's needed to engage new students. And the producers should also do what's being done in other industries to create conditions, to create specially targeted programs for new students to find the pool of talent, to ensure their work at the production, and to engage them in hands-on internships. All that together will help. We promised to the journalist in the mask. I have already taken my mask off. I travel by subway. Andrei Knyazev, Arguments of the Week from Uzbekistan, here as a volunteer and head of the studio of young students and bloggers, The World of the Young, Moscow. 45 years is the time I've spent in journalism. I started in Uzbekistan, and now here I see that paper journalism is dying out. Maybe such bloggers as Vlad Paper can help newspapers that are independent. They don't depend on the state or businesses. They depend on readers only. What do you think should be done for the weekly press not to go extinct? Because bloggers are not always smart, they're not always good. It's a short question. Now, another question that I asked to many authorities, including Madam Zakharova, spokesperson of MFA, and she told me to go to Vladimir Putin, direct line. That's why I'm asking questions here. Many of our scientists and many people who see the future are telling us that within 10 or 12 years, the countries of Europe, Japan, the US and beyond, the continent of America, might land underwater, might be submerged in the water. And they will try to ask to resettle into our country, but they're against us. Maybe we should tell them ahead of time. It is a hypothetical situation, but there are such forecasts. I read a lot of newspapers, not some telegram channels and those liars and everything. That's my question. I don't know whether I should say it or not, but I'll tell you the story. You know, a famous joke, a family sitting around the table, and a small boy is saying, they're doing the crosswords, a word of 3 letters. His mom hits him on the head with a spoon. Why? The word is a house. And the father says, yes, you need to think about the house. So you were talking about some continents going underwater, and they need to think what would happen to them. But you need to think about home, not about... I was listening to you so attentively. You're so energetic, but let me finish, please. Thank you. Why am I saying that? Because those forecasts that you've mentioned, they're not just ephemeris calculations. These are done by serious scientists. They're saying that the permafrost will defrost, and that's a tremendous hazard to the environment. There will be greater emissions of carbon, more than all cars around the world. And if permafrost melts, that means that the coastal regions of Russian Federation might be jeopardized as well. We have villages and settlements that are being on stilts, put in permafrost. It's already melting. We need to think about that. As for our coastal cities, including St. Petersburg, keep that in mind. Yes, we've built the dam there. That was the dream since the times of Peter I. But we need to think ahead. What will happen to coastal regions? We need to think about our home, first and foremost. What about paper? Yes. Hold on a second, please. If someone is going to resettle here, we have 2.3% unemployment. Basically, no unemployment. We have labor migration and issues in connection with that. We need to think about that as well. If we have a tremendous inflow, we need to consider that, where to settle people. We are the largest country in the world in terms of territory. However, beyond the Urals, do you know how many people we have there? 12 million. That's not enough. We have territory to resettle people, but we need to think about the social and other types of infrastructure, about the rules. This is not just a idle question. You're presented with great pomp, but indeed the question is there. But we need to think about our domestic issues first and foremost. As for paper journalism and help from Vlad Paper, I'm sure that such people will support you because they're talking about paper journalism. I have a feeling that paper journalism would also find a place in the ecosystem and in changing landscape, just like a paper book. You still have, well, you can leaf through a gadget. You have better fonts, for example. Sometimes I use it myself. However, taking a book, a paper book in your hands, not just because you have pictures there, it's also interesting. This is also a piece of art, quite often. This is a piece of art in your hands. So paper journalism, sometimes taking a paper, Izvestia newspaper or Komsomolskaya Pravda newspaper, if you just leaf through it, there is also a certain pleasure in that. And I hope that those who do that will keep in mind. And I'm sure that there is interest from the public towards paper journals, but most important thing is the content. Whatever the vehicle, whatever the media, but as Vlad the Paper said, most important is the content. And if a paper has decent and interesting content compared to some internet foam. Let's talk about health. This is one of the topics that's of great interest for Russians. It's ranking number 2. Lack of doctors in clinics, lack of drugs, and so on. I suggest we connect to Irina Sychova from Nizhny Novgorod. Your question. Mr. President, good afternoon. My name is Irina Sychova. I'm from Nizhny Novgorod city. I have an appeal to you. Please take a look at our medicine that is free of charge, our healthcare. I would like to thank you for the renovated facilities of the clinics. Thank God they're being improved. However, the clinics are lacking specialists as well as GPs. Doctors are leaving for commercial clinics. What are we to do? We pensioners. I cannot sign up my father for a visit to cardiologist. The doctor receives patients only once a week. There is no electronic queue because the doctor is not fully employed at the clinic. You have to start standing in the queue at 5 a.m. to get to sign up for the visit. And the queue is standing outside till 7 a.m. Many elderly people cannot stand up to the test of that.
We hope that you'll be able to look into that and sort this out. Thank you. Irina Sychova. Madam Sychova, the issues of healthcare are something we have to look at in a broader context. It ranks second in terms of importance, and the same goes for any country, for developed nations in particular. Is even more relevant, but we shouldn't think about them. We should think about ourselves, about home. So thank you for pointing out that the clinics are being renovated. It's a good sign. It means that something good is happening. We have a whole program dedicated to this matter. But the most important thing with the specialists, with the personnel, is related to the first stage of our healthcare system. You know, we've got the hospitals, and there the problem with doctors is almost non-existent, whereas in the first stage, the clinics working with patients directly are a weak link, and the most important thing is to organize healthcare across different regions of Russia. If we look at the use of beds in hospitals, we see that they are not filled throughout all the year, whereas the first stage of the healthcare system, the first stage has this problem. The thing is how we reallocate the burden and how we make sure that it's spread out evenly throughout the year. The healthcare ministry is trying to attract as many new graduates as possible to hospitals in rural areas and smaller towns and settlements. We're giving an additional 50 or 29,000 rubles as a premium to those young people who are willing to relocate to smaller towns, and we have seen 17,500 influx of new specialists to rural areas, and we have to continue working on that, and we have to move at a higher pace than we are doing right now. Colleagues will probably help me. We'll jot all of that down, and we'll help you with your father, of course. Let's keep on medicine. We have a smaller number of questions as compared to last year related to deficit of drugs, but there are problems for drugs on prescription. A pensioner from Kerch is writing that she needs drugs against cancer, but unfortunately drugstores cannot provide her with that because they're simply not there on shelves, and she has to pay from her own pocket. And there is also a lack of saline solution. So people who've got diabetes they are facing challenges with the supply of insulin. Rashida Iudinova writes to us that in Neftejugansk she cannot get insulin from hospital, nor can she buy it from a pharmacy. From Saratov region, a person writes that he has problems with insulin and also blood sugar test strips. So, Mr. President, what do you think of the current stages of our pharmaceutical industry, and how do we provide our patients with the medical care they need, in particular the drugs they need? This is a question of the utmost importance, just as the supply of medical specialists. Pharmaceutical industry is one of the most important avenues we're pursuing. When I was the chairman of the Russian government, that was back in 2008. Back then, we embarked on the path of building our own pharmaceutical industry. Back in 2008, we started talking about that. We drafted programs dedicated to the subject. In 2009, the first programs were set forth. They bore different names, but the substance has always remained the same. And that substance is building our own pharmaceutical industry. I do not remember how much money we allocated back then. Pharmaceutical industry was being developed thanks to the government support, to a large extent, using the money earmarked from the federal budget. Whereas currently, our pharmaceutical companies, for the first time in history over the several last years, have started channeling their own money into research and development to the tune of dozens of billions of rubles, I think 40 billion rubles or so. They've got their own development programs. They are using their own formulas to create new medications. They are creating new chemical substances, which is a first in our history. We've come up with our own medications against cancers. St. Petersburg is one of the leaders in that field, and the same goes for insulin. As far as the blood sugar test strips are concerned, this is just a malfunction. This is a shortcoming on the part of the local organizations, because the money for all of these medications is allocated on a timely manner, so the procurement process has to go through smoothly. I'm going to talk to the leadership of the Russian regions. Everything has to be done on time. And of course, you need to take into account the requirements of the market. We have a special program dedicated to the development of the pharmaceutical industry, which is currently part and parcel of the technological leadership program. There's a special subsection within that project related to essential medications. By 2030, we need to supply 90% of our own medications, and as far as medical equipment is concerned, the figure is 40%. So we are making good headway, but of course we've got all of this big work cut out for us, and malfunctions do happen. I know that you have spoken about deficit of insulin. Well, actually we have enough of insulin. The same goes for saline solution. I'm aware of that. I'm trying to follow all of that as far as saline is concerned. It's not about saline, it's about packaging. It has to be supplied on time. Two ministries, the Ministry of Healthcare and the Ministry of Trade and Industry, did not take the timely decision on the price of the packaging. And the price was not competitive for the producer, so they had to buy some of the packaging from abroad. Right now, the decision has been made, and I'm hopeful that these malfunctions will not happen in the future. But we'll have a look at all of that in future. Mr. Peskov, over to you. Yes, let's move back to the audience. You know, we won't get far this way. Well, let's not do it like this. You know, we'll be plunged into chaos, and we won't be able to deal with that. I'm sorry. Ksenia Aksionova, Spas TV channel. You know, there's a person whom you have great respect for. That is the spiritual father, Father Nostrin. He said that we need to prohibit abortions, four-letter words, and we also have to bury Lenin's body. The first thing, the patriarch has said that abortions have to be prohibited because they only mutilate the bodies of our people. Secondly, you have spoken about the four-letter words. You said that it's basically invoking dark forces, and I would like to ask you about dark forces because right now Russia is plunged into renaissance of occultism, readily available pornography, and people spend more money on pornographic websites and extrasense and spiritualist than on anything else. And the third component is burying Lenin. I'm not talking about the assessment of his activities, but about respecting the will of his family, because, you know, an embalmed body in a mausoleum is a godless tradition. What prevents us from burying the body of Vladimir Lenin? Well, I am confident that these are not the questions for the big press conference. These questions are very sensitive as far as abortions are concerned. Of course, we have to think about respecting religious convictions. They have to be protected, of course, on the one hand. On the other hand, we have to address the demographic issues, but we also have to think about the level of welfare of Russian families with children. We have to think about their future, and we also have to think about the right of women to make these decisions. This is a very sensitive matter we cannot address during the press conference. Nor can we address the issue of pornographic websites. You know, there are some people who are not happy with the fact that YouTube is being slowed down. I think porn websites are visited all across the world. It's as easy as ordering, you know, a beefsteak on the internet. I think it's an issue not just for us, but also for everyone. What can our response be? You know, there can be bans and prohibitions, but you always have to come up with an alternative. We have to come up with something which is more interesting than a porn site. Like, so that you go for an alternative, because, you know, you've been to a porn site and now you have to go for something more interesting, more passionate, something that causes greater interest. But in Russia, in particular, we shouldn't make any step that would drive a wedge in our society. This is what I think. But Ilya is correct, of course. I like him, and he told me that, and I listened to what he has to say. Let's move to the other sector. You know, there's Kolesnikov. Yes, Andrei. Good afternoon, Andrei Kolesnikov, Kommersant newspaper. Good afternoon. Mr. President, it's been almost 3 years since the beginning of war. We've all changed profoundly. The war has changed each and every one of us. But what has changed inside you? Have you come to understand something about yourself? And another question, if you don't mind, maybe no one is going to ask that question. No one is asking it. Some time ago, Joe Biden US President pardoned his son, Hunter Biden, who had been convicted for perjury and the course of buying weapons. Everyone has expressed their opinion on this subject, whereas you chose to keep mum. So what do you think about that? Can you comment on it? Sometimes, silence is gold. That's what they say. Sometimes it's better not to say anything. Thank you for the question, incidentally. As for the pardon Joe Biden gave to his son, even though he had promised not to do that. This is a very delicate subject. We've got examples in our country's history. We know this famous painting, Ivan the Terrible and his son. We know about this painting, maybe that's legend or maybe it's not, as is probably what happened to the great son Alexei. What happened to him? Maybe it's a legend, maybe it's not.
Oui, absolument.
What happened to Stalin? This was not a legend. When Stalin refused to swap his son Yakov for the German Marshal Paphos, he said he would not swap a soldier for a field marshal. And back then, surrendering into captivity was considered a treason. And, the nation was on the verge of not a defeat, but a total annihilation, I would say, of the entire the measures and policies taken to win were rigid, tough, and sometimes cruel, and given that sentiment that was supported by Stalin, he wasn't able to save his son. He said what he said and did what he did, and his son was executed in a concentration camp. Field Marshal Paphos was used during the Nuremberg trial, and no one expected to see him when he entered the courtroom. With respect to Biden, he's a politician, so whether you have more a politician or a human always is an important question. It turned out that Biden had more than a human being, so I wouldn't condemn him for that. And there was also part number one. Whether you've changed over the past 3 years. We all keep changing every day, every hour. All the visitors of this room, all the streamers, we are in a flux, and those 2-something years have been a tribulation for everybody, for the entire country, and for myself. And we keep joking. Trial. And I almost cease laughing, and I now joke much less. And there is also one more circumstance. I started improving the skills that I have in the search of key points and issues, and my concentration capability to resolve them. The opposite sector, I can see RBC news outlet. pass the mic. Polina Himchashvili, RBC, the follow-up on the question. You said that you now laugh and smile less. Could return to February 2022 would have changed your mind.
Pardon? Au prix de l'image, il est là-haut? Il est là maintenant? Ouais, mais tant qu'il est là-haut, moi je préfère donner ça parce que je suis en live tout le long en fait. Oui.
Chance to go back.
Ça se rapprochera après.
Looking with hindsight, knowing what is happening now, I would have thought probably back in 2022, I would have thought that the decision made in early 2022 ought to have been taken before, earlier. This is number one. And number two, well, we ought to have started getting ready for those developments in the special military operation before. And those the Crimean developments were kind of off the cuff and impromptu. And the 2022 also we started because we could not tolerate it anymore and wait for the situation to deteriorate further. The Kiev authorities stated directly in so many words that they would not implement and fulfill the Minsk set of measures, and they claimed to obtain the WMD, and we figured out that we had been deceived with respect to the Minsk arrangements, and massacre had lasted for 8 years, and they just dropped it aside, and we saw that the military stationing of those territories began, and the annihilation of all things related to Russia began, and we could not carry on like that anymore. They compelled and forced us. Had we known in advance what would happen, we would have prepared in a systemic, real, serious way. This is what I would have thought. Dear friends, we've been working for more than 4 hours. We've exceeded 4 hours duration. Let's allow these colleagues. Hurrah! Daughter, will you please stand up, lady? Pass the mic. Thank you, Mr. President. Dipytina Lazareva, Uraru News Agency. You have mentioned some of the European leaders. So I would now ask the following. 2025, Russia will mark 80th anniversary since the victory in the Great Patriotic War. You started inviting international leaders. Well, if we recall, this year France celebrated the Normandy Day, the Normandy landing day, and they didn't invite us, and the Auschwitz anniversary, liberation anniversary also was celebrated. You were not invited. Have you submitted invitations to the former anti-Hitler coalition representatives to attend this future forthcoming anniversary? Is it important for you to see US, France and Great Britain represented as regards inviting us to events? We do not seeking anything like that. We are fine at home, and we should strengthen ourselves, and this is the overarching policy of ours. And second, we will never forget the sacrifice suffered by our nation and brought to the altar of victory. We will never forget that. And other countries naturally today are trying to pass that into oblivion. This is part of their anti-Russian campaigning, but this is up to them. We will be glad to see everybody wishing to attend this glorious red letter anniversary. Well, I do subscribe some invitations, but it's principally the responsibility of the foreign ministry. My position is that we'll be open to anyone wishing to attend. We'll be glad to see everybody, included the anti-Hitler coalition members who back then contributed considerably. to the victory over the Nazi.
Me dites pas que vous avez du débit parce que sinon là je vous tue. Ah oui c'est ça. Ah vous êtes des malins, oui, moi aussi c'était pareil tout à l'heure. Là-haut tu peux appeler ça, ceux qui le voient. Bah là-haut on a 5. Avec la saline.
The British sailors were heroes, and when they disembarked in France, in the north of France, the Americans also acted in heroic ways, but their casualties and their participation, their contribution was not comparable to ours. And the Soviet Union lost 27 million, the United States 500,000 people only, the United Kingdom less than 400,000 people. In the First World War they lost 1.5 million. Conversely, so the contribution had different weights, but their participation was important. But when I became president, we repaid everything in a Lend-Lease debt also. The Americans recovered that from us in full, and we have repaid that despite so many years. But we appreciate the contribution of the allies, and we'll be glad to share the joy of victory with them. We have lots of questions still. Let's ask someone in the room. Please don't make that much noise, otherwise I will conclude. Yamal, I can see Yamal wishing to take the floor. Mr. President, good day. Yamal Media suggested that the Western countries have imposed more than 40. Oh, in 40. Well, I stopped counting. But, imposed 40,000 restrictions against us, but, our progressive development in the Arctic is something that they have a grudge against, and they actually say that their goal is to do away with the LNG projects in the Arctic. What do they fear so much? Why are they so much afraid? Will they be able to hinder our pace of development in the Arctic? Well, they fear competition, actually. This is why they use politics for unfair competition. Novatek is a well-known company that is not a global leader. Other companies and countries produce more LNG, but ours keeps growing, and they want to impede that growth. This is kind of unfair ways to restrain competitors, and this is bad for them if they fight competition like this with non-economic means, that they will lose their competitiveness one day. It may not happen tomorrow, but that will happen for sure if they continue in this vein. Have they been impeding us? Yes, they have. They have been putting handicap on us. Will they be able to kill it off completely? No. They will do damage to us. But we'll find a way out supplying energy, given the fact that the demand for energy will keep growing in the global economy as it develops. This is the data of the global economic institutions, their opinion. So this product will enjoy demand in the global markets, and we will keep advancing our projects and increasing our share in the LNG market. And with respect to pipeline gas supplies, Ukraine has declined to extend the transit contract. It was Ukraine, not us. Ukraine declined to extend the gas transit contract, despite the fact that they received $700 to $800 million per annum for gas transit. Now, the question is what is to be done about that, but this is not our problem. Ukraine has cut off our gas supplies to European customers, consumers. They've been eating from the hands of the West because they're not self-sufficient. They can live wage this war
Le point,
only with the Western help. At the same time, the Ukrainians create problems for the Westerners cutting off gas supplies. These contracts will cease to exist. Okay, we can live with that, Gazprom can live with that, and not only our special services reported to me that sabotage actors were detained in Slovakia and maps were found on them with energy facilities and installations spotted on their maps. So I received information just yesterday, so I would ask via the special channels to find out why so and what was happening, and because they wanted to commit terrorist attacks in Europe, because they've been fed by, they live off the West, and now they kind of start perpetrating terrorist attacks in Europe. But our option is to cooperate, and we will attain our goals. So space, especially on BBC, I also see BBC, you will be able to attack us shortly. You keep attacking us, and we just defend ourselves. Thank you. I represent the Chinese television, but you look very much the Chinese people of ours. I feel I'm a Russian citizen, despite the fact I've been considered a foreign journalist. Let me thanks to them, unemployed. So the question is, the first title outcomes of the year, and in the course of that year, you can say that the Chinese peace building initiative.
Alors moi, ce que j'essaye de faire, c'est de livrer de l'eau le temps des travaux. Ce que j'essaye de faire, non, c'est de l'ordre de la semaine. C'est de l'ordre de la semaine. Voilà. Mais j'espère pouvoir, parce que j'ai deux avions reporters par jour qui arrivent à La Réunion. Et nous avons arbitré avec le préfet de La Réunion hier le fait que ces deux avions ne transportera que de l'eau. C'est de l'embouteille. On aura déjà de l'eau bouteille. Je pense qu'on devrait raisonnablement, d'après ce que je l'ai
American partners would manage to persuade Kiev, because the entire world is tired of the Ukrainian crisis, and people in this country also want peace, and this would be a simple step. No one risks anything, just an instant stop where things are. If someone fails to implement that, would not keep their word, if this can resume, no one would lose anything, just put it at hold. And my second question, so it is a hybrid format. I live in Korolov, in the suburbs of Moscow, so I'd like you to hear the biggest scientific town in Russia. So now at the Khrushchev Center, the National Space Center is being built, and the residents of the town of Korolov, there's 250,000 people, just are bewildered, and they do not know whether we maintain this space capital status, because actually we need to have a special public economic zone on the territory of the house building plant, because we should reinstate Korolov as the historical space exploration capital of our country. And we need a third entrance to our city, because we have huge of congestion. 4 hours we spend in those traffic jams. So we need a flyover and bridges, and we have some issues about democracy. I apologize, just, I'm just winding down and just saying everything. So you combine you're wearing two hats, that of a citizen and that of a national journalist.
Third entry into Korolov. It is next problem. You probably know that we need it. We cannot spend so much time in the traffic jam. But I believe that the whole population of Korolov is applauding me right now. If you are able to resolve it, we will be just happy. I'm sorry for having taken so much time. Well, your employer wouldn't thank you for the second part of your question. It's not what he sent you here for, but you got my message correctly. You should think about your home.
Nos forces militaires qui sont là depuis quelques jours déblayer les chemins, parce que ça a été un tel désastre. Voilà, organiser les choses. Maintenant, cette aide qui est en train d'arriver par dizaines de tonnes, même porteurs, soignants, et des tonnes de matériel, va être maintenant donnée à la population. Et on va accélérer le travail de réhabilitation.
Monsieur le Président, je sais qu'aujourd'hui la situation elle est qualifiée comme chaotique. Je ne tiens pas rentrer sur un plan politique. Est-ce qu'il a fallu attendre que Mayotte arrive sur une situation pareille pour
Non, c'est qu'à chaque fois que je suis venu, on a apporté un soutien à Mayotte et on a renforcé les choses. Et vous savez d'ailleurs que Mayotte, on connaît le sujet. Quand on regarde ce qu'on a fait ces dernières années, y compris pour lutter contre l'immigration clandestine qui pèse sur tous les services publics, c'est des opérations inédites qui ont été menées. Inédites. Il n'y avait jamais eu de d'opération de ce type avant, y compris des décasages. Et on voit bien d'ailleurs l'importance qu'avaient ces grandes opérations. On voit la dangerosité de cet habitat. Donc on ne peut pas laisser dire devant le préfet actuel et un de ses prédécesseurs et tous les services de l'État que l'État aurait ici démissionné. On est simplement dans un contexte qui est inédit. Parce qu'il est dans un... On sait très bien, vous le savez, il y a une telle pression migratoire que malgré tout l'investissement qu'on a fait, on a fait un investissement par exemple inédit sur l'hôpital. Malgré ça, c'est très dur parce que vous avez une pression migratoire. On a la maternité qui est la plus importante d'Europe. C'est lié à la pression migratoire. Donc c'est aussi pour ça, merci là pour écouter la population, organiser l'urgence. Je vais entendre les élus. Et entre ce soir et demain, on va organiser à la fois l'urgence d'aujourd'hui des prochaines semaines et pour rebâtir. Mais on ne peut pas le faire avec les mêmes règles qu'hier. Et donc, mais ça veut dire qu'il faut que tout le monde accepte en termes de compétences et de règles. On change les choses. Jusqu'alors, il n'y avait pas de consensus pour le faire. Mais où il y a une reprise en main, de la capacité à accéder du foncier, de la capacité à supprimer plus rapidement l'habitat précaire et donc dangereux, et à renforcer la lutte contre l'immigration clandestine. En même temps qu'on rétablit évidemment les écoles, on reconstruit l'habitat, on reconstruit l'hôpital.
Et d'expérience, vous pensez que cette situation pourrait être, on va dire, on aura un semblant de vie dans combien de temps? Dans un mois?
Je pense qu'à chaque étape, maintenant, il va y avoir des choses qui s'améliorent. L'eau et l'alimentation sont en train d'arriver. Dès qu'on aura stabilisé la chaîne logistique, ça ne s'arrêtera plus. Ensuite, il y aura 50% de l'électricité qui sera rétablie d'ici à demain. Et à peu près pareil pour l'eau. Après, ça va être très long et très pénible pour les gens qui sont très isolés, en particulier, on m'a parlé de plusieurs semaines pour l'électricité et les télécoms dans certaines communes. Donc c'est ça qu'on est en train de regarder pour réduire ces délais, en amenant d'autres équipes, peut-être en prenant d'autres soutiens pour avoir d'autres solutions. Donc il faudra, pour qu'il y ait une restauration totale des services, ça va parfois dans certaines communes prendre des semaines. Mais là on a l'urgence, et l'urgence pour moi c'est l'eau, l'alimentation, qu'on puisse retrouver l'eau courante dans le maximum de logements, et qu'on puisse finir d'apporter des secours de première nécessité, y compris dans la population, y compris dans les Bangas et aujourd'hui auprès de laquelle on n'a pas encore pu aller.
Merci d'avoir
J'essaie de vous dire la vérité, je ne vais pas vous faire des promesses de Gascon sur les prochains jours.
Je vous dis exactement. Ma maison était à deux doigts de s'effondrer avec mes enfants dedans.
Alors,
ça, on a mal,
je sais, tout le monde est choqué. Après, je vais vous dire sur ça. Ce matin, là même, on a pris les dispositions réglementaires pour reconnaître Mayotte en catastrophe naturelle. Donc ça va permettre de faire deux choses. Ça va permettre à ceux qui sont assurés d'aller chercher les assureurs pour pouvoir être beaucoup mieux remboursés. Et on va mettre en place un fonds d'indemnisation pour accompagner ceux qui ne sont pas assurés. Donc ça c'est vraiment, ça c'est tout de suite. Et après pour moi, rebâtir, il faut le faire en se donnant tous les moyens.
Moi j'aime pas les promesses politiques, types qui ne tiennent pas.
C'est pas mon genre. Et dire, on a été capable de rebâtir notre cathédrale en 5 ans.
C'est
quand même un drame qu'on n'arrive pas à rebâtir Mayotte avec des
vous
morts.
perdrez beaucoup si vous lâchez Mayotte. Et ça, je vous le garantis.
J'ai jamais lâché.
La présidence française perdrait beaucoup s'il lâche Mayotte.
J'ai jamais lâché.
In battalions, we have 35% of the troops, necessary troops number. So they will receive time to re-equip their divisions. What we need is not a ceasefire. Instead, we need a lasting peace with guarantees for the Russian Federation. It is a complicated question how we can ensure this guarantee, but we could think about it. As for short-term ceasefires, it was a proposal by the Prime Minister of Hungary, Mr. Orban. That's what he said. I hope Victor will not be angry with me if I reveal at least one part of our conversation. He said, what would it cost to you if you announced a declared ceasefire for at least a day or two?
Oui, oui.
It could be a Christmas ceasefire. The adversary will not be able to achieve this 2 or 3 days. Yes, probably you are right. What do you
Monsieur le Président.
the Ukrainian side? At least 3 times did we agree to a similar action. When it came to navigation in the Black Sea, when it came to passenger construction, so on and so forth. Erdogan prepared he was the mediator, and as a mediator, he made a proposal and next day I called him and I said, okay, we agree. But the next day, the Ukrainian regime said, no ceasefire, no ceasefire. Later, Erdogan said, well, I didn't say no. Well, I have to think about it. Go on down. He went down and they had the regime that there would be no ceasefire, We've been on air for more than 4.5 hours. We're going to start now. What is the BBC? They promised 20 Will they do so without any promises? That's what Exactly 25 years ago, signed off and
Moi, je suis là, je le représente aussi. Parce que là, moi, je suis là, c'est mon entrepreneur, d'accord. Mais moi, là, je ne veux pas, parce que juste ici, je vous donc, à chaque fois qu'il y a des crises, on retrouve je voudrais qu'ils prennent les coordonnées de monsieur. Donc, on va guider tout le monde.
What do you think? Have you succeeded? Yes, I believe I have. I believe we have moved away from the
On va reculer parce qu'on va faire demi-tour.
was leading us to succeed and to a lot of and without Russia would not exist as an independent state. I would like to draw the attention to what you said about Bolivia. It looks good. When Telephone has shown when doctors noted when he tried it was an issue. And he was only received in all Western circles. That it contradicts international law and the UN Charter. As soon as he said that it was
on n'a absolument plus rien. Il n'y a pas d'eau. Jusqu'à hier, il y avait des goûters, des collations de la Nicosia, et à partir d'aujourd'hui, il n'y a plus rien. Aujourd'hui, il n'y a même pas de distribution. Hier, on a eu des goûters, des collations de la Nicosia, et aujourd'hui, on a une collation. Là, il y a 200 personnes qui viennent là-haut. Monsieur me dit que c'est dans l'école à Cavani là-haut. On n'a plus de collation. On n'a plus d'eau.
But we have good economic growth. We rank number 4 worldwide in terms of purchasing power parity. Please share it with your audience. We rank number 1 in Europe. We have left the UK behind. But we are ready to work with the UK if the UK wants to work with us. But if it's not the case, we can do without it. We can do without our former allies in the anti-Hitler coalition. Mr. President, there are many questions from Russian citizens, so I suggest that we move on to the Blitz format. Do you have a personal dream? Of course I do. But it's a personal dream. So yeah, please stick it to my room.
Allez, merci. Ça va, oui.
Do you think it is a question for a blitz? Shall I say yes or no? Well, how can I put it? Yes or no?
Ouais, non, je comprends, c'est juste que dans la police, c'est un peu compliqué.
It's a well-known fact that I was born in a regular working-class family. It's from my forefathers. They used to cross the Danube, and I have the document that says that one of my forefathers was a war in St. George's.
Alarm! Kisufim.
On my mother's side, on my father's side, fought in the Great War.
Message reçu.
Salaire, s'il vous plaît. Si le secteur privé, c'est une service.
On va mettre en place avec catastrophe naturelle, je pense que c'est soutien. On va travailler sur le chômage partiel.
Chômage partiel. Merci beaucoup.
Oui. Oui, mais la parole, elle était positive.
Girls and boys.
Alarm! Zerua. Yachini. Near Moshe. Gevim. Sapir College.
There was a question from St. Petersburg. Why are you being called different names by foreigners and you don't respond? It depends on the level of class. As I said before, they call the names due to their impotence. Why should we show our impotence then? We have enough arguments to clearly present our position. An SMS from Stavropolsk region. Do you have a task that you hate? No. People have trusted me to perform the function of the president of the country. There are certain responsibilities. So I approach it in the way that I must perform them in full, giving my all. I know if I start hating something, loving
Je suis
something,
convaincu
part of
que,
my
mais vous savez,
duties,
il n'y a pas besoin d'aller à Mayotte pour savoir ce phénomène. Quand on avait le Covid,
therefore I have created this talent of myself that I need to do everything with pleasure. Novgorod region, whose portrait do you have in your office? I don't have a portrait.
Parfois parce qu'elles sont irrégulières.
Icon is one of my
Naturellement, ils ne veulent pas aller vers les services publics. Et donc on ne peut pas laisser... Merci d'avoir fait ça. Et ça vous a pris combien de temps?
It is quite possible. Well, I don't know how to act.
Merci beaucoup.
Quite possible. Just like people in the supreme leadership of Ukraine, quite possibly he will do so. The people whose interests he is serving right now will take care of it. But if he appears somewhere, Russia does not refuse anyone.
Merci beaucoup. Courage à vous.
From Tatiana Kostachenko, what is Russia for you? This is a comprehensive question. Russia is a map. Just like any country. It's a tremendous territory. It's not only territory. This is history, culture, our customs and traditions. All of it is Russia. However, the most important thing is people. You know, sometimes I find myself, well, I don't often watch TV, I don't have quite enough time, I'm not on the internet a lot. When I look at the success and achievements of our people, there was a world championship, swimming championship. I saw guys walking out, huge guys, very confident, performing world championship, champions, beautiful girls. I was looking at boys and girls who were achieving great success at the Olympic Games, and looking at my young scientists whom I met quite recently. Honestly, I look at that and I'm so happy, but I rejoice at that as if they were my family members. I rejoice as if they're my loved ones. Therefore, I'm looking at Russia as at a family. We've been working more than 4.5 hours. We have answered many questions, millions of viewers. We have many questions ahead of us. Is there anything that you would like to tell to the citizens of our country? I talk right now. Now that I treat Russia as my family. Therefore, this is what I wanted to say. We're working, we're talking on the eve of festive holidays, New Year, Christmas. I speak to many representatives of different religions, and they're saying that we all celebrate Christmas, just like our neighbors celebrate Eid al-Fitr and so on, Pesach and so on. You know, when I meet with the representatives of different religions, I ask them, when you talk to people, just a regular conversation, what do people tell you? What do they regret? It's not naturally the secret of connection. But you know what people regret? They did not spend a lot of time did not dedicate enough attention. The eve of the New Year, which is a family holiday, especially Christmas, I would like to wish everyone to dedicate more attention to your loved ones.
Et en vrai, nous, depuis, on est allé jusqu'à 15h, à 15h, il n'y a toujours pas eu d'eau, il n'y a toujours pas eu de nourriture qui avait été livrée.
Parce qu'ils ont fait la mairie a organisé avec ses stocks chaque jour.
Aujourd'hui, il n'y a rien.
Oui, c'est normal en fait, parce qu'elle est à la fin de ses stocks. Et ce qui vient de métropole est arrivé hier soir à ça. Oui. Et donc là, c'est en train d'être dispatché. Donc là, le CCAS a l'eau, l'alimentation qui vient, et au bout de ses stocks à lui. Et donc ils vont remettre les chaînes logistiques. Monsieur le maire était avec nous, c'est ce qu'il nous expliquait. Donc après, ce que fait l'État, c'est qu'il l'amène dans chaque commune. Et la bataille, ça va être de l'emmener dans les 17 communes. Et après, et merci à vous, parce que c'est avec les associations, les centres communaux, services de l'État, etc., de pouvoir accéder à différents points pour aller vers les populations les plus vulnérables. Et si vous voyez des gens qui sont en situation de détresse physique, là on a envoyé des médecins, des pompiers, ils ont trouvé plusieurs personnes très blessées qui n'avaient pas été à l'hôpital.
Ben, en fait, les gens ont peur d'aller à l'hôpital. Oui. Nous, on leur dit, après, honnêtement, moi je prends du matériel que je vais acheter moi-même en pharmacie. Si vous envoyez à la rigueur à la cellule de crise ici, et on envoie des gens avec des appels, des rapports. Oui, de toute façon, on essaie de faire notre maximum. Enfin, on a plein d'enfants qui sont là avec des plaies, qui n'ont pas à manger, qui sont déshydratés. On essaie de... Là, on a eu de la chance, il y a eu la pluie aujourd'hui. Tout le monde s'est douché sous la pluie, on les a lavés avec du savon sous la pluie. En vrai, c'était magnifique. Je crois qu'on n'a jamais été aussi contents qu'il pleuve.
J'ai une petite question aussi. Quel moyen de communication pour proposer aux gens de venir chercher à manger, à boire? Pour l'instant, on n'a eu aucune information.
Alors c'est normal parce qu'en fait, chaque commune l'a organisé. Là maintenant, on va organiser une logistique avec un système d'information de la population.
Par quel moyen?
Et c'est chaque commune qui va le faire avec les associations qu'elle connaît, les relais qui sont les siens. On va passer des messages à travers.
C'est-à-dire c'est des humains qui vont passer dans le quartier, qui vont dire venez chercher à manger à telle heure, à tel endroit.
Comme vous le faites vous.
Parce que pour l'instant, il n'y a eu absolument aucune
information. Après, c'est très dur parce qu'on ne sait pas, il y a des gens qui sont aussi très loin de tout réseau.
Oui,
donc ça veut dire que c'est pour faire aller vers. Exactement.
Pour l'instant, on est les seuls, les
avec
enseignants,
la Croix-Rouge, les soignants, et les associations.
Moi j'avais le problème sanitaire parce que ça fait déjà presque une semaine qu'on n'a pas d'eau, on n'a pas d'électricité avec nos enfants. Franchement, c'est pas facile.
L'eau elle sera rétablie à 50% demain, et l'électricité pareil. Après, en fait, on fait venir les équipes. L'eau n'est pas rétablie en totalité parce qu'il faut l'électricité pour remettre l'eau, pour que les centrales produisent et pour que les points soient identifiés. Et donc ça, on va la préparer à partir de là. Là, je vous réponds pour l'électricité dans certains endroits. Je ne pense pas ici, mais dans les endroits plus reculés, ça prendra des semaines. Donc on va faire venir des groupes électrogènes d'ici dimanche.
Pardon, je reviens un peu dessus, mais vous vous engagez à ce qu'il y ait des personnes qui aillent se déplacer dans les quartiers?
C'est ce qu'on est en train de, c'est pas je m'engage, c'est ce qu'on est en train d'organiser.
C'est ça l'objectif, parce que là, ça fait plusieurs jours, il n'y a eu absolument aucune personne qui...
Alors ça dépend des mairies. Vous avez fait vous, en lien avec le CCAS.
Par exemple.
Voilà.
Au chancelier au collège de Moscaro, il n'y a absolument personne qui est passé voir les élèves, les organisations, tout ça.
Oui, c'est pas les services de l'État font leur maximum, puisqu'ils ont fait, ils ont été déblayés. Mais ils ne peuvent pas gérer les...
C'est beaucoup les habitants qui ont des...
Alors, et les formes civiles dans les endroits, enfin les militaires qu'on a fait venir, c'est civil.
Oui.
Depuis quand ils arrivent. Depuis dimanche. Après, les stocks des communes, c'est pas nous qui pouvons les distribuer.
Non, mais pour les informations futures.
Et donc, là, vous voyez, pendant ce temps que je vous parle, les maires m'attendent, conseil départemental, parce que c'est exactement ce que je vais leur dire.
Moi, j'avais une question.
Allez-y.
Vous avez un pronostic par rapport à ça, est-ce que les institutions et des gens handicapés sont pris en charge, comme ça les gens peuvent s'exprimer, ils peuvent repartir.
Alors, une chose après l'autre, je pense que là on a un sujet, ce que vous faites, merci encore, c'est d'abord d'aller au soutien des populations les plus fragiles. Et on a un continent caché qui sont les populations très vulnérables dans les habitats précaires. Donc pour moi c'est ça ce qu'il faut là maintenant qu'on fasse. Ensuite il faut l'eau et l'alimentation. Aux 3 quarts, pour la semaine prochaine, pour vers le 25. Mais après, ça va paraître très long dans les endroits où ça fait. Bon, ce sera de recollecter, ça restera précaire pendant plusieurs semaines jusqu'à mon avis mi-janvier. Et après, il faut tout de suite recaler ce qu'on va faire en parallèle de la reconstruction. Pour ça, on va devoir prendre des mesures d'exception pour que ce soit bien fait, pour mobiliser les forces économiques locales et créer de l'emploi ici, que les gens aient derrière un salaire, un revenu, et que ça reparte.
Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président, j'ai une dernière question, s'il vous plaît.
Ça, c'est ce qui est en train d'arriver.
Non, moi j'ai posé la question des déchets en fait.
Oui, ça fait
concernant
partie.
les déchets, parce qu'en fait,
c'est ce qu'on est en train
il y a des
de
maladies
déblayer.
qui commencent à arriver dans les
Ça, les
quartiers.
pharmacies, qu'est-ce qu'on est. Oui, ça on l'a bien en tête.
Du coup, monsieur, pour vous, les objectifs, c'est aussi 28,
C'est parce que je vais lui donner un truc.
Il va te donner un truc. Il va te donner un truc.
Je ne pouvais pas lui.
Allez, gâtez.
Elle est les deux sœurs. Elle est les deux sœurs.
Tu vas redonner la main à Monsieur le Président.
Ok, ben merci.
Merci à vous. Courage. Merci beaucoup ce que vous faites.
Là, on essaie de...
Ah, c'est top. Non, je ne sais pas, vous faites.
Les enfants, quoi.
Merci à vous. Merci de votre mobilisation.
Ben, envoyez-nous de quoi soigner les gens.
Promis, c'est en train d'arriver. Il y aura l'hôpital qui se déploie là.
Mais le problème, c'est que les gens n'osent pas descendre.
C'est pour ça qu'une fois qu'on aura déjà plus d'op avec les réserves, on va envoyer. On commence à faire les pompiers, on commence à envoyer. Mais vous avez raison, on n'ose pas descendre. C'est bien.
Oui, voilà, ils peuvent pas descendre.
Merci beaucoup. Merci.
We're gonna cut the signal. Je vais laisser rouler en fait, ils vont finir par capter.
Demain, quelle heure je peux le programme ça te convient tout de suite pour demain? Oui, tu continues. Ok, ça va.
Maman, heureusement, était à la réunion quand c'est arrivé.
Ah, ok.
On va dans le bus? Et on départ ici. Bonsoir. Ce soir, il va y avoir des trucs ce soir.
I know two of them. Well, the first one I was there for. I was down there fixing the ceiling, and it came through. Just a little bit of wind. I was actually sitting on the back porch watching it. And then, because I'm like right in the middle of that peninsula. I'm not on the coast.
Right.
And then the second one, it pretty much went south of the bay.
Yeah.
So we sort of missed that. A little bit of high winds. He said it was real noisy, but we had no damage at all.
Yeah, like Port Charlotte, I think, maybe.
A lot of sticks down, a lot of that. I saw a lot of older fences that got blown down. Because we were just down there 2 weeks ago. We went down for Thanksgiving. Now we're going back down first week of January.
you get to get out of there just. Where do the Phillies? Where did the Phillies? Clearwater? You can go down there and watch you stay a little bit longer.
Well, we're going back down in March. We have an adopted. I have a couple of girls that sort of adopted, become my daughters, and one son is a big baseball fan, and he's got some surgery coming up in May.
The prisoners, about 3,500 of our prisoners we have returned, and how they are returning, the Russian Federation. This is only during the exchange, so I don't understand what kind of Christmas exchange we're talking about. For us, it is a very important challenge in order to organize the return of our people. We do exchange prisoners, and what is suggested by the Hungarian side, I'm not sure. It just sounds a bit Christmassy, a Christmas exchange, but it's not very holiday mode with us, you know. That's why I react like that, and cannot discuss anything or solve anything without participation of Ukraine, because the war is taking place on our territory. So I am a bit skeptical about this initiative. And the second, on the question of the ceasefire. We have to understand that we cannot live with a frozen conflict in our territory. When we are talking about ceasefire, in any conflict, in any war, people know what will happen afterwards, how it should end. You should have in mind what will happen tomorrow in order to create ceasefire today. Otherwise, you are just freezing the conflict, and that's it. That is why Ukraine needs guarantees of security. We need our strong position and security guarantees. Of course, we want to finish the war. We want peace. We want a stable peace. And it goes without saying that Russia is not interested in that, and it's constantly demonstrated by Russia.
Over there.
Thank you so much, President Zelensky. Henry Foy, Financial Times. I wanted to ask about gas transit. I know there are discussions going on between your team, the European Commission, and other countries. Will Ukraine agree to a new deal to allow gas to transit your country before the current deal with Gazprom expires? And whose gas will it be? Are you supportive of a potential Azeri-Russian swap deal whereby the gas is entering from Russia but technically is purchased from Azerbaijan? Thank you.
Our big advantage is that we are honest, open, and it goes without saying that we are very transparent in what we do. We would not prolong the transit of Russian gas. We will not give the possibility of additional billions to be earned on our blood, on the lives of our citizens. And any country of the world that could get something cheap from Russia will become 100% tomorrow, or maybe in a month or in a year time, they will become dependent on Russian Federation. That is their policy. That is why we are not gonna indulge in transit in Russian gas. We have talked Slovakia, the Prime Minister mentioned this, and I explained to him very directly that if that is a gas not from Russia but other country, but we have to know that we will only transit gas if it's not coming from Russia. So it's the same. It's coming from Russia. It's originating from Russia, and they will continue to earn money in that war, and will continue to become richer. If if the country is ready to guarantee to give us the gas, but not to pay the money back to Russia until the end of the war, then it's a possible potentiality. We can think about it, but we would not give any chance to have additional billions for Russian Federation that would be put into the war. And by the way, when Slovakia has raised this issue and they say that they can, of course, they will lose money, it will be expensive for them to stop the transit. Ukraine, of course, lose so much more than that. If, to be honest, during war, it's a bit shameful to talk about money because we are losing people. But if we want to be pragmatic, down to earth, we are losing much more in energy money throughout the whole life. So Russia has captured our nuclear power station. Now we have a big deficit of electricity, and there are many, many more questions like that.
Spectacular fat form.
Telekanal Inter, Irina Ivanova. I'm talking about the protection of energy sector of Ukraine. This is one of the topics of today's meeting. Please tell us. So NATO knows that we need 19 air defense systems. So when can we expect these shipments of air defense? As to the 19 systems of air defense, we're talking here not the Patriot systems. We're discussing here talking about actually that Russia is now targeting our nuclear generation. So more than 22 stations that actually involved in generation. We need 19 additional systems to protect the network. Otherwise, we will be without 4 or 5 gigawatt of electricity next winter. So Russia understands that. They target it, we protect it. So this is an urgent issue. And of course, there is some movement. There is confirmed the shipments of some of the systems. We will start receiving them from Canada, from Germany. So if we have these systems, yes, but they're not enough. So we need 19 at least. And we also need Patriots in order to protect our towns and cities. We are working on that issue. Rostislav Demchuk, News Ukraine. Yesterday, you had a very long meeting in the headquarters of NATO with the General Secretary, Mark Rutte, with a whole number of leaders from European Union and the leadership of European Union. Well, talking about the reaction of these leaders and the results of your talks, everybody is saying that Ukraine should not be pushed towards the peace talks with Russia and to some steps which would not be thought over. Everything should happen in a wise way and thoughtfully. So have you reached consensus and the support of all the leaders of European Union? And of course, except Mr. Orban and Mr. Fico. Thank you. Well, thank you. First of all, I would like to tell you that the question, it's not about pushing us towards peace. So, of course, that we're not pushed towards a big pit where we might fall. So we want to stop Putin. We want to stop that war, and we would do our best in order to do that. It's very important that the voice of Europe is united voice, that those countries which you just mentioned in the end of your question, that these countries should distribute Russian narratives, but that the voice of Europe is united and unanimous, and they are united also with the United States of America. We are waiting for the inauguration of the new president, Donald Trump, and we would like to start having a serious plan of how to stop Putin. And really, I think that both Donald Trump and the whole European Union are able to do that. So yes, we have discussed that. We have discussed about air defense. I'm not going to repeat that. So we understand the schedule. We understand the amount of how much we need of these air defense systems. So yesterday we started our day in Brussels with a meeting of French Republic, Emmanuel Macron. Oh yes, we support support his initiative, but we need to have all the details about this military contingency. We say that it could be part of the security guarantees. It goes without saying that NATO is the best security guarantee for Ukraine. And of course, until Ukraine is a member of NATO, this aspect could be considered as an alternative. But the most important is that it is not just an artificial issue blown up. We need to have mechanisms, concrete mechanisms. If we talk about contingency, how many details, what they will do if Russia is attacking, for example. Many questions are being raised. We're discussing them. It is important that these issues are being raised, that we are actually starting to raise and discuss these issues. Euronews.
You can see with whom we are talking. Today, the person sitting in Kremlin said that he was eager to suggest a technological duel. Yes, you can double-check that. Putin said today that we will strike, for example, Kiev, and we will strike using a Oreshnik missile. Let them defend their city with the air defense systems, and we will see. Wait and see. Do you believe that a reasonable person could say that? No, these are just not humans. You're
from Rudao Media Network. I am from Kurdistan, Mr. President. I would like to know, had the withdrawal of Russia from Syria impacted the war in Ukraine? What do you think?
Як вихід Росії із Сирії вплинув на війну в Україні?
So, how? So,
translated something other thing. Can you just repeat for me? Okay. You spoke about the troops, Russian troops, who ran away from Syria.
Yes.
And what do you want to hear from me?
From Syria.
I'm very happy.
The war in Ukraine.
And what are you asking? So what?
My question.
All the troops. Why is going on this way? Because all the troops, all Putin's army, now mostly is on our territory in Ukraine. More than 600,000 people. More. Of course, they lost a lot. They lost about 700,000, maybe 800,000. Yes, about this. Yes, but mostly the most strong, he lost. But he has a lot. And you see now North Koreans, 12,000 are in the region of Kursk region. It's the Russian region. Yes, they're situated. So I don't know what number and from what countries else he will involve. But this is a weakness of Putin. That's what I shared with the partners during all this war, that believe us, trust us. We see what's going on. We see his weakness. We see his armies. No, he's strong only because he can speak about nuclear weapon, and he uses a lot of missiles. Yes, but without details of EU countries and China and etc., he can't even produce these missiles. So everybody, a little bit, help this person. That's why what we need to put strong sanctions and to do our job well. And of course, that situation in Syria, why they ran away, the same like with Wagner's in Africa and etc. All of this because the war in Ukraine, because he moved all his army to Ukraine. And that's what we wanted to show when It was very dangerous for our region. The name is Sume. And when we knew that he wanted to occupy the new region, that's why we went through the border to Kursk region. We wanted to show that all his army is on our territory. And all of that else are not strong, not well trained. The question that for him it doesn't matter how many victims, how many casualties, how many deaths people. That's it. If I understood correctly.
Okay. Wall Street Journal, please.
Thanks a lot. Lawrence Norman, Wall Street Journal. I want to go back to last night's meeting, if I may, President Zelensky. Can you just be clear with us? Was there a discussion last night with Rutte and the leaders and foreign ministers about security guarantees? Did you talk to them about that? And since those are the countries that are quite likely, if anyone is going to offer a security guarantee, to be involved, did you leave that meeting thinking, yes, the Europeans are serious about a security guarantee? And one more question about it. Do you think that European guarantees are dependent on the United States being involved in some way in securing the peace in Ukraine? Thanks.
I believe that the European guarantees won't be sufficient for Ukraine. It's impossible to discuss over only with the European leaders, because for us, real guarantees, in any case, current or in the future, are NATO. And NATO is based on the decision and dependent on the decisions taken by the Europeans and by the United States of America. So in the future, we need and we want to have some guarantees, because we are not in the NATO right now. So we can discuss these guarantees with the United States of America and with the Europeans. That does not mean that there is a misunderstanding somewhere. For us, it was vital to speak and talk about missiles, air defense. There are some questions and matters that should be discussed with the Europeans, that should be discussed with the United States of America. But they are our allies. They are our partners. They are our donors. They are not only donors for weapons, but in general terms. So we've been discussing these issues, and for now, there couldn't be a decision taken right now, because it is very important for us to have both on board, the United States of America and Europeans.
Thank you, President Zelensky. Andrew Gray from Reuters in the middle here. Hi.
Hi.
I wanted to follow up on security guarantees. It's quite a kind of technical term, and I just wonder if you could break it down, perhaps for the ordinary person in Europe. When you say you're discussing security guarantees, what does that mean in concrete terms? And if it would mean soldiers from the European Union, from the UK, inside Ukraine, what case would you make to the European public as to why that would be the correct thing to do?
I'm sorry. Sorry. Can you ask again?
Of course.
Please. Yes, about security guarantees.
Yeah, in concrete terms, what does that mean? And if that would include troops, soldiers from Europe, from the UK, inside Ukraine, what case would you make to the European public for why that's something they should do?
I can't discuss it really now publicly. You have to understand that there are no decisions about it. Yes, there is some will, what I feel, political will, and understanding that Putin is dangerous, and it's understanding total understanding that he will not stop on Ukraine. It's not, it's not some, European narratives or something like this. No, 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 he will not stop. That a fact. Because for him, he needs very much to show success for his society, though he will do. And that's why I can't share some details until the decisions will be made. And again, common decisions, United States and EU. It's very, very important. EU, I mean Europe, because of course UK, of course, the part of this, we very count on it. And still wait, Prime Minister.
Yes, your question, please.
Thanks a lot. I'm here, to your left.
Hi.
Thomas Gutschka with German newspaper Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. Thanks for the question. It's twofold. Everyone's saying now that Ukraine needs to be in a position of strength in order to get to negotiations with Russia. Could you please explain to us what that means in your view? Concretely, you've spoken about air defense systems, but of course air defense systems won't change the reality on the battlefield where Ukraine is currently losing ground. So what exactly does it mean for you to get into a position of strength? And the second half of this question, when it's debated here in Brussels, it's frequently being said that it's actually you who hold the key to changing the situation by lowering the drafting age. I know that's a very tough and difficult decision, but I suppose you've heard this argument from leaders as well. What is your reply when people ask you to lower the drafting age? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. First of all, as to the age of drafting, tell me, please, if a person, yes. So, as to the age, please tell me if a person is in front of you without arms. What is the difference if he is 20 or 30, if he's not armed? There is no difference. So the partners are drawing our attention to the fact that physical, for example, capacity of this or that military. And we are drawing their attention to the fact that we have unequipped brigades. We have different brigades. We have very strong ones. But there are brigades without equipment. First of all, no weapons. The other question is that, and it seems to me that, how to put it in a good way. When we talked about the training of 14 or 12 brigades abroad, we have agreed a year ago that it should have started in the United States, and we discussed with the European colleagues that there will be a concrete schedule where this or that brigade, it's very important, not separate people, but the whole brigade, that it is trained wholly with the armaments, with the commanders, so that is one collective, that it influences their capacity and their morality at the front when they are at the battlefield. And today we only have one brigade which was trained in France, and only one brigade which is additional now trained in Germany, and it's being trained by the way, United States. And if from that block we have two brigades, we are not talking about people here. We're talking about arms. We don't have enough weapons. We don't have enough equipment. It's not about not enough people. Of course, people are never sufficient. Of course, commanders want to have more people. But very important is that they're equipped and they are ready to protect the country. And the third thing, as to the question, the war is very technological. It's not the First or the Second World War. And of course, very important people, but also modern technologies, missiles, drones, and air defense. every component is very important. How can you push forward with the army when from the when the missiles are falling on your head and you're not controlling the skies from this? And so we don't have enough F-16s in our skies in order to protect our troops. That's what the situation is. And as to the strong position, we have a stable front. We need to have a stable front where the Russians cannot go forward. Seems like it's very easy, but it's not easy at all. And it's very important. Is that a strong position? Yes, it will speak to the fact that Russia does not have a capable army which goes forward. So the army is weakened enough, and that would mean the strength for Ukraine. I would not to come back to that. What is missing to that? Have brigades, as I mentioned, financial support. Yes, we have support because of the G7 decision of using the 50 billion. Of course, the decision is there, and the money will come. And it speaks about the fact that Ukraine financially supported, especially budget, and it's also economic stability, and it's also adding up to our strength and its macro-financial stability. And of course, the strong position is when you have security guarantees. There should be very comprehensible position without any surprises. We would like to end the war. We would like to have peace, but we should be assured of the security guarantees which will help protect us tomorrow. We are citizens of Ukraine. We are citizens of Europe. About 8 million of Ukrainian refugees are now abroad. How people are going to return home when they are not sure in their future? How they are going to return and support our economy, paying taxes and working? How, if they are not sure, confident in tomorrow? There are no guarantees of security. We should have transparent understanding, honest understanding of what will happen tomorrow. And of course, what strength? The strength also would be the strength of the new administration in the United States, which will be ready to support Ukraine and to support the sanctions against Russia. So this is the strength of Ukraine during negotiations. Thank you very much, dear President. You have already replied to one of the comments of Putin about the technological duel. And if Russia is ready to start negotiations without preconditions, but without any claims territorial, what about, how would you convince Donald Trump to support your position in these possible negotiations? So I am a bit surprised that he is ready for something. He is constantly telling that he is not legitimate. That's how they say it. As to the Istanbul agreements that never actually existed. There was an ultimatum of Russian Federation in the first day in 2022 when the first occupation started. And so their envoys in different directions, using different sources, have shown us the details of this so-called ultimatum. So these envoys in Ukraine are gone, they are disappeared abroad, or they are on the territory of Russia. Ukraine did not agree to the ultimatum of Russian Federation. They tried to have follow-up steps to soften their positions in this ultimatum. And you remember these were the meetings in Belarus and in Turkey. You remember all these. And all these meetings were called so-called Istanbul agreements. Ukraine has not signed anything, and these agreements don't exist. We had just responded to the ultimatum from the Russian side, and that is it.
Take two more questions and finish your question, please. Yes.
Let me see where we are.
Please stand up so that people with microphone can see you.
Questions?
Thank you, President Zelensky.
Як можна називати угодами? I'm so sorry for...
I am sorry. How can you call agreements if it's just ultimatum that contained, and it always contained demilitarization, denazification, the main Nazi today, and the whole of globe is talking about denazification of Ukraine, demilitarization of Ukraine. Then what? They wanted to annihilate our army, so the army did not exist, 40, 50,000 only. So he was just suggesting to Ukraine to give up, to freeze the conflict, to change the direction of their future, not NATO, not Europe, but directing itself to Russia, to take our independence, to deprive our of the future. And this person is now telling us that these are agreements. So this is he's an old fantasizer. He lives in a different world. He lives in his own aquarium, I'm afraid.
Japan. I would like to ask about the North Korean troops in Kursk. Earlier you have said 30 have been killed, and today South Koreans have said 100 have been killed. What is the current situation? Have you seen the number of casualties increasing? And also, Ukraine has been trying to persuade the North Korean soldiers to surrender. Were there actual escapes so far? And if there were to be any escapes, what support are you expecting from the South Koreans? Thank you.
No.
Well, about the North Koreans and their military, we see we don't see more than 12,000. Yeah, if there are more to that added to that amount, we don't know. We will see. As to the prisoners, we don't know. We don't have, but we have video. We have pictures of actually casualties of the dead North Koreans. They are found almost all of them with Russian IDs, with the documents of Russian Federation. We have all that fixed already and documented, and so that they are not identified. We also have videos and photos that the Russians are actually burning their faces. And we can share this data, but I think it's already in mass media. These pictures are circulating around. So they're burning their faces, the same that they did with their own military. They have burnt them, and those who were not burnt, they were just left rotting in the ground. And here they are burning the faces. Yeah, we see that. We are documenting them and so forth, that we don't have any taken prisoners.
Over here, Austrian National Television, Johannes Petra. They say that international politics is as much geopolitics as it is Shakespeare. I was wondering about January 20th, the date when Donald Trump will become U.S. president again. When you think about this date, which emotions do you feel?
I'm sorry. I have some questions with translation. Can I hear in English one more? Sorry.
When you think about January 20th and Donald Trump becoming president of the United States again, which emotions do you personally feel?
What emotions? Welcome, Donald. What can I say? So, I mean, that's for us, it's very important that I think that President Trump is a strong man, and I want very much to have him on our side. For me, it's very important. I want to discuss with him more details about this war. I think it's very important because he was not in this war, because he was not the president. It's understandable. And I want to share with him more details. And this, on what I count on the time to speak, to think, to listen, and to hear his view and to show our view, because I mean that mostly in this war depends on strongness of our people, because I think this is the priority, and I hope that he will understand me, because I think that we all, it doesn't matter, politicians, businessmen, in the past, we're just people. Anyway, we have, I think, the same emotions and the same values. I hope so. I really hope so. And that's why I think that Putin is not adequate, and he's very dangerous for everybody. Dangerous because for him it doesn't matter what it meant to be, I mean, this human life, nothing. And I think he's crazy. I think so. Really, I think he also thinks that he's crazy. No, it's true. He loves to kill. That's very dangerous for everybody. And I want very much Trump to help us and to finish this war. I'm just against about just words that ceasefire and that's all. Why? Because everybody, I said it to some of our partners. Can you imagine, for example, we have ceasefire. Everybody happy, ceasefire, yes. And can you imagine that in 2 months Putin will come back? In 6 months? In 1 year? In 2 years? Who will lose? Everybody. Everybody will lose. Who made this decision, this deal. And I don't want to I don't want it, because after this, I don't know what we will do. That's why I think we need to have real plan, strong position, and I very much count that we will have unity between United States, as I said, and European leaders. I hope so. That's it.
This concludes the press conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Thank you.
The 9,821st meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is maintenance of peace and security, artificial intelligence. The agenda is adopted. Let me start by warmly welcoming the Secretary General distinguished ministers with us today, other high-level representatives present in the Security Council chamber. I think your presence today underscores the importance of the subject matter under discussion. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the following briefers to participate in this meeting. Mr. Jan LeCun, Chief AI Scientist, Meta, and Jacob T. Schwartz Professor of Computer Science, Data Science, Neural Science, and Electrical and Computer Engineering at New York University. And Ms. Feifei Li, Sequoia Professor in the Computer Science Department at Stanford University, Co-Director of Stanford's Human-Centered AI Institute, and member of the Secretary General's Scientific Advisory Board. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin consideration of item 2 of the agenda. And I now give the floor to the Secretary General, His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I thank the United States for convening the meeting on artificial intelligence and the maintenance of international peace and security. I briefed this Council about AI in July 2023. As I said then, those that feel like technology is moving very fast must understand the simple fact: technology will never move in the future as slowly as today. In the short time, artificial intelligence has moved at breakneck speed. Fueled by record investments, today's AI models keep getting more powerful, more versatile, and more accessible, combining not only language, image, sound, video, but also automating decisions. Artificial intelligence is not just reshaping our world, it is revolutionizing it. Tasks that required years of human expertise are now completed in a heartbeat. But the risks are equally huge. This rapid growth is outpacing our ability to govern it, raising fundamental questions about accountability, equality, safety, and security, and about humanity's role in the decision-making process. Artificial intelligence without human oversight would leave the world blind and perhaps nowhere more perilously and recklessly than in global peace and security. Mr. President, AI tools are already making a positive difference in countries suffering from conflict and insecurity, identifying food insecurity and predicting displacement caused by extreme events and climate change, detecting and clearing landmines, and soon AI could spot patterns of unrest before violence erupts. But AI has also entered the battlefield in more troubling ways. Recent conflicts have become testing grounds for AI military applications. AI's expansion into security systems raises fundamental concerns about human rights, dignity, and rule of law, from autonomous border surveillance to predictive policing and beyond. I have long warned about unforeseen consequences of AI-enabled systems. Each advance creates new, unimaginable vulnerabilities. The AI arms race creates fertile ground for misunderstanding, miscalculation, and mistakes. AI-enabled cyber attacks could cripple a country's critical infrastructure and paralyze essential services. Most critically, AI is eroding the fundamental principle of human control over the use of force. From intelligence-based assessment to target selection, algorithms have reportedly already been used in making life and death decisions. The convergence of AI with other technologies amplifies these risks exponentially. The integration of AI with nuclear weapons is particularly alarming, with potentially disastrous consequences. We must avoid it at all costs. And looking ahead, quantum AI systems could breach the strongest defenses and rewrite the rules of digital security overnight. Let's be clear. The fate of humanity must never be left to the black box of an algorithm. Humans must always retain control over decision-making functions, guided by international law, including international humanitarian and human rights laws and ethical principles. Humanity's end created AI. Humanity's end must guide it forward. Mr. President, beyond weapon systems, we must also address other risks to peace and security posed by artificial intelligence. AI creates highly realistic content that can spread instantly across online platforms, manipulating public opinion, threatening information integrity, and making truth indistinguishable from outright lies. Deepfakes could trigger diplomatic crises, incite unrest, and undermine the very foundations of societies. The environmental footprint of AI also poses distinct security risks. The massive energy and water consumption of AI data centers, combined with the rush for critical minerals, is creating dangerous competition for resources and geopolitical tensions. Mr. President, unprecedented global challenges call for unprecedented global cooperation. In July 2023, I welcomed calls from some member states for the creation of a new United Nations entity to support collective efforts to govern AI and to establish and administer internationally agreed frameworks and mechanisms of monitoring and governance. Since then, a series of initiatives has prompted high-level discussions around international peace and security implications, including the responsible applications of AI in the military domain. Declarations on AI have been issued from many member states, regional groups, and international organizations. The United Nations has pursued efforts to reduce fragmentation of the AI governance and help bring these separate initiatives towards a common framework. The General Assembly has adopted 2 resolutions on AI, promoting enhanced global cooperation and capacity building. A 3rd resolution, focusing on AI in the military domain, has been recommended by the First Committee and will be considered by the General Assembly in the coming days. Drawing from extensive global consultations, my high-level advisory body on AI has developed in record time a blueprint for addressing both the profound risks and opportunities that AI presents to humanity. Their work laid the foundation for a framework that connects existing initiatives and ensures that every nation can help shape our digital future. The United Nations Global Digital Compact transforms this shared vision into action. Adapted by leaders at the Summit of the Future, the Compact represents the first universally endorsed framework on AI governance. It commits to establishing an independent international scientific panel on AI and initiating a global dialogue on AI governance within the United Nations, giving every country a seat at the table. And the Compact requests options for innovative financing to build AI capabilities where they are needed most, ensuring developing countries receive our full support. A world of AI haves and have-nots would be a world of perpetual instability. We must never allow AI to stand for advancing inequality. Only by preventing the emergence of fragmented AI spheres can we build a world where technology serves all humanity. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Excellencies, our next steps will be crucial, and the choices we make now will define our future. Every moment of delay in establishing international guardrails increases the risk for us all. I urge Member States to move swiftly in establishing the International Scientific Panel on Artificial Intelligence and launching the Global Dialogue on AI Governance within the United Nations. I also reiterate my call for banning lethal autonomous weapons. We must establish new prohibitions and restrictions on autonomous weapons systems by 2026. No country should design, develop, deploy, or use military applications of artificial intelligence in armed conflict that violate international law, humanitarian law, and human rights. That includes relying on artificial intelligence to select or engage targets autonomously. Members of this Council must lead by example and ensure that competition over emerging technologies does not destabilize international peace and security. I urge you all to join forces to build a safe, secure, and inclusive AI future. Thank you.
Je remercie le secrétaire général.
I thank the Secretary General.
Thank you for your briefing. I now give the floor to Mr. Jan LeCun.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General.
Pour cette invitation.
And thank you for this invitation.
Secretary General, Excellencies, AI will profoundly transform the world in the coming years and decades. Simply put, AI will amplify human intelligence. AI is accelerating progress in science and medicine. AI is facilitating access to information and knowledge. AI is making more people more informed, more creative, and more productive. In the coming decade, AI will become pervasive. Everyone will have access to virtual staff of AI assistants at all times. They will help us in our daily lives like a staff of human assistants. We will interact with them through wearable devices like smart glasses and smartphones. They will provide easy access to knowledge in every language in the world. AI will supercharge productivity and human creativity. It will help countries with aging and decreasing populations. It will turbocharge scientific and technological progress. It will help us solve some of the biggest problems facing humanity, such as climate change, the treatment of cancer, as well as endemic or chronic diseases. AI systems will eventually constitute a repository of all human knowledge. AI systems are produced in two phases. One is training a foundation model, and the second phase is fine-tuning it for a particular application. Foundation models must be trained on all the world's cultural materials in all languages if we want them to be accessible and useful to everyone around the world. Since all of our digital diet will eventually be mediated by AI systems, fine-tuned systems need to be numerous, diverse, to represent all cultures and value systems around the world. Two conditions are necessary for this to happen. Foundation models must be free and open source. And second, training must be performed in a collaborative and distributed fashion in multiple data centers around the world. Governments and the private sector must work together to ensure this global network of infrastructure exists to support the development of AI, enabling people all over the world to participate in the creation of a common resource. The future of AI is inevitably one in which free and open source foundation model will dominate. History shows that infrastructure software platforms always end up being open source. For example, the software infrastructure of the internet and the mobile communication networks are entirely open source. It is clearly unacceptable for many governments around the world that the digital diet of their citizens be controlled by a handful of companies. Meta has taken a leading role in producing and distributing free and open source foundation models, such as the Llama family. Llama has enabled the emergence of an entire AI industry around the world. It's been downloaded 650 million times since mid-2023. 85,000 open models derived from Llama have been published around the world, all open. A quickly growing number of companies, large and small, as well as government institutions, nonprofits, etc., build custom products and services by fine-tuning Llama foundation models. Applications include sectors such as agriculture and food production, education, healthcare, manufacturing, environmental preservation. We have observed an acceleration of progress due to the open source nature of Llama and other similar models through contributions from academic labs, independent developers, startup companies, and large corporations. There's a big question about safety. AI applications, of course, must be deployed safely. Foundation models must go through rigorous testing and red teaming. Historically, though, open source platforms have been more secure than proprietary ones. And predictions of a flood of AI-generated disinformation due to the availability of AI systems have clearly been overblown. There is no evidence that current forms of AI present any existential risk or even a significantly increased threats over traditional technology such as search engines and textbooks. Current AI technology is very focused on text and language, not on the real world. This limits its applicability at present. Current AI systems do not understand the real world, do not have persistent memory, and cannot really reason and plan. They cannot learn new skills with the same speed and efficiency as humans or even animals. But AI will make dramatic progress over the next decade. There is no question that at some point in the future, AI systems will match and surpass human intellectual capabilities. They will be very different from current AI systems. They will be capable of understanding the physical world, to remember, to reason, and plan. They may have some level of common sense. It will not happen tomorrow, probably over the next decade or two. Those superintelligent systems will do our bidding and remain under our control. They will accomplish tasks that we give them, subject to safety guardrails. Guardrails will shape their behavior similarly to how inviolable laws would shape human behavior. It is often said that AI is enabling the next industrial revolution. I think the effect of AI on society may be more akin to the invention of the printing press and the wide dissemination of knowledge through printed material. By amplifying human intelligence, AI may bring not just a new industrial revolution, but a new renaissance, a new period of enlightenment for humanity. In this way, AI can contribute towards the maintenance of international peace and security, the vital mission of the UN Security Council, by supercharging the diffusion of knowledge and powering global economic growth. As with the internet, international cooperation should focus on two initiatives: collecting cultural material, providing AI-focused supercomputers in multiple regions around the world, and establishing a modus operandi for the distributed training of a free and open universal foundation model. Second, unifying the regulatory landscape so that the development and deployment of open source foundation model is not hindered. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. LeCun, for the very thoughtful briefing. I now give the floor to Ms. Feifei Li, joining us virtually.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken, for inviting me here today. It's truly an honor. And thank you, Secretary General Guterres and Dr. Jan LeCun, for your remarks. Distinguished members of the United Nations Security Council, I have spent my entire career working in the field of artificial intelligence, with over 25 years dedicated to studying, developing, and understanding this transformative technology. One thing is clear: never before have we stood at such an extraordinary intersection of scientific possibilities and urgent global responsibility. My area of expertise in AI is computer vision, deep learning, robotics learning, and AI for healthcare. Recently, I have focused on a new technology called spatial intelligence in the age of Gen AI. That is how AI systems perceive and interact with the 3D virtual and physical worlds. This work has illuminated further promises of this technology, bringing us to some of the most exciting frontiers of innovation. For example, robots that can navigate disaster zones to save lives, precision agriculture system that can address food insecurity, and advanced medical imaging tools that can improve healthcare outcome. These advancements highlight the incredible potential of this technology to help people drive scientific discovery and improve our world. Yet, we must also remain vigilant. The same capabilities that hold such promise can be misused. This duality, the ability to profoundly help or harm, lies at the heart of AI's impact on peace and security. This is why public sector leadership and a human-centered AI approach are critical. I want to reflect today on how we, governments, researchers, and global citizens can ensure that AI serves humanity rather than undermining it. First, a vibrant and healthy AI ecosystem is essential to ensure that the transformative benefits of AI reach everyone. Right now, due to the vast amount of compute and data required to train these systems, much of the innovation in AI is concentrated in the hands of a few very large corporations and select nations. While that is one needed perspective, we must broaden the access and benefits of AI. We need to have a well-resourced AI public sector to ensure that AI's benefits are widely distributed and aligned with public interests. Governments should take bold steps to address this gap. We need what we call a moonshot mentality for AI, a commitment to visionary public sector investment that goes beyond incremental reforms. The United States has already taken an important step with its National AI Research Resource Pilot Program, which aims to democratize access to compute resources and government datasets. But this effort must be scaled globally, especially to ensure that no countries are left behind. I urge governments to view AI not just as a technology to regulate, but as a strategic asset to invest in. This means funding basic research, supporting education and workforce development, and creating inclusive platforms for global collaboration. Only with sustained public investment can we ensure that AI reflects the diverse needs and values of humanity. Second, global collaboration has been a cornerstone of my career, from interdisciplinary research teams to cross-country partnerships. It is also the cornerstone of effective AI governance. I have had the privilege of serving on the United Nations Secretary General's Scientific Advisory Board, which studies how scientific and technological progress can support efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. I also appreciate the growing recognition of the need for global safety standards that ensure AI systems are designed and deployed responsibly. But we need to go further. I envision a multilateral AI research institute, MIRI, a network of research hubs bringing together experts across disciplines and pooling resources across nations. Such an institute would do more than advance technical innovation. It would set global norms for responsible AI development and deployment, rooted in democratic values and a commitment to international peace and security. Global collaboration must also address the persistent digital divides that threaten to marginalize some regions of the world. The benefits of AI should not be reserved for wealthy nations. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that everyone has equitable access to AI tools, training, and infrastructure. This is not just a matter of fairness, it's a matter of global stability. Finally, AI's transformative potential is matched by its complexity, demanding careful and evidence-based governance. Policies grounded in rigorous research will pave the way for innovation and global progress. While we have identified risks such as algorithmic bias, disinformation, and misuse of autonomous systems, much remains to be understood about their scale and impact. These are hurdles we can overcome through collaboration and ingenuity. A global research agenda is essential to fill these knowledge gaps and inform targeted interventions. This dedication to evidence-based governance bridges the gap between developers and policymakers, fostering an environment where AI is not only safe and equitable, but also a source of inspiration and progress. As a researcher, a teacher, and a mother, I often reflect on the world we're creating for future generations. Realizing the potential of AI requires vigilance, collaboration, and a shared commitment to human dignity and global stability. I urge you to act with urgency and unity by fostering public sector leadership, championing global collaboration, and advancing evidence-based policy making. We can unlock AI's transformative potential while safeguarding its responsible development. Thank you, Secretary Blinken and Secretary General Guterres, for allowing me the privilege of speaking to you today. I apologize that I must leave later, but this is truly an honor. Thank you.
Ms. Lee, thank you very much for sharing your insight, sharing your ideas with the Council. It's deeply appreciated. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the Secretary of State of the United States. And let me begin again by thanking both of our briefers, Mr. LeCun, Ms. Lee, for sharing their thoughts with us today. As we've just heard, as I think so many of us know, artificial intelligence has the potential to do enormous good. Scientists are using AI to discover medications that could fight antibiotic-resistant bacteria. AI models are predicting natural disasters more accurately so that communities can better prepare. These tools are identifying new crystal structures that could help us build the next generation of electric vehicle batteries. In these ways and so many other ways, AI could accelerate our progress on nearly 80% of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. At the same time, as we've heard, if it's misused, AI can pose tremendous threats to the international peace and security that this Council is charged with upholding. With AI, hackers can make cyber attacks more destructive, harder to trace. Repressive regimes are using AI-enabled surveillance to target journalists and political dissidents, destabilizing societies. If algorithms are built into weapon systems, and if they malfunction, they could accidentally spark a conflict. By setting rules of the road for AI, we can minimize these risks. We can harness the exceptional promise of this technology, and we can realize the vision that the UN enshrined in the Global Digital Compact, a future where technology is inclusive, where it's open, where it's sustainable, where it's fair, where it's safe, where it's secure for people everywhere. Over the last few years, the United States has been leading international efforts toward these common goals. As home of the world's leading tech companies, we have a responsibility to influence the evolution of artificial intelligence. We're also committed to mobilizing a collective response. So, we've teamed up with partners in governments, the private sector, civil society, from countries all across the globe to address both the perils and the opportunities of AI. First, our government secured commitments from leading American companies to make AI systems safer. For example, they've agreed to establish, create tools like watermarks that help users recognize AI-generated content. They'll also strengthen their cybersecurity to protect AI models from hackers. With Japan's leadership, the G7 expanded these pledges into a code of conduct for AI developers all across the world. It recommends that they run tests to identify safety risks, that they prioritize research into potential harms, that they publicly report on the limitations of AI to increase accountability. Then, earlier this year, the United States put forward the first standalone UN General Assembly resolution on AI, which every member adopted by consensus. We've committed to promoting safe, secure, trustworthy AI systems that respect human rights and further economic and social progress. We also agreed to make the benefits of AI more accessible, in part by closing the digital divide that still exists around the world. That's something we underscored in a second resolution drafted by China that the UN adopted in June. The U.S. and our partners have developed a global consensus for AI, and now we're building upon it. Last month, the United States launched an international network of AI safety institutes where researchers and experts are creating shared benchmarks for testing and evaluating AI systems. Their recommendations will offer practical guidance for developers and for tech companies. We're also getting and setting ground rules for governments. This year, the European Union, the United States, 9 other countries signed the first international treaty on AI. We pledge to protect human rights, democracy, the rule of law when we use AI. That means safeguarding data privacy. It means adopting transparency and accountability measures. It means implementing other strategies that would limit any harms. The U.S. has rallied nearly 60 governments to commit to guidelines for militaries too. For example, we want to make sure that senior officials oversee the development and deployment of AI, including in weapon systems, and that these tools are used in ways that follow international humanitarian law. Separately, in a meeting in November, President Biden and President Xi affirmed that only humans should control the decision to use nuclear weapons. While we work to uphold our shared principles for AI, the United States is improving access to this technology so that communities everywhere can benefit. We're teaming up with leading tech companies to host trainings, to build local data sets, to provide AI tools for developers and researchers. This summer, the U.S. and Morocco also established a group at the United Nations, open to all member states, where experts from every region are sharing best practices for adopting artificial intelligence. Now, that's real progress. But for all the progress, I think we all know far more work remains to be done. Nations with leading tech sectors must do more to uphold security standards and prevent AI from being abused. The international community needs to stand together against irresponsible misuses of AI systems. Today, state and non-state actors are increasingly using these tools to influence, distort public opinion, to manipulate geopolitical narratives, to make offensive cyber operations more effective. And this is only going to get worse as AI advances. The United States opposes the malicious use of AI by any actor, and we call on others on this Council to reject and to condemn these practices. We must adhere to our shared norms and build AI systems that are genuinely safe and secure. In the months and years ahead, this Council will have an important responsibility. Since its inception, this body has adapted to address the greatest threats to international peace and security: conflicts, terrorism, the spread of nuclear weapons. If the Security Council is going to continue upholding this responsibility, and the United States believes that it must, it is incumbent on its members to grapple with the evolving risks of artificial intelligence. This requires leveraging our collective power to help set, update, and eventually enforce international norms on AI, because, simply put, this will be vital for lasting security. Now, even with the brilliant minds that we've heard from today, who've done so much to work on the evolution and think about the evolution of AI, I don't think any of us can fully predict what the future holds for AI. To fully understand how this technology changes over time, to stay ahead of the risks that it can pose, we have to continue collaborating. We need to keep working with developers, with business leaders, with members of civil society. If we do this, I'm convinced that we can shape AI for the better so that it remains a force for progress and for the advancement of people all around the world. With that, I resume my function as President of the Council. And I'd now like to give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Gabriela Sommerfeld, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Human Mobility of Ecuador.
Señor Presidente,
Mr. President, I thank the United States for convening this important meeting. I also thank the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and the briefers for their reports. We stand at a juncture which is crucial for humankind, marked by the rapid advancement of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. Their development presents both unprecedented opportunities and significant risks. Artificial intelligence has transformative potential. It can revolutionize key sectors, drive achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, and buttress peacekeeping operations through early warning systems and by supporting mediation in conflict. However, the unbridled development of these technologies without appropriate regulation and respect for human rights poses significant risks. These risks include that of undermining global stability, concentrating power in an alarming fashion, exacerbating geopolitical tensions, and weakening democratic processes. Moreover, access to these technologies by non-state actors, in particular by terrorist and criminal groups, constitutes a threat to international security. These tools can be diverted to be used for recruitment, coordination, or incitement to hatred and violence. Mr. President, Ecuador recognizes that the pace of progress in artificial intelligence requires global and collective responses. The governance of these technologies which transcend national borders, must be the fruit of an international coordinated effort. With this in mind, we hail the initiatives which led to the adoption of resolutions on artificial intelligence in the General Assembly. Ecuador had the honor of co-sponsoring these resolutions. The beginning of a global dialogue within the framework of the United Nations, as was agreed upon in the Global Digital Compact, is a crucial step forward in order to balance the opportunities and risks linked to these technologies, and in order to guarantee that AI become a driver for collective well-being without leaving any country behind. Ecuador will continue to advocate for artificial intelligence systems which are ethically designed and used, with absolute respect for human rights, systems which promote comprehensive sustainable development across three fronts: economic, social, and environmental. As we welcome the potential of artificial intelligence to demystify global challenges and even to contribute to the eradication of poverty, we must state that the Global South must not allow barriers to be erected to hamper its adoption. We must guarantee universal digital connectivity which is safe and accessible. Connectivity which champions innovation, facilitates the achievement of the SDGs, and promotes international cooperation. This will allow all states to harness the opportunities presented by the digital age. Nationally, Ecuador is already championing the adoption and ethical development of artificial intelligence. We work closely with UNESCO and the UNDP to guarantee that these technologies are used for the benefit of our societies and used responsibly. Mr. President, in the military domain, it is urgent to tackle the challenges arising from the use of artificial intelligence in weapons systems. It is imperative that we move towards a legally binding normative framework, one which regulates the design and use of lethal autonomous systems, ensuring their ethical development and ensuring that they are developed in accordance with international law. President, Excellencies, in today's race for leadership in the development of artificial intelligence, it is vital that practices of governance and regulation keep pace with technological change in order to guarantee that we safeguard international peace and security. Geopolitical conflict cannot prevent us from ultimately adopting a new international body of regulations for physical products which make up artificial intelligence. Neither can it exacerbate divisions regarding intangible assets necessary for technology. Once again, the emerging legal framework which we are calling for must not serve to buttress a divided global order, one in which collective broad-based solutions fail. Neither can it instigate a new technological arms race. Rather, in this era of global turbulence, our common goal must be to prevent the misuse of artificial intelligence without restricting innovation in the process. As has been raised, the idea of creating an international panel similar to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change stands as an interesting one in order to inform governments about the current state of play with AI capacity and in order to present evidence-based forecasts regarding what is to come. As the Secretary-General stated, we must commit to a race for the common good, a race to develop artificial intelligence which fosters peace, AI which allows us to build a more equitable, safer and more sustainable future for all nations, with particular emphasis being placed on supporting developing countries. I thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Sommerfeld for her statement, and I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Veronica Nathaniel Akona-Diholo, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Mozambique.
Muito obrigada, senhor. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to congratulate the United States of America for including among the signature events of its presidency an essential topic and one of great relevance to our lives as states, governments, and citizens of the contemporary world. This inclusion demonstrates a commitment to addressing crucial issues that affect us all in seeking collaborative solutions to global challenges. Our thanks are extended to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his impactful briefing on artificial intelligence. The vision and the guidance that His Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, provides on the benefits and precautions to be adopted in relation to artificial intelligence are essential and they lead us to a continuous reflection in our societies. Mr. President, as Mozambique's term in the Security Council is about to end, I would like to express on behalf of His Excellency Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, on behalf of the government of Mozambique and the team that represented our country in this body, our deepest gratitude to the United States and all other permanent and non-permanent members of the Security Council, as well as the Secretariat for the support and collaboration provided since our election to undertake this noble mission. We also wish the new members every success and reiterate our willingness to collaborate on issues of peace and security for the good of humanity. Mr. President, it is an honor to address this Council to discuss the critical implications of artificial intelligence in maintaining international peace and security. The topic is extremely relevant in the current context of rapid technological changes and growing geopolitical challenges. Advances in artificial intelligence offer notable opportunities, such as improving decision-making, stimulating agricultural production, eradicating diseases, predicting pandemics, and preventing conflicts. These innovations and benefits, however, also present risks such as the amplification of disinformation, the facilitation of cybercrimes, and the use by terrorist networks for harmful purposes. Excellencies, these challenges require coordinated and collaborative approaches. For Mozambique, it is essential that the international community establishes norms and standards that promote trust and cooperation among states, as well as the safeguard of human rights. Global governance of artificial intelligence must ensure that its use is ethical, responsible, and supervised by humans. Excellencies, the rapid acceleration of technological innovation seen in recent decades has drastically reduced the time international decision makers have to formulate appropriate policies. As an example, while the electrical power grid took 50 years to reach 100 million users, recent artificial intelligence applications like ChatGPT reached the same milestone in just 2 months in 2022. This pace of development, coupled with the dual-use nature of artificial intelligence-based technologies, points to the urgency of anticipatory governance to prevent unintended consequences and mitigate potential risks. The integration of artificial intelligence in the context of peacekeeping and security indeed raises crucial questions about the control of systems operated by artificial intelligence in conflict situations, compliance with international humanitarian law, and the ethical implications of autonomous and automatic decisions in war scenarios. Mr. President, we are encouraged by the fact that the international community is taking these challenges seriously, having recently promoted several initiatives, including multiple debates within the Security Council. We highlight the adoption of General Assembly Resolution 78/265, which marked a significant step in creating a common framework for the use of artificial intelligence in a safe, secure, protected, and reliable manner. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, during this debate, we would like to highlight the importance of aligning artificial intelligence systems with the United Nations Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, highlighting the importance of strengthening capabilities and reducing the digital divide between developed and developing nations. Furthermore, the recently adopted Pact for the Future addresses issues relating to lethal autonomous weapons, the prevention of arms races in outer space, and the protection of critical infrastructure. This is a clear recognition from world leaders of the attention that must be paid to these innovations in science and technology. The Global Digital Compact further reinforces our shared commitment to using technology for the common good. These initiatives represent a foundation on which more robust and inclusive international governance mechanisms can be built. They also present the foundations on which governments, private institutions, and other interested parties can build effective strategies to deal with the challenges posed by artificial intelligence. These initiatives play a fundamental role in stimulating dialogue on the ethical use of artificial intelligence in war contexts and preventing an arms race in the field of technology. Mr. President, My country is committed to developing a legislative and regulatory framework that promotes innovation and the judicious use of artificial intelligence. In November 2022, the National Institute of Information and Communication Technologies in the country presented the draft cybersecurity law to reinforce the protection in the digital world. Additionally, efforts are underway to align national legislation and regional standards and to train qualified resources in data science and programming. We recognize the need for further investment in infrastructure, education, and policies that maximize the potential of AI for sustainable development and peace building. Mr. President, allow me to make some recommendations on the use of artificial intelligence in the context of maintaining international peace and security. First, it is essential to strengthen international cooperation through mechanisms for sharing knowledge in this area between states, the private sector, civil society, and the promotion of a multilateral dialogue on the risks and opportunities associated with AI. Second, it is important to improve international governance structures, developing legally binding standards that regulate the responsible use of artificial intelligence in armed conflicts and prevent misuse to destabilize regions or undermine the sovereignty of states. Third, it is critical to invest in training young people and women on technology, particularly in developing countries, in order to bridge the digital divide through technology transfer and technical support. Fourth and last, ensure that artificial intelligence systems are used to promote transparency, accountability, and justice, safeguarding respect for human rights and international humanitarian law. Mr. President, artificial intelligence offers a unique opportunity to transform the approach to international peace and security. This Council has a crucial role in leading efforts to ensure that AI is a force for global peace, progress, and stability. We reiterate our commitment to the responsible use of artificial intelligence, and we are committed to participating in this global debate. It is our conviction that only with a joint effort will we be able to face the challenges and fully enjoy the benefits of technology, especially as artificial intelligence. Thank you very much for your attention, Excellencies. Thank you.
Kombo Jehovo for your statement. And I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Thomas Gruber, State Secretary of Switzerland.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, artificial intelligence has had a major impact on UN diplomacy over the past 2 years, and thus marked also Switzerland's term as an elected member of the Security Council. The impact of this technology on the maintenance of international peace and security is a pertinent and timely topic. We would like to thank the United States for organizing this event and the speakers for their insightful presentations. The spread of artificial intelligence is characterized by its extremely rapid pace and its profoundly disruptive nature. However, it is taking place within an immutable framework, that of public international law, including international humanitarian and human rights law. Switzerland strongly reaffirms that this existing legal framework is fully applicable to AI, as we have repeatedly emphasized. Furthermore, ethical considerations must also be taken into account. The Security Council must carefully consider the implications of AI for the maintenance of peace and security. In this regard, Switzerland would like to highlight 3 points. First, the Council must foster an inclusive discussion on AI governance. To make sure that artificial intelligence systems are safe, secure, and responsibly managed and worthy of confidence, effective rules are essential. Countries at the forefront of developing such systems are among the members of this Council. They have a particular responsibility. But the UN also provides a platform for ongoing dialogue that can ensure the interoperability of governance approaches around the world. To be effective, the meaningful inclusion of all stakeholders, state and non-state, is essential. With several resolutions, including in the military field, as well as the Global Digital Compact, the General Assembly has already begun to establish certain principles based on almost 20 years of UN experience in the digital field since the World Summit on the Information Society. This work is complemented by other initiatives such as the Responsible AI in the Military Domain Summit, REAIM. It is essential that this Council also articulate its perspective on inclusive governance in order to contribute to existing processes and deliberations. Second, artificial intelligence is an opportunity for more effective implementation of the Council's mandates. As a tool, artificial intelligence can facilitate the implementation of Security Council mandates. Switzerland organized an area formula meeting in May 2024 to illustrate this potential, particularly in the context of peacekeeping operations. In collaboration with the Geneva-based Diplo Foundation, Switzerland has realized an AI-based tool that facilitates access to and analysis of data from 10 council meetings, with a particular focus on the new agenda for peace. Third, the Council must promote measures throughout the life cycle of AI systems to ensure that they are safe, secure, and responsibly managed. As a priority, the Council must better anticipate the impact of technologies such as AI on the maintenance of peace and security and act preventively. Switzerland organized a Council briefing in October 2024, as well as the publication of a presidential statement on this topic. In this statement, the Council expressed its determination to take more systematic account of scientific advances that could have an impact on international peace and security. At the heart of the development and use of artificial intelligence systems, human beings and their dignity must always be at the core of our concerns. Human rights due diligence and human oversight are two essential elements that must be taken into account. AI also has an important implication in the context of armed conflicts and humanitarian crises. With two exhibitions organized in collaboration with the ICRC, Digital Dilemmas and Deepfakes, Switzerland has used its Council presidencies to raise awareness of this issue and the challenges it poses. In partnership with the UNHCR, Switzerland is committed to protecting forcibly displaced persons and humanitarian actors from digital risks such as misinformation and online hate speech. It is therefore exploring how artificial intelligence can help mitigate these risks, particularly in humanitarian contexts. Mr. President, the emergence and spread of technologies such as artificial intelligence have a profound implication for global peace and security. Switzerland is convinced of the importance for the Security Council to systematically address these developments in order to identify the necessary political responses and concrete actions. Switzerland is proud to have contributed ideas and impetus during its term of office as an elected member over the past 2 years. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Gerber for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, President. I begin by thanking you for convening and chairing this high-level briefing on this highly topical issue. I also thank the briefers for the valuable insights. The responsible development and use of AI require clear principles and international governance to uphold human dignity through ethical oversight and accountability. Ethical frameworks shared by all stakeholders are essential to safeguarding against harmful effects, including biases impacting marginalized groups. Safeguards to mitigate risks during the design, development, and deployment of AI systems must be integrated, ensuring they do not undermine information integrity and exacerbate digital divides. To ensure AI supports human dignity, ethical oversight must be embedded at every stage. National legislation should mandate principles like fairness, transparency, accountability, and gender equality while preventing discrimination. Human oversight must remain integral, preventing automated decisions from eroding individual rights. By prioritizing safeguards, we can create systems that serve humanity while minimizing risks. With the advancements of AI, also in the military domain, it would be relevant for the international community to reach consensus on the way forward on the discussions being held within a group of governmental experts on lethal autonomous weapons in Geneva, so as to have adequate regulation on autonomous weapons. Decades of research in AI have underscored key lessons. First, inclusive governance frameworks, such as UNESCO's AI Ethical Declaration, emphasize the importance of embedding ethical considerations into AI development. These frameworks ensure AI serves humanity without undermining it. Leadership from women in technology and governance is essential to ensure gender perspectives are included in all AI development. Second, prioritizing human judgment in AI systems reinforces respect for rights and addresses biases affecting underrepresented communities. Third, fostering transparency and accountability builds trust, ensuring alignment with societal values. Finally, capacity building and equitable, mutually agreeable technology transfer empower communities to benefit from AI advancements without compromising dignity. Governing AI depends on diplomatic efforts and consensus building, as seen in the Global Digital Compact. Collaborative efforts establish best practices for testing and help bridge digital divides and enhance security. International cooperation should also prioritize capacity building for developing countries. Empowering all states to participate in AI governance ensures fair representation and equitable access. The GA resolution on AI capacity adopted in July underscores the need for global collaboration aligned with the UN Charter and international law. Such collaboration should promote safe, trustworthy AI technologies while advancing peace, security, and development. Member States can take proactive steps to foster a robust international AI ecosystem. Building consensus on ethical AI use and unified risk mitigation approaches is essential. The proposed Global Digital Compact Office could enhance UN coordination, ensuring AI technologies respect human rights and support sustainable development. Multi-stakeholder collaboration should remain central, incorporating perspectives from governments, private sector, and civil society to uphold human dignity. Member States should prioritize equitable access to AI benefits by investing in data access and capacity building initiatives. Establishing frameworks for cross-border regulation is crucial to mitigate risks like monopolization and ensure fair competition. Public-private partnerships can build a technology gap can bridge the technology gap for developing nations. Prioritizing human judgment in AI systems reinforces respect for rights and addresses biases affecting underrepresented communities. Fostering transparency and accountability builds trust, ensuring alignment with societal values. Robust accountability frameworks and national policies aligned with human rights standards are essential to prevent potential abuses. Gender equality must be considered in military AI applications to protect women and girls in conflict zones. Member States must strengthen safeguards against AI misuse, particularly in areas like surveillance and encryption. Independent oversight mechanisms can ensure that military applications of AI uphold global legal and ethical standards. By balancing AI capabilities with ethical use, we emphasize human oversight, transparency, and accountability. In conclusion, President, the responsible governance and development of AI hinges on collaboration, ethical oversight, and adherence to international law. Let us work together to advance safe, trustworthy AI technologies that support peace, security, and development for all. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Malta, and I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken. Let me start by thanking the US Presidency for convening this important meeting and for the international leadership you have shown in the field of AI governance. That includes the first ever GA resolution on artificial intelligence. I'm also grateful to Professors Lee Kun and Professor Lee for their insightful briefings. And I would like to pay tribute to the Secretary General for his consistent campaign to bring to our attention the major opportunities and significant risks of this transformative technology, and to shape the international response. It is 18 months since the UK convened the first Security Council meeting on the security implications of artificial intelligence. As the SG said, things have moved swiftly since then. Significant progress has been made in international collaboration, including the UN Global Digital Compact and the UK-initiated AI Summit Series. In addition to the US GA resolution, we adopted the Chinese-led resolution on AI capacity building, both by consensus. And 2 Nobel Prizes were awarded to AI innovators, both to British scientists. Today, I will focus on our priorities for peace and security, the opportunities AI presents in this field, and how we can share those benefits through capacity building. First, the UK recognises that AI brings risks that could escalate conflicts and cause harm. But it also presents significant opportunities to support international peace and security, including better decision-making, improved early warning systems, and enhanced planning to support resilience and emergency preparedness. The UK welcomes progress to increase international understanding in a military context through the Responsible AI in the Military Domain Summit and the US-led political declaration on responsible military use of AI. The GA resolution on artificial intelligence in the military domain presents an important opportunity to advance efforts for AI's safe and responsible development. AI also offers significant opportunities for peacekeeping. AI can improve missions' data collection, analysis efforts, and their situational awareness and decision-making. The UK is therefore, at the request of the UN's Department of Peace Operations, authoring a paper on the potential uses of AI in peacekeeping. Second, President, AI presents huge opportunities for broader areas that impact on peace and security, such as the enjoyment of human rights, by facilitating greater access to information or improving interpretation of medical data to aid early health diagnoses. As an inaugural signatory to the Council of Europe's AI Convention, the UK is committed to protecting from the risks posed by AI to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Finally, the UK is also committed to sharing these opportunities through capacity building. it is important that in contributing to international peace and security, we aim to narrow digital divides. Through the AI for Development collaboration, the UK has donated £58 million to funding multidisciplinary responsible AI research in 6 African countries, with more planned for 2025. Ultimately, we must seize the opportunities and grasp the challenges of AI, including those for international peace and security, decisively and optimistically. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to begin by expressing my gratitude to the United States for convening this important meeting. I extend my sincere appreciation to the Secretary General for his insightful briefing. I also thank Dr. Yan LeCun and Dr. Fei-Fei Li for their valuable contributions. As an ultimate enabling technology with multiplier effects on all elements of national power, AI has an immeasurable potential impact on international peace and security. As pointed out by many of us at the first Council briefing on AI last year, it can promote international peace and security in various ways, and also as outlined by the Secretary General and Secretary Blinken today. At the same time, AI can exacerbate risks such as the proliferation of WMDs and sophisticated cyber attacks when used by irresponsible actors such as North Korea, who is engaging in crypto heists to finance WMD programs. AI can also be an unstoppable spreader of disinformation and misinformation or guard against them. To ensure that AI fosters prosperity and benefits rather than posing risks to humanity, it is critical to ensure safe, secure, and trustworthy AI, as well as its responsible use, while promoting innovation. In this regard, the Republic of Korea is actively making efforts to ensure that AI will be conducive to international peace and security. In 2023, we co-hosted the first Responsible AI in the Military Domain RE-AIM Summit with the Netherlands. In May of this year, Korea hosted the AI Seoul Summit and adopted the Seoul Declaration, which underscores the importance of safety, innovation, and inclusivity in AI global governance. In September, we co-hosted the second RE-AIM with the Netherlands, Singapore, Kenya, and the UK. The summit culminated in the adoption of the Blueprint for Action, which contains a contemplation on the impact of AI on international peace and security and the key principles for the responsible military application of AI. In October, at the General Assembly First Committee, the ROK and the Netherlands introduced a resolution on AI in the military domain and its implications for international peace and security. Based on the overwhelming support for this resolution from 165 member states, we are ready to continue to promote discussion on this topic. Mr. President, based on these efforts, I'd like to emphasize the 3 points today. First, AI application must be ethical and human-centric throughout its entire life cycle. To this end, AI applications need to be developed, deployed, and used in accordance with international law, including, as applicable, the UN Charter, international humanitarian law, and international human rights law. In this context, Korea has been introducing the biennial resolution in the Human Rights Council on new and emerging digital technologies and human rights since 2019. Second, we need to identify, internalize, and operationalize relevant principles to ensure responsible AI. We believe that the key principles laid out in the Blueprint for Action from this year's RE-AIM Summit in Seoul can serve as a valuable stepping stone for the international community to achieve the responsible use of AI in the military domain. Third, it is absolutely essential to share information and strategies among all stakeholders, including governments of developed and developing countries, industries, academia, and civil society, to promote a collective understanding of AI technology and its implications, as well as to grasp each other's priorities and approaches, because no single country or entity can govern AI alone or establish relevant norms. To this end, the Republic of Korea plans to launch capacity-building initiatives next year as a follow-up to the ReAIM Summit. Mr. President, in his final book, Genesis, Henry Kissinger observed that AI could fundamentally challenge the entire international system, including even the Westphalia system itself. We are not now only starting to comprehend the profound implications of AI. Facing the immense promises of AI, countries can react differently. Some may focus on safety, some on innovation, and some on finding the best application. But future challenges to international peace and security involving AI can come not only from humans abusing AI, but also from AI being out of human control. And in this hyper-connected world, AI can be a potentially unpredictable threat, as its knowledge can be unlimited, its applications underguided, and its sphere of influence unbounded. Our best hope against this potential boundless threat is borderless cooperation by the peoples of the United Nations. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Mr. President, we thank the Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, and the briefers for their contribution to the discussion. The Russian Federation attaches a great deal of importance to the development of advanced technologies designed to serve for the good of humanity, including artificial intelligence. At the same time, we are invited today to discuss it in the context of threats to international peace and security. Recalling the past discussion, I'm sure that we can all agree on one thing. We cannot allow AI to dominate human beings and human values. But when it comes to what threats there are on the path to this, there is no unanimity forming in the Council. I would like to begin by saying that we were interested to look at the concept note of the Presidency. In the questions that are proposed, we can see an entirely expected idea, namely, how can we ensure that an international system for AI governance is developed and at the same time make sure that some sectors or states do not fall under that governance? Sounds familiar, no? In this context, I would like to recall similar approaches from other spheres that appear today in all their glory. If, for example, we were to talk about the international trade system, we could recall the Atlantic Charter of August 1941 that contained a reference to the principles of non-discrimination and market efficiency, which formed the basis of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade and then the WTO. And what do we see today? The USA, that was at the origins of this process, having ensured their leadership in global trade and not wishing to accept their waning domination, are now blocking the work of the WTO and expanding the practice of illegitimate sanctions and other illegal means to take on their competitors. Another example, the fight against climate change. American scientists and politicians did indeed make a sizable contribution to forming their sort of religion of climate alarmism. And what do we see now? The USA is not hesitating to destroy the long and hard-built global climate cooperation in those areas where it contradicts their interests. And another interesting fact, in recent years, on their territory, the United States has only increased the extraction of hydrocarbons and is expanding their export, of course, with the use of measures of unfair competition. Let's take a broader example. For many years, we were told that the process of globalization would bring the benefits of development to peoples if it were governed by the principles of democracy and the laws of the free market and the inviolability of private property. So-called summits for democracy were held. However, Today, it is no secret to anyone that Washington is trampling the principles and foundations of sovereign equality and now also the inviolability of state property, having, together with London and Brussels, openly looted foreign gold and currency reserves. As a result, using the words of President Putin, in the existing world order à l'américaine, there is only one rule, that there are no rules. Mr. President, of course, the US's ambitions to think about the fate of all of humanity in the age of the rapid development of AI are entirely understandable to us. At the same time, for the country that initiated today's discussion, it's important for them to understand that their previous approaches of imposing rules on others and at the same time freeing themselves from those rules would be to repeat historic mistakes on the path towards the development of global cooperation. If we were to look at the initiative of the United States on AI in the General Assembly, then it is weighed down by those very selfsame mistakes. And here we have in mind the American resolution of the General Assembly on artificial intelligence, Resolution 78/265. It speaks very eloquently about promoting a fair, open, inclusive, and non-discriminatory business environment, economic and commercial activities. Unfortunately, in actual fact, the authors of the resolution continue to get rid of competitors in bad faith. For example, the Bureau of Industry and Security on the 11th of December took the decision to blacklist another 4 Russian IT companies. One of them is Entech Lab, which specializes in facial recognition. It is known for the fact that its team made the top 5 of the finalists in the MegaFace competition organized by the University of Washington, having beaten a competitor developed by developers from Google. How do you like that fair and inclusive environment? No, colleagues, that rate of progress, as was the case with the agrarian and then the industrial revolution, again, will only be achieved by the flowering garden that only wants to think about how to extinguish the flame in the jungles. Mr. President, we have an opportunity to pool our efforts and together to prevent the Global South from falling behind and to avoid new forms of colonialism and discrimination, because it is deepening the existing technological inequality that constitutes one of the main threats to the development of AI, and also including a threat to international peace and security. The transition to AI-based innovations requires us to overcome the so-called digital divide in order to reduce poverty and facilitate sustainable development. And that divide is indeed vast, because according to forecasts, global state investment in artificial intelligence could reach $632 billion by 2028. The undisputed leaders in this area are the United States, the countries of Western Europe, Japan, and South Korea. And that's without mentioning the private sector, first and foremost the major tech companies like Microsoft, Meta, Alphabet, and Amazon that are planning to allocate around $250 billion to the creation of AI infrastructure by 2025. Of course, the countries of the Global South also have their leaders in this area, namely our partners in the BRICS, China and India, but the majority of developing countries do not have the necessary resources for just such an acceleration. For that acceleration, international cooperation is needed, aimed at the transfer of technologies, the development of human capital, the creation of the necessary infrastructure, and increasing the quality of jobs. In that regard, the Russian Federation, among the like-minded group created upon the initiative of China, participated in the development of General Assembly Resolution 78/311, enhancing international cooperation on capacity building of artificial intelligence. That is in line with the priorities of our national artificial intelligence strategy. We intend to provide the countries of the Global South and East with technical assistance to carry out joint projects based on equal access to knowledge and technologies, and it is on the basis of these approaches that last week in Moscow a conference took place entitled AI Journey. Having your own latest generation AI developments is one of the key conditions for the scientific and technological sovereignty of any country. Moreover, we would like to report the launch of the International AI Alliance of National Associations and Development Institutions in the field of AI from BRICS countries and other interested states. At the same time, we are convinced that AI system algorithms must be trustworthy. That is to say, they must be understandable, open, and unbiased, and must be developed taking into account the cultural and national specifics of countries and each civilization, and in accordance with their history, identity, and traditions. As regards the UN's coordinating role on artificial intelligence, we, in line with the provisions of the Kazan Declaration of the 16th BRICS Summit from the 23rd of October, support it as a counterweight to the various non-inclusive formats with a politicized agenda and ad hoc coalitions. At the same time, the key thing for us is reaching universal agreements with a leading role by states based on an equal dialogue among those states, of course, with the necessary account of all the legitimate interests of the participants in the negotiating process. As is understandable from our previous arguments, we do not see the Security Council as the appropriate format for considering AI as an individual subject. It is a global issue, and limiting the discussion to Security Council members would not be right. The Summit of the Future already outlined the contours of the nascent infrastructure for considering this subject in the UN system, and the Security Council is not part of that. Mr. President, given that some colleagues insist on discussing the military aspects of the use of artificial intelligence in the Security Council, we would like to recall that for this purpose, there are also inclusive specific platforms. First and foremost, the group of governmental experts on lethal autonomous weapon systems within the framework of the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. And incidentally, they still have to come up with a general understanding on even the most basic issues, even on terminology. We welcome the consideration of this subject also within the UN Disarmament Commission, but without duplicating the efforts of other mechanisms. We believe it is premature to discuss the development of rules for responsible behavior when it comes to weapon systems using AI. Against this backdrop, taking the discussion on such sensitive issues to other formats without even considering the impact of AI technologies on other non-proliferation and disarmament aspects is premature to say the least. Attempts to shore up in the Security Council the approaches and directives of specific states and also to substitute them for international legal instruments is hardly going to bring us closer to forming joint approaches to the subject of the military use of AI. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation, and I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Secretary of State, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I must first and foremost thank the Secretary-General for his statement. I also wish to thank the various briefers today for their briefings and their comments on this important issue. Artificial intelligence is one of the major revolutions of this century. It is already transforming our daily lives, our economies, the functioning of our societies, and our institutions. As a result of the opportunities for development that it creates, the use of artificial intelligence is a major challenge. It is vital that we understand the magnitude of that challenge and that we accompany that resolution such as to ensure that it benefits all of us. Mr. President, our priority must be to put into place for AI an inclusive, multi-stakeholder form of international governance which is responsible and which respects fundamental rights. As initiatives aiming to regulate AI abound, it is important to work together to avoid a fragmentation of normative systems that would lead to competition between rival and divergent models. We must ensure that the development of AI is accessible to all states and peoples across the globe and that it does not widen digital divides. These are concerns that were at the heart of the Global Digital Compact adopted by consensus with the Pact for the Future last September. It is with these goals in mind that France will host in Paris on the 10th and 11th of February a global summit for AI. One of the primary goals of that summit will be to help to forge a common bedrock for governance. This summit will bring together states, international organizations, businesses, the technical community, researchers, and civil society stakeholders. The goal will be to make progress with defining a common vision for a trustworthy AI, an AI which serves the common good. This summit will also aim to explore essential issues such as the environmental impact of AI or market concentration. Mr. President, the development of artificial intelligence has significant implications for international peace and security. We welcome the fact that the Security Council continues to deepen its discussions on the issue following the holding of a first meeting on the matter in July 2023. Certain threats for international peace and security can be amplified by the misuse of artificial intelligence. Generative AI tools are in particular used as part of disinformation or information manipulation campaigns designed to destabilize societies or states. In cyberspace, AI improves the capacity of malicious actors to pinpoint and exploit the vulnerabilities of information systems. The Paris Summit of the 10th and 11th of February 2025 will be a tangible opportunity to address these challenges. Against that backdrop, France actively supports international efforts aiming to promote responsible usage of AI and a use of AI which is in accordance with international law in the domain of peace and security. To this end, we co-sponsored the resolution of the applications of AI in the military domain presented to the First Committee of the General Assembly by South Korea and Netherlands. France will also continue to support work undertaken in Geneva to guarantee compliance with international humanitarian law in the potential use and development of lethal autonomous weapons systems. The decision to use force must always ultimately be one for which a human being is responsible. That was recalled by the Secretary General. Mr. President, as part of this work, the Security Council must also continue to improve how it considers AI. Whether we be talking about challenges linked to AI in peacekeeping operations or thinking about how to harness the potential of these technologies, for example, for monitoring the implementation of sanctions regimes. Thank you.
France, and I now give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Thank you, Secretary of State Blinken, and I thank the Presidency of the United States for convening today's meeting. I also thank the Secretary General as well as Professors Lee-Kun and Lee for their insightful briefings. Mr. President, we are in an era of rapid advancement of artificial intelligence, a development that holds the potential to significantly enhance our global outlook. Many members of this Council, both past and present, have advocated for an evidence-based approach to decision-making. AI offers a unique opportunity to respond to this call, potentially revolutionizing how we tackle issues related to climate, peace and security, and the fight against food insecurity, among others. The emergence of AI, however, has undoubtedly created new vulnerabilities, which this Council must acknowledge and consider mitigation measures that could be implemented to safeguard international peace and security. Mr. President, this meeting is being held in the context of increased global conflicts, with AI playing a central role in what is now deemed the age of cyber warfare. Several examples exist of states augmenting their military arsenal with cyber capabilities. AI, therefore, risks complicating the maintenance of international peace and security due to concerns about its role in offensive and reprisal attacks, including using drones and facial recognition algorithms. In the case of the Middle East, for example, we have heard reports of civilians being monitored and sometimes attacked using drone technology. AI weapons are also being programmed and authorized to select their targets without further human authorization, increasing protection concerns. In addition, AI-piloted fighter jets and sniper drones have shown substantial capability of dominating human pilots in simulated interactions. These concerns, engendered by modern warfare, must be addressed through the appropriate global regulations. These concerns were also underscored in the Secretary General's new Agenda for Peace, which noted that, and I quote, developments in artificial intelligence and quantum technologies, including those related to weapon systems, are exposing the insufficiency of existing global frameworks, end of quote. Guyana acknowledges these concerns and underscores the need for the Council to give attention to AI governance, given the implications for the maintenance of international peace and security. As we have heard before, the General Assembly is already being proactive on the subject of AI, with its adoption of the two resolutions presented by the United States and China, respectively. The recently adopted Global Digital Compact also offers practical recommendations for enhancing international governance of AI. An international framework for AI governance will ensure the full and equal representation of all countries, thus creating opportunities for harnessing AI to bridge existing gaps between developed and developing countries. Mr. President, Guyana welcomes the establishment of the Secretary General's high-level advisory body on artificial intelligence, which launched its final report in September to address the global governance deficit of AI. Among the recommendations in the report, Guyana eagerly anticipates the creation of a global fund for AI. This fund, specifically designed to help developing countries, will be critical, especially for small developing states who are at risk of not benefiting from AI owing to the digital divide. We must ensure that AI benefits everyone and not accelerate inequality. This is why the proposed creation of an AI capacity development network for UN-affiliated capacity development centers is welcome. This approach can serve as a catalyst to align national, regional, and global AI advancements with positive implications for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the Pact for the Future. In closing, Guyana acknowledges that AI's rapid development and deployment have elicited both enthusiasm and anxiety. We must therefore develop the necessary innovative and inclusive frameworks for AI governance and cooperation to ensure that AI is used as a force for good and to mitigate its harmful use. Guyana therefore urges the Council to consider how it could advance the recommendations, including those tabled in today's meeting, to further this work for the maintenance of international peace and security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Guyana, and I now give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, President. I thank Secretary Blinken for presiding over this meeting. I thank Secretary General Guterres for the important statement. And I also thank Professor Yan LeQuen and Professor Feifei Li for their important briefings. At present, with the development of AI accelerating and its role as an enabler ever increasing, AI has become an important force to promote social development and progress. AI technology is like a double-edged sword, which could become a conducive force for social governance and international security, or become a source of threats to fairness and justice and a source of danger to peace and stability. The international community should jointly strengthen the global AI governance to ensure that AI development is in conformity with the common values of mankind and that AI is safe, reliable, fair, and under control in a genuine manner. China has been exploring the scientific path of AI development and governance in a responsible manner. As early as 2017, the Chinese government issued the development plan for the new generation of AI, clearly indicating the need to address the double-edged attributes of AI with a view to preventing risks to the greatest possible extent. In 2021, China released the Code of Ethics for the new generation of AI, integrating ethics into the entire life cycle of AI. In 2023, the Chinese government issued the world's first ever legislative document on generative AI. China has been constructively engaged in the global governance of AI. In October last year, President Xi Jinping proposed the Global AI Governance Initiative, comprehensively illustrating China's position from three dimensions, that is, development, security, and governance. The resolution on enhancing international cooperation on capacity building of AI, which was tabled by China, was adopted by consensus at the 78th session of the GA. Later on, China proposed the action plan on AI capacity building for good and for all, and promoted and established the Group of Friends for International Cooperation on AI capacity building. Recently, at the G20 summit in Rio de Janeiro, President Xi Jinping stressed the need to strengthen international governance and cooperation on AI and ensure that AI works for good and for all, rather than becoming a game for the rich and the powerful. Under the framework of BRICS, China and other members agreed on the establishment of an AI study group for information exchange and technological cooperation, with a view to formulating AI governance framework, norms, and standards enjoying broad consensus. On the military application of AI, an issue with significant implications on the future and destiny of mankind, China has demonstrated its vision and sense of responsibility as a responsible major power. In 2021, China submitted to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons a position paper on regulating the military use of AI. We maintain that all countries, major powers in particular, should adopt a prudent and responsible attitude in the military development and use of AI technology, comprehensively assess the pros and cons as well as consequences, and respect in real earnest the security concerns of other countries so as to avoid misunderstanding and miscalculations and prevent arms race. It is imperative to constantly improve the safety, reliability, and controllability of the relevant technologies to ensure that they are under human control and to oppose the misuse, abuse, and proliferation of such weapon systems. Not long ago, the heads of state of China and the United States, at their meeting in Lima, recalled the dialogue and cooperation between the two countries in the field of AI and affirmed the need to address the risks of AI systems, to improve AI security, and to enhance international cooperation for AI to be for good and for all. Both leaders stressed that a prudent and responsible attitude must be adopted in developing AI technology in the military field. Both leaders affirmed the need to uphold the decision that nuclear weapons must be under the control of humans. The law of scientific development has shown that in order to solve problems in scientific knowledge and progress, one should neither stay idle without even trying, nor stop eating for fear of choking. In view of the rapid development and use of AI technology, China has the following proposals for the international community. First, establishing clear guidelines. Security and development must be given equal attention. Smart governance must be in place, enabling better anticipation and control of risks on the one hand, and encouraging technological innovation and peaceful use on the other. It is imperative to abide by the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, observe the basic norms governing international relations, and ensure that AI technology will not become a tool for waging wars and pursuing hegemony. It is imperative to follow the people-centered approach, abide by the international humanitarian law and ethics, ensure human dignity and human rights, and refrain from indiscriminate use, abuse, or misuse of such technologies. Second, improving governance measures. It is necessary to actively develop reasonable and feasible technologies for AI governance, establish risk assessment and testing systems, and conduct hierarchical management by category. Relevant laws, rules, and regulations must be in place. Education and training targeting practitioners must be strengthened. Prevention on both the human front and the technological front must go hand in hand to prevent systematic risks brought by hacker attacks or data fraud, among others, and diminish the proliferation risk of AI's military use. Third, strengthening international cooperation. AI technology is not a cake for a small group of people, nor should its global governance be determined by just a small number of countries. China firmly opposes the practice of imposing on others the rules formulated by a small number of countries or creating small circles targeting certain countries. China firmly opposes discriminatory barriers based on ideological differences, which undermines the right of all countries, developing countries in particular, to use emerging technologies on an equal footing. Decoupling and building small courtyards with high walls runs counter to the laws of market economy, undermines the international economic order, and disrupts the stability of the global production and supply chain. Only by learning from each other between the East and the West, implementing joint governance for good and for all, seeking the greatest common denominator and expanding cooperation, can we embark on the right path? With widening technology divide, digital divide, and AI divide between the North and the South, it is important to uphold cooperation, enhance the representation and voice of developing countries, and implement the GDC so that AI technology could benefit the developing countries. In this regard, as the most universal, representative, and authoritative intergovernmental international organization, the UN should become the main channel for global AI governance and coordinate major issues related to the development and security of AI. As a major power on AI, China stands ready to actively support the relevant work of the UN and contribute to the establishment of governance norms enjoying universal participation and broad consensus. Thank you, President.
Thank the representative of China, and I now give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Thank you, Your Excellency Antony Blinken, Secretary of State of the United States. I thank the United States for convening this important meeting at a critical juncture as we face what the Secretary General aptly described as an era of epic transformation. And we thank the Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his remark. I listened carefully to Professor Jan Leca and Professor Feifel Lin. Mr. President, artificial intelligence is changing not only our lives and work, but also the peace and security paradigm and landscapes. While the opportunities are immense, AI can help predict conflict, enhance peacekeeping, improve humanitarian response, and accelerate sustainable development. The risks are equally significant. Three fundamental challenges are before us. First, a growing AI divide that threatens to leave developing countries behind. This is not just about machines and algorithms. It is about sovereignty itself. It's about security. It's about the sacred right of nations to chart their own courses. Second, a digital landscape with new threats where AI-powered border-proof attacks can damage societies, and manipulated information can poison minds. Third, the development of AI systems without adequate safeguard, potentially escalating conflicts and threatening the international peace and security. Let us be clear. International law is not optional in this new frontier. The UN Charter, humanitarian principles, human rights, these are not suggestions. They remain also the foundation of any AI for military application. Mr. President, Algeria approached these challenges through strategic initiatives that bridge security and development. Our national research and innovation strategy on artificial intelligence 2020-2030 provides a comprehensive framework for responsible AI development, supported by our National Scientific Council for AI and specialized higher education institution. Earlier this month, Algeria hosted the third African Startup Conference, bringing together over 500 startups from 50 African countries. demonstrating our continent's unified commitment to develop AI ecosystems that serve our people's need while respecting security imperatives. Mr. President, Africa's continental artificial intelligence strategy and digital compact are not only policies, they are our vision of AI intelligence as a force for peace, for security, for positive transformation, to turn this vision into reality and respond these challenges. 5 key measures are important. First, create inclusive international mechanism for AI security expertise, where developing countries are not just observers, but equal architects of our shared future. Second, establish a global framework for responsible AI that balances national sovereignty with international cooperation, not one at the expense of the other. Third, launch targeted capacity building programs in AI education and security assessment, because knowledge is not only power, it is survival. Fourth, develop transparent protocols for international artificial intelligence safety cooperation, because in the digital age, transparency is not optional. Last and fifth, build robust digital infrastructure and support developing countries in creating artificial intelligence strategies, because no nation should be left behind in this revolution. Mr. President, the time has come, not tomorrow, not next year, but now, for a binding framework that prevents the misuse of military artificial intelligence in ways that violate international law, international humanitarian law. Look at what we have already achieved. This year, adoptions of the Comprehensive International Convention on countering the use of information and communication technologies for criminal purposes, led by Algeria, my country, proves that meaningful multilateral actions is not just possible, it is imperative. The choice before us could not be partial. We can let artificial intelligence deepen the inequality and create new security nightmares, or we can harness it as a force for peace, for security, and for development for all nations. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Algeria, and I now give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Thank you and welcome to the Council, Mr. President, Excellency Antony J. Blinken, United States Secretary of State. Let me also thank the United States Presidency for convening this important high-level meeting on artificial intelligence and the maintenance of international peace and security. I thank His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his insightful briefing. We take note of the thought-provoking contributions of Professor Ian LaCoon and Professor Fefe Lee. The topic for today's high-level briefing is not only timely, but highly relevant, as we acknowledge the significant implications of AI on the global landscape and present-day realities. This includes its potential to transform societies and economies, and equally, the risk it poses to peace and security, particularly when misapplied in military context. The rapid development of AI technology, as highlighted in the outcomes of ongoing international dialogues, including the Secretary General's July 2023 policy brief and the Global Digital Compact annexed to the Pact to the Future, the General Assembly resolutions led by the United States and China present both tremendous opportunities and significant challenges. AI holds the potential to address a wide range of global issues within the framework of sustainable development. However, as AI becomes increasingly pervasive, we must also recognize its ability to disrupt peace and security in both civilian and military domains. It is in this regard that Sierra Leone is of the view that AI can play a pivotal role in maintaining peace and security by enhancing decision-making, improving situational analysis and awareness, enabling proactive conflict prevention and management. We therefore fully support the referenced ongoing international dialogue and initiatives, including the high-level advisory body on AI, which underscores the importance of creating a robust international ecosystem for AI governance. Mr. President, as our briefers and other council members have already noted, AI holds immense promise for advancing sustainable development, improving governance, and fostering peace. However, its unregulated deployment risks exacerbating inequality, fueling conflict, and undermining the dignity of human life. For post-conflict and developing countries striving to sustain peace, the stakes could not be higher. For the African continent, the misuse of AI poses unique risks. In most parts of Africa, where digital infrastructure is still developing, there is a growing vulnerability to AI-enabled disinformation campaigns, which could destabilize fragile social fabrics and undermine democratic processes. Additionally, the potential militarization of AI, if left unchecked, could exacerbate regional insecurities, threaten peacekeeping, and endanger civilian protections. Accordingly, the principles outlined in the African Union Peace and Security Council's communique on AI, adopted on 13th June 2024, are particularly resonant for Sierra Leone. We strongly agree that AI should be human-centric, prioritizing the well-being of people over the interests of technology companies or military objectives. This includes addressing concerns about bias in AI systems, ensuring the rights to privacy, and protections against the use of AI for surveillance and other forms of social control. The AU's emphasis on responsible development and governance of AI aligns with our belief that the international community must act proactively to ensure that AI is developed and deployed in a manner that promotes peace, equity, and global cooperation while preventing its misuse. The key aspects of the AU-PSC AI communique include instructing the African Union Commission to undertake a comprehensive study on the impact and implication of AI on peace, security, stability, democracy, and development in Africa, mainstreaming AI in all peace processes, including facilitating its integration in peace-building initiatives, leveraging AI for mediation, reconciliation, and post-conflict reconstruction, develop frameworks to oversee the responsible integration of AI in military operations, as well as ensuring compliance with ethical standards and international humanitarian law, amongst others. Sierra Leone therefore has and remains supportive of initiatives at the international and regional levels that call for timely action and cooperation to ensure the deployment and use of safe, secure, and trustworthy AI systems for sustainable development and peace. It is critical to expand participation of all countries, in particular developing countries, in digital transformation to harness the benefits and effective participation, including by capacity building. Promoting knowledge-sharing activities and the transfer of technology and mutually agreed terms is an important aspect of capacity development. Further, AI capacity building should not only be about technology transfer, but also about building local expertise, strengthening regulatory frameworks, and ensuring that countries have the necessary legal and institutional structures to manage the risks associated with AI. This will require coordinated efforts from international organizations, including the United Nations, and regional bodies like the African Union. We therefore support the establishment of a global AI fund, as proposed by the high-level advisory body on AI, to ensure that developing countries have the resources and technical support needed to safely and effectively integrate AI in our economies and societies. Mr. President, in addressing the key questions for today's briefing on how AI can contribute to the maintenance of international peace and security, Sierra Leone wishes to underscore the following 4 points. Firstly, on conflict prevention and early warning system, and while respecting the principles of the UN Charter, AI algorithms can analyze vast data sets, including economic indicators, political events, and social media trends to predict tensions, potential conflict, or instability. Also, machine learning models can detect patterns of escalating tensions by monitoring inter-area troop movement or trade disruptions. Furthermore, AI can identify regions at risk of instability and suggest optimal allocation of humanitarian aid or peacekeeping resources to prevent escalation of potential conflict situations. Secondly, AI can facilitate diplomacy and conflict resolution through analysis of data to identify areas of misunderstanding or potential consensus. Additionally, AI can gauge public and leadership sentiment in conflict regions, helping mediators design more effective peace-building strategies. Thirdly, AI can assist in optimizing the deployment of peacekeeping forces by analyzing data on conflict intensity, geography, and logistics. More importantly, AI systems can process real-time input from civilians and organizations to map conflict zones, refugee movement, and humanitarian needs. Fourth and finally, as AI technologies become more integrated into military applications, with the evident risk to international security, the use of AI in military systems, especially autonomous weapons, must address the profound concerns regarding accountability, the potential for unintended escalation, and compliance with the law on the use of force and international humanitarian law. The military application of AI should be governed by clear international standards that prioritize human oversight and adhere to international law. There must be transparency, dialogue, and multilateral engagement on this issue to ensure that AI in the military domain does not contribute to destabilization or the erosion of international norms. In closing, Mr. President, Sierra Leone is fully in support of peaceful uses of AI, especially in terms of enhancing peace building and sustaining peace initiatives. This is why we collaborated with Slovenia and Switzerland in calling for joint action to implement the Secretary General's new agenda for peace during our August presidency of this Council. Within that context, the aforementioned trio of countries, and during the Swiss presidency in October, we also called on the Council to act early and manage uncertainty by seeking expert advice and collaborate with academia and research institutions to provide the Council with evidence-based information and other relevant assistance to help prevent conflict. AI can ultimately assist in this regard, and I thank you.
I thank the representative of Sierra Leone, and I now give the floor to the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank the Secretary General for his briefing. I also thank Mr. LeCun and Dr. Lee for sharing their perspectives. Slovenia considered it very important that the voice of all, including those from the private sector and academia, who are the engines of fast development and change, are heard in our deliberations on digital and emerging technologies. Mr. President, the magnitude of the artificial intelligence revolution is evident not only in its impact on our social fabric, our economies, science, and increasingly warfare, but also in the parallel efforts to establish effective governance. We still consensually adopted General Assembly resolutions on AI, and the adoption of the Global Digital Compact earlier this year, the United Nations has recognized its unique convening power and taken the lead in the global conversation on AI governance alongside various other initiatives. Moreover, important work within the UN is underway regarding the establishment of a global dialogue on AI governance, and rightly so. AI governance is becoming increasingly essential to global stability and requires inclusive multilateral engagement at all levels, including within the Security Council. Mr. President, as the Secretary General has noted, artificial intelligence represents both the greatest opportunity and at the same time an existential threat. When it comes to global stability, AI can, on one hand, be harnessed positively, for example, to support efforts for conflict prevention and peace building. On the other hand, AI can enable complex, cross-border threats such as cyber operations, disinformation campaigns, violent extremist content, and terrorist propaganda. It can be used to fuel the proliferation of autonomous weapons, further complicating efforts to ensure oversight and accountability. Therefore, we strongly believe that the Council's primary role in maintaining international peace and security necessitates addressing AI-related risks to ensure that AI is designed, developed, deployed, and used in full compliance with international law, in particular international humanitarian and human rights law. Mr. President, the risks are not speculative or distant. They are a reality in contemporary conflicts such as Gaza, where reports indicate that artificial intelligence is being used as a tool to identify targets, particularly in densely populated residential areas, resulting in significant civilian casualties. In this regard, we advocate for the integration of AI-related discussions into the Council, including through briefings like this one, to ensure that members pay attention and provide responses to these risks within existing Council mandates, as well as other geographic and thematic issues. By fostering synergies to strengthen AI governance for international peace and security, we reaffirm the Council's complementary role in supporting the efforts pursued in the General Assembly and other fora engaged in AI governance. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Slovenia, and I now give the floor to the representative of Japan.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken. Japan appreciates the U.S. presidency for taking the initiative in organizing this meeting. I also appreciate Secretary General Guterres, Professor Yan LeCun, and Professor Fei-Fei Li for their informative and insightful inputs. Mr. President, we have a common understanding that AI brings both opportunities and risks. Depending on how it is used, it can bring prosperity or pose a threat to humanity. Irresponsible use of AI in the military field could lead to the outbreak and escalation of conflicts. The misuse of AI can cause dissemination and spread of disinformation, thereby undermining democracy and abusing human rights. In the non-military domain, we must ensure safe, secure, and trustworthy AI while maximizing its potential and mitigating its risks. The rule of law and human security should serve as the foundation principles when we develop and use responsible AI. Japan has been pursuing an AI strategy, underscoring a society where human dignity is respected. It is also essential to close all digital divides so all countries and people can utilize AI without being left behind. digital cooperation, including capacity building and infrastructure development related to AI, should be promoted. From this perspective, Japan co-sponsored the UN General Assembly Resolution 78/265, adopted this past March, which was a major step forward. Let me thank again the US for spearheading this effort. The Global Digital Compact adopted last September will also serve as a policy guideline for the future efforts. Mr. President, with respect to AI in the non-military domain, we see a growing need for building up global discussions AI governance. It is also important to ensure interoperability among different AI governance frameworks. Under the Hiroshima AI process, which was launched last year under Japan's initiative, the international guiding principles for all AI actors and the International Code of Conduct for organizations developing advanced AI systems were developed. We are now promoting their implementation, including through the Hiroshima AI Friends Group, and will continue to cooperate to realize safe, security, and trustworthy AI. Mr. President, to ensure responsible use of AI in the military domain, appropriate measures should be implemented throughout the life cycle of military AI capabilities. Our commitment to uphold human-centered principles and apply international legal obligations, including international humanitarian law, is essential. In this vein, Japan supports the initiative of RIEM and the political declaration on responsible military use of AI and autonomy. Regarding leader autonomous weapon systems, the group of government experts should continue to play a central role. Japan will actively and constructively contribute to the effective cooperation for the sake of implementation by the whole international community. Mr. President, in conclusion, AI has broad and diverse impacts in unexpected ways. As expressed at its high-level briefing in October, the Security Council needs to systematically consider the impact of scientific and technological developments on international peace and security going forward. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Japan. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is thus adjourned.
Artem, I shouldn't have removed the adjustable. It's just, it's not allowed to use it this way. I didn't know that. I thought it's supposed to be used for tethering. Okay, 5. Do you receive the video? No, we're not receiving video from you. Okay, I'm putting back. Put it up. The cable doesn't allow me to do this. We had a brief handover. We didn't hear you last. But my understanding is that you are securing the connectors. What? Nothing. No, the thing is with the cable. So, removing, regarding securing the removed panels. So I will put the flap on the flat surface and flat surfaces facing each other, and Lyrica clips will be facing outside. Yes, because we want to secure the MLI flap.
While we wait for the resumption of a downlink TV signal from the International Space Station, you're listening to the interpreted conversations between Russian flight controllers there in Korolyov outside of Moscow, who are in the Russian Mission Control Center, and cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner working outside the station, working to secure a series of connector patch panels at 2 locations on the Zvezda service module. Today's spacewalk now 2 hours and 15 minutes in duration, as the cosmonauts are continuing to work very close to the timeline on a variety of tasks that will also include the removal of a series of material science and biological samples experiments from the vicinity of the Poisk module at the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the station, and the relocation of a control panel for the European robotic arm that is attached to the Naoka multi-purpose laboratory module.
Okay, I secured the connectors. Now, please take photos of connector configuration and Icarus payload as well. And we have a sunset in 6 minutes. I activated my camera, starting taking video. Copy. Then take a video of the connector patch panel first, and then general view. Okay, I'm taking a video of the connector patch panels, and what's next? General environment around you. Alexei, Van, Icarus, all of these items. Okay, I see Icarus. Можно на MLM тоже снять издалека. And you may point the camera on the MLM as well. I just don't want to be hanging on the tethers. I'm taking a video of Alexei. Okay, solar arrays. MLM. More solar arrays. Okay, that's it. I'm deactivating camera for now. Yes, you can do that. Please help Alexei with bundling up the panels. Okay. Okay, I deactivated it. Copy. Unintelligible. Let's take the second removed connector patch panel. Stand by. Unintelligible. You see this? Second panel. Copy.
The securing of these 4 connector patch panels involves the disconnection and reconnection of a number of electrical connectors, taking photos of those connectors and closing insulation flaps along the panels themselves to protect them against thermal expansion and contraction as the International Space Station flies in and out of daylight and darkness. Where's the wire tie? I didn't remove it yet. I'll give it to you. It's on this hook. Okay, then we'll need to attach them like this, but then we won't be able to remove the hook. Let me swap the hook. And we'll wrap it like this.
So you removed the wire tie from yourself, right? Right? Okay, please hold. Okay, let me reattach the hook while you're holding it. Because then we won't be able to detach the hook. I think we can do it like this. You can use the ring. But we closed the MLI flap, so we can't use it. Yeah, you can attach it to the wire tie. Come again? You can attach it to the wire tie and wrap the wire around it.
Wire ties make wonders. All right. On one side, we have it secured. Now, let's go from the other side. Ivan, here is the French hook. And you have the tether underneath your right arm. Okay, let's wrap it around. Hold on, stand by. Okay. Just like that, and lead it from the inside, from this side to the other. Give me a second. All right, it's even. Could you please secure the transport tether to both rings? Yeah, Artyom, but we need to wrap it around first. Copy. Wrap it a little bit more. Okay, that's enough. And on the other side. All right. Okay. Number 2021 is secured with the tethers. French hooks are secured to both sides of the wire tie. Okay, and for number 21, Alexei, Ivan needs to remove the wire tie, and you should take the cable from MBN monoblock. Move to unintelligible. Okay. I'm going to free up the cable from MVN. Copy. And I have 1.3, and the cable bay can be secured nearby so that it doesn't float away. Copy. I have the cable bay secured with the adjustable tether. Copy. And I have removed the wire tie. Let me put it and put it in the trash bag. All right, I have RP20-2. That's the connector that I have now in my hand. What's the number?
20-2.
20-2.
This is Mission Control Houston as we approach the 2.5-hour mark into today's Russian spacewalk by Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner. We are in a handover between satellites on the tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll pick up communications from the station video-wise momentarily. The two cosmonauts have installed a experiment package, a monoblock as it's called, that houses an X-ray detection experiment called the All-Sky Monitor, and are in the process of removing and replacing old electrical connector patch panels at 2 work sites on the Zvezda service module with new units.
Well, Artyom, I'm going to be done with number 3 soon. This is what we talked about. So the first connector needs to be secured to platform 12. And then to 20. We did not copy. Okay, so first is 3, then 20, and then 12 panel. Okay, and I'm going to take the tether from the connector patch panel. Copy. Okay, I am done with number 21. Copy. Let me find the connector. My connector is H3, correct? 49U H3. Copy. And for me, 3AR. 3-2-R. That's going to be for number 20. Alexei, one of those. Right here. All right, here is yours. Got it? Could you please check the markings? Is it the one that we need? HAP3-2M. Copy. Ivan, you can thread it underneath the handrail. Will do. We should probably disconnect it from the... Okay, I'm going to... Panel 12. Right. And you need to get into the cable holder. And this wire tie, and then tighten it securely. And you, Alexei, you need to route the cables carefully so that they don't tangle up. All right, hold on. Let me roll them up a little bit here. See here, it's above your head now. We probably do not disconnect it from the arrow handle. No. But you can probably pull it out, the electrical connector, from the leer. Well, you can thread it for now. Artyom. Underneath the soft handrail, right? Right, so that the cable is not in the way later. Well, it should probably go underneath the panel too. Yes, if possible. So that we don't have any issues later. All right, and it should probably be the same for Alexei too, right?
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 37 minutes into today's spacewalk. Just to recap, Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner opened the hatch to the Poisk module airlock at 9:36 a.m. Central Time, 10:36 a.m. Eastern Time to begin the 272nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades. This third spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year is the second for Ovchinin in his career and the first for Ivan Wagner. The two cosmonauts working in tandem installed a package containing an X-ray detection experiment called the All-Sky Monitor that was installed on a bracket on the Zvezda service module, and the two cosmonauts are working in tandem to install a series of 4 connector patch panels, new connector patch panels, at 2 work sites on the service module to replace older versions.
Do you see it now?
Once this work is complete, they will press ahead in the vicinity of the Poisk module, from which they began their spacewalk a little over 2.5 hours ago, to remove a series of experiments and to relocate ultimately at the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module a control panel for the European robotic arm. That European robotic arm will be operated from inside the space station by Alexander Gorbanov to maneuver Ovchinin around. He will be mounted at the end of the robotic arm. At the end of the spacewalk today to jettison a bundle of discarded items from today's excursion. The International Space Station is flying from southwest to northeast over Indonesia at an altitude of 260 statute miles. The other crew members on board the station, the 4 NASA astronauts, Commander Sonny Williams, and flight engineers Nick Hague, Don Pettit, and Butch Wilmore, are wrapping up their work for the day. They're in their evening preparations to move into a pre-sleep period that will be followed by them beginning a sleep period near the back end of today's spacewalk.
And I'm showing you the image.
Сейчас мы контроль стыковки подтвердим. Ну вот я показываю, видно, нет? Да, видно на камеру. Просьба.
Okay, we see the camera. Could you please take a picture?
Так, вот с вами маркировка, если.
And if you can see
Да, принято.
the markings.
Вань, сфотографируй, пожалуйста, состояние.
And
что?
could you please take a picture of the picture attachment panel? Copy.
Тогда перед закрытием ИФТИ, да.
Okay, before you close the MLI, could you please take a picture? Ivan,
Так, я дошел.
monitor the connection.
До первого кабельного держа.
All right, I got to the cable holder.
Вложить туда кабель.
And
Принято, Алексей.
I will try to put in the cable there.
Чтобы не пользоваться ключом для расстройства.
Do not use the wrench. Try to press, and then the wing nut is going to start rotating. Copy. All right. I will probably have to use the wrench. All right, the camera is on. Copy. All right, I am removing the attachment panel. Copy.
Можно заканчивать фотосъемку и переходить на засаду платья.
All right, Ivan, wrap up with the imagery and start translating.
Так, а где она?
Where is it?
До конца тени осталось 10 минут.
And sunrise is in 10 seconds.
It's
not quite clear what it's holding on to with Velcro here. Maybe a wire tie or something. Well, this wire tie is just like tied around and that's it. Honestly, do whatever works. And press on. There is a wire tie that I can connect to or secure to if you have no objections. And to the handrail. Copy.
Леш, может не мучиться от руки сначала затянуть, а потом уже Иван будет тебя догонять.
Well, maybe you can tighten the covers and then Ivan is going to be coming right after you. Well, I put it here, but it escaped from the Lirka. All right, I am done with connect the panel, and I'm moving on to number 20. Okay, with
Две задачи. Первая — уложить в лифт,
number 20.
которые сосыпывали внутри.
What's the goal here? You need to secure number 23, the one that's on MP right now. So you want number 23 with Lirka, right? Correct. Artyom, I put it into the first holder, and I am moving towards panel 12. How is it? Ha. So, unintelligible SP23.
Работаем с разъемом КФП-20-2 и ответный тоже.
Okay, now work with connected 26.2. Correction 20-2. All right. 22, right? Correct. So it's going to be -22, -20-2. All right, I have it connected. Do you see? No, we don't. So, because of your right hand. Let me try and move the camera a little bit. What about now? Okay, we see it. And, okay, try showing it to us from the other side. So, 2 to 22. Okay, good. So you have the Lirka clip. Unintelligible. Do you want me to remove it as well? Yes, you need to remove the panel. You need to photograph the panel. Okay, we can just go with the GoPro. And you can see the all the connectors. The other thing is not. You don't need to rush, guys. Could you repeat your last? Do not rush. We are verifying that the connectors are made it correctly. Copy. So for connector number 3, do you see? Are you getting anything?
Connector meeting. It is warming up.
Пока еще не включали осмотр, но прикрепил.
All right.
Вань, сейчас тебе надо
Ivan,
подумать, как снимать защитные чехлы.
right now you have to figure out how to remove the protective covers. Moscow is coming in very low. Well, we're going to figure it out once we see it, once we get to it. The tether is attached there already, so we'll try it.
Ну, можно сейчас свои фалы размещать уже для подготовки к выполнению этой операции.
You can position the tethers now to set up for these operations. So I have to close up the plate here, not to go back to this task. Let me just inaudible. I'm going to remove it. Okay, copy.
Сейчас начнем крутить солнечные батареи для вашего перехода предполагаемого на 4-ю плоскость.
You're gonna start translating to plane 4 soon, and we'll also start solar area ops for that. Okay.
Так, ну тут вот развело.
Well, the inaudible is here. I have removed everything. I'm going to close up the MOI now. Copy.
Так, я завел во второй кабельный держатель.
And it is inserted into the second cable clamp, and it is secured now. Copy. Alexei, I have a proposal for you. Do not insert any more cable holders now. Instead, you can start connector mating or plate 12. And then you're going to do the cable clamps operations, and Ivan will start removing the covers. All right, copy. All right, so the connector patch panel is covered now.
This is Mission Control Houston, approaching the 3-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner. You see them operating together along the Zvezda service module just under the solar array, one of the two solar arrays on Zvezda. They are in the home stretch of installing the fourth of 4 connector patch panels, brand new panels, to replace older versions, and hooking up all of the various cables and clamps that will hold those connector panels in place. Once that's complete, Wagner intends to remove protective covers from a device called a monoblock. That's essentially a container that was installed earlier in today's spacewalk on Zvezda that houses a payload named the All-Sky Monitor. That payload will detect, record, and downlink X-ray celestial information, a science experiment, basically an astronomical type of experiment, to collect data on X-ray sources.
Swap my hooks. I don't think I can reach here. I don't think it's going to work. Copy.
The International Space Station is flying just to the south of Alaska, about to begin a northwest to southeasterly course that will carry it across Northern California and the western United States. Again, we're at the 3-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Ovchinin and Wagner. This is the 272nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The first for Expedition 72, the second for Ovchinin, the first spacewalk in Ivan Wagner's career.
I can see that you are near connector patch panel number 12. Yes, I am near panel 12. We need connector 49 to 3. It is covered with a cap. We're going to have to uncap it. Stand by. Let me unbundle it first. Is there going to be a lot of cable slack? What do you mean? Slack? Did you say cable slack? Yes. Is there a lot of slack? Yes, I see. There is a lot, but you're going to use the shortest path, and I think you're going to have to make another loop.
Леш, у тебя кабель немножко...
Then go up a bit.
We certainly welcome the work that they do, but on the perspective of the U.S. government, we'll stress again, as I did stress in the scenario of Amnesty International, that this is not a conclusion that we agree with. Jen, go ahead.
Please be careful with
these
it.
conclusions, given you have no one on the ground in Gaza.
Jenny, the point that I'm making is a broad one, that the legal standard for genocide is incredibly large. But you've also heard us say previously, and I just spoke about that in NSM 20, we made the conclusion that it was reasonable to assess that the IDF in certain instances didn't meet its IHL violations. But in the context of genocide, we just disagree with this conclusion. Our belief is that this is a legal standard that is incredibly high, and we get into conversations about things like intentionality or not, and our assessment is that that's just not been the case in this scenario.
Other than the NSM 20 conclusion, have there been any other scenarios or incidents that you've been investigating that you've come to a final conclusion on that this was a human rights violation, for example?
We've spent a lot of time up here, Jenny, talking about the deliberative processes.
Sure, but has that deliberative process ended in any of the incidents you've been investigating?
These are processes that are ongoing, and I don't have any other conclusions to share today.
And then my last question related to this, there is another Foreign Service officer who resigned. He said over inaction over Gaza, the fact that he said that his findings and reports to the department were largely ignored. Do you have any response?
So I'm not familiar with the specific circumstance. I will just say that someone's decision to work here or not, or stay employed, that's ultimately a very personal decision. I will say that from the president on down and the secretary, we welcome and encourage differing points of view, dissenting points of view. We think that the end product is, again, better public policy. This is nothing that you haven't heard me say before. And I will say that when it comes to our policy as it relates to the Middle East, particularly our policy as it relates to the conflict in Gaza, this is something that we continue to be incredibly deliberative about, and we welcome varying points of view on what our aim is. But at the end of the day, I will just say again is that we are working tirelessly to do everything we can to get this ceasefire proposal across the finish line and stop the war and bring all the remaining hostages home.
Sorry, can I just...
Yeah, go ahead.
What the question was about, and maybe this should be directed to Jane, this is about the guy who resigned in July?
And just came forward.
5 months, more than almost 6 months ago.
Was there a question?
Well, no, I just wanted to make sure I understood who it was.
Got it. Janie, go ahead.
Two questions on South Korea, Russia, and North Korea. Deputy Secretary Campbell said he would hold high-level face-to-face diplomacy with South Korea's acting president, Han Duck-soo, within weeks. In South Korea, the top diplomacy and the security officers are currently suspended their work and arrested. The South Korean opposition party's impeachment bill includes a diplomatic assessment. My question is it possible for South Korea and the United States have normal diplomacy in this situation? And do you think a diplomatic evaluation can be grounds for impeachment?
So let me just make two broad points first, Jenny, that I want to be very clear about. First is that we strongly support the Ironclad Alliance that joins our two countries together, and that's done so much over the last few years, especially under the Biden administration. In recent years, the alliance has made enormous strides, and the United States looks forward to partnering with the ROK, achieving further progress. But if you recall, on the Secretary's trip, he said the most important thing as it relates to the current issues ongoing in South Korea is that the Republic of Korea has demonstrated its democratic resilience, and that's something we strongly support, and we strongly support the Korean people throughout this process. We've seen what's happening. We've seen it follow peacefully, a process that is clearly laid out in the ROK Constitution, and we're continue to be ready to work with acting President Han and the ROK government. And we'll look forward to sharing engagements in the future should any get scheduled.
Second question. President Putin has been called to the International Criminal Court as a war criminal who started the war in Ukraine. Should North Korea's Kim Jong-un, who is helping Putin in the war, also be referred to the International Criminal Court?
I don't have a legal determination or an assessment to offer on that, Jenny. What I can say is that the DPRK continues to be a regime that represses human rights, and not only that, is a volatile regime that has contributed to much of the destability that we're seeing, not just in the region, but also encroaching in other areas like Europe as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
South Korea said yesterday that it estimates that at least 100 North Koreans have died so far fighting on behalf of the Russians. Does the U.S. have any assessment it can share?
So, thanks, Sean. Our assessment is that there have been several hundred casualties of DPRK soldiers in Ukraine. That's what we're seeing, but I'm not in a place to parse it more specifically for you than that.
Casualties, of course, as a journalist, I know it could mean like wounded or killed, but you mean specifically North Korean casualties?
Yes,
okay.
That is correct.
And just briefly, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield yesterday was suggesting that Russia might formally conclude that accept North Korea as a nuclear weapons state. Is that something that you're tracking? Is that something that you think that if it could be imminent? Is that something that you're?
Well, I don't have a timeline to prognosticate on, Sean. But should that come to fruition, should the Russian Federation make that declaration, it of course would be what we would view as another step in a long line of examples of the closening of relationships between these two countries, and it would be of great concern to us. Alex, go ahead.
Thank you, but several hundred casualties all from Kursk operation?
I don't have it. I'm not in a place to parse it more specifically than that.
Thank you. I want to echo everything my colleagues said. Can't thank you enough for being always accessible, available, professional. I have so many adjectives to utter, but I'll wait for
thanks, Alex.
Depending on how you answer my questions on Georgia. Let's unpack a little bit the sanctions that you guys have announced.
Sure.
So you have sanctioned 2 more violators with Magnitsky sanctions, and on top of that, the state, according to a press release, is taking further steps to impose visa restrictions on additional Georgian individuals and family members. Can you put some figure value how many violators in total today got impacted?
Sure. Alex, to give some additional color for the room on this, today the Department of Treasury's OFAC imposed sanctions on Georgia's Minister of Internal Affairs and Georgia's deputy head of the ministry's special task department. These are leaders who have been involved in the brutal crackdowns on members of the media and peaceful protesters, including during demonstrations throughout 2024. The Department of State also announced that it took steps to impose additional visa restrictions on individuals responsible for or complicit in undermining democracy in Georgia and their immediate family members. Alex, these actions follow the visa actions that we announced last week, and ultimately, this is something the United States strongly condemns Georgian Dream's ongoing brutal violence against Georgian citizens, Georgian protesters, and members of the media, human rights activists, and opposition figures. Our view is that the Georgian Dream Party has turned away from Georgia's Euro-Atlantic future, which the Georgian people overwhelmingly desire and the Georgian Constitution envisions. We remain committed to promoting accountability for those complicit in human rights abuses and undermining democracy in Georgia.
And in terms of the numbers, so on top of 100 violators that you have sanctioned until last week, how many new names have been added to the State Department's list?
So I just spoke about those 2 ministers at the top of answering.
Those are Magnitsky, but on top of that,
I will see if there's a more technical breakdown for you, Alex. But I think I've parsed it as much as I'm able to.
Thank you. And what kind of message do you send to Ivanishvili by letting him off the hook one more time?
Look, Alex, as you've heard us say before, taking one designation or taking a particular action one day doesn't certainly designate us doing something else in the future. This is just the latest example of the United States using the tools at its disposal to hold perpetrators in Georgia accountable, and we, of course, continue to have these various tools at our disposal.
That means it's not the end of your comprehensive review.
I'm just not going to preview potential actions.
And one more on this, is it fair to say that this is a reflection of bipartisan will? President-elect Trump met with President Zorobishvili a couple of weeks ago, and we've heard different settings.
I'm just not going to, I will let the incoming administration speak to its own foreign policy. What I can say is that this is a priority for us based on our values.
Thank you, but I also want to thank you for your professionalism, echoing my colleagues. I have a question on Syria, if I may. Evidence of war crimes in Syria, including, mass graves and evidence of torture at prisons, continues to emerge. I was wondering what is the U.S. position on investigating these crimes committed by the Assad regime, and are there any, actions the U.S. is planning to take regarding accountability and prosecution?
So the Assad regime, let's be very clear, the Assad regime brutalized, detained, disappeared, tortured, and killed hundreds of thousands of people in Syria. And now, at long last, the Assad regime has fallen. That is a fundamental act of justice. It is a moment of historic opportunity for the long-suffering people of Syria to build a better future for their proud country. It's also a moment of risk and uncertainty. And what we are focused on is looking to work with our partners, with the stakeholders in Syria, with the Syrian people, to seize this opportunity and manage that risk. And going forward, what we're going to do is engage with all communities in Syria to establish an inclusive transition away from the Assad regime toward an independent, sovereign Syria that respects human rights, takes all precautions to establish an infrastructure to support Syria's neighbors, including Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, Turkey, and Israel, should any threats arise from Syria during that period and transition. And we want to maintain our mission against ISIS and protect our forces against any threats, maintaining security of detention facilities, displaced persons camp, etc.
But on the accountability on these, war crimes, do you support any, international or independent investigation into Assad regime's war crimes, potentially maybe referring him on, or the regime officials to the ICC?
So, Rabia, in practicality, I'm just unsure how that would ultimately work, given that Mr. Assad is not in the country. And ultimately, that is something that is for the future governance of Syria and the representatives of the Syrian people to determine. Make no mistake, the Assad regime is one that brutalized, detained, and killed hundreds of thousands of people in Syria, and something that we think is incredibly serious and concerning. But the Assad regime has fallen, and that in itself is an act of fundamental justice. We are now focused on doing everything we can to engage with stakeholders in Syria, first and foremost the Syrian people, to chart a new path forward.
Do you plan to, engage or cooperate with the new government in Damascus to identify these, war criminals?
We are engaging on a variety of areas.
Thank you, Vedant. Yeah. First of all, you have no idea how much I'm going to miss you because whenever I ask questions about Southern Central Asia, that's my topic. You have always a lot of words making headlines in India and Pakistan. So thank you so much for taking my questions. Thank you. So with that, the Pakistani government has criticized the United States for imposing new sanctions against country's long-range ballistic missile program, labeling the move as double standards. How would you respond to this?
So let's take a step back. The U.S. is committed to maintaining the global non-proliferation regime, and Pakistan is an important partner in that. However, we have been clear and consistent about our concerns with Pakistan's long-range ballistic missile program. It is a long-standing U.S. policy to deny support to Pakistan's long-range ballistic missile program. The Department of State will continue to use sanctions and other tools to protect our national security and ensure that U.S. exporters and U.S. financial systems cannot be abused by proliferators. And it's our hope to continue to engage instructively with the Pakistani government on these issues.
Many analysts in Pakistan believe that with these sanctions, the U.S. is trying to target Pakistan's nuclear program. Is it true? Does the U.S. have concerns about Pakistan's nuclear program?
So these designations are based on our concerns regarding Pakistan's long-range ballistic missile program, but they don't affect other areas of U.S.-Pakistan area cooperation, which we have a great deal of. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Vidhan.
Yeah.
This is Sharafat Hussain from Weekly Bangladeshi and Millennium Television. The family members of military army officers have filed a complaint with the International Crime Tribunal against 57 people, including former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, in connection with the BDR killing in Dhaka's Pilkhana. The complaint was filed by family members by Advocate Uday Shamir, filed yesterday, or today actually, this morning. So do you have any comment on that BDR killing case filed against Sheikh Hasina?
I've not seen that latest reporting, but I'm happy to check with the team and see if we can get anything for you. Sean, go ahead.
Wanted to see if Paul Watson, the Wayland activist, maybe this was in their bingo card for one of your last questions, but Greenland, the Danish authorities in Greenland have freed him. They refused to extradite him to Japan, which wants him. He's a U.S. citizen. Does the U.S. have any comment on this?
We don't. This is largely, it seems like a matter for other jurisdictions. I'm happy to check if we have any perspective to offer, but don't have anything to share as it relates to this. In the back.
Thank you very much. With regards to the sanctions announced against Pakistan's entities contributing to ballistic missile, had it not be better if it would have been resolved diplomatically? Do you think that these restrictions will have any kind of restricting effect on Pakistan?
So I kind of just answered that question. Look, these sanctions are in place because of our long-standing concern about Pakistan's long-range ballistic missile program. It is not meant to color the other areas of cooperation that we have between the United States and Pakistan. We expect those areas to continue to go forward. Taka, you had your hand up.
Sure.
Yeah.
So some President Putin had a press conference today.
Yeah.
He took 76 questions, and he said Russia is ready for negotiation and compromise with Ukraine. So how do you take that his comment?
I don't think anything. I don't really take anything or have a particular reaction. We have long said that it is up to the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian government to decide what path it wants to take as it relates to the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. This administration has been proud to be to unearth the kinds of assistance that we've had economically, militarily, and others to continue to support our Ukrainian partners, and our focus is doing everything we can to continue to put them in the strongest position possible. Goyle, go ahead.
It's two quick questions. One, you want to talk about the U.S.-India space delegation. What are we doing about this space agreements and missions?
Can you be a little bit more specific about what you're referring to?
There was Indian ambassador and deputy secretary. They went to Houston as far as this as a delegation for space mission or space agreements between the two countries.
Yeah, so we put a readout out about Deputy Secretary Campbell's travel to Houston. He was accompanied by Principal Deputy National Security Advisor John Feiner and Ambassador Quatra. They had some important engagements with space officials related to India, and I would just point you back to that readout.
And second one, sir, as we come to the end of the year, millions and millions of people around the globe still suffering for basics because of these two continuing ongoing wars in the Middle East and also Ukraine and Russia. So they are hoping still when these wars will end and they will have better lives ahead for them.
So that is something that we are focused increasingly on, is doing everything we can in the context of Ukraine to make sure our Ukrainian partners are in the best position possible, that they are continue to be in a place of strength. We have stressed that no decision about Ukraine can be made without Ukraine as part of that conversation, with that part of the table, and that will continue to guide our strategy going forward.
Thank you,
Go
sir.
ahead. Yeah, you.
Thank you very much. So Pakistan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs called double standard what you did with the missile sanctions. So I have a broad question. So you sanctioned whole Georgian Interior Ministry because of undermining democracy. Meanwhile, you sanctioned Pakistan ballistic missile program, but Pakistan called is necessary for strategic defense. So at the very moment, you have a big embassy in Pakistan and they have observations and they overlook November 26th incidents in Pakistan. There are actors who are undermining democracy over there. They are attacking crackdowns on protesters. So categorically, you are doing things that are linked with Pakistan strategic defense. But regarding democracy, you have some different standards. So isn't that double standards, we can say?
No, not at all. And I think it's highly inappropriate to try to compare situations in countries as if they are apples and apples. That is simply not the case. Each country is different. Each circumstance is different. These sanctions that we made in Pakistan are rooted in, as I have said now 3 times, our longstanding concerns about their long-range ballistic missile program. It is not a bearing on other areas of cooperation between us and Pakistan, and our sanctions in Georgia have been in large part because of the crackdown that we have seen and the turn that we have seen the Georgian Dream Party take, which in our view is not just a turn away from Georgia's constitution, it's a turn.
Flying 260 miles.
I want to thank everybody for being out here today. I am joined today by General Seltzer, by the Director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Freeman Martin, by the Texas Border Czar, Mike Banks, by Rose Luna. She is the CEO of the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault, and also by Martine and Kimberly Wall. This is Kim Wall right here. The Walls are the owners of the property on which we gather today. We gather in areas where they have burned down trees like the ashes that we see here. The ashes we see here are from trees they burned down. Trees where migrant women were being sexually assaulted by coyotes, gangs, and human traffickers. They are known as rape trees. We're here to expose the truth to immigrants who are thinking about coming here, the truth about the traffickers who assault so many of the women and children along the way. We are launching a new campaign to deter illegal immigration into Texas. Yesterday, we began putting up billboards, dozens of billboards, in Central America and in Mexico. They inform potential illegal immigrants about the reality of what will happen to them if they try to enter Texas illegally. These billboards, some of which you can see behind me, they tell the horror stories of human trafficking. One says many girls who try to migrate to Texas are kidnapped. Another sign says your wife and daughter will pay for their trip with their bodies. One asked families thinking about sending their kids here, how much did you pay to have your daughter raped? This is tough medicine. But we want no more rape trees in Texas. Do not make the dangerous trek to Texas. For migrants who are now already close to crossing the border illegally, we have billboards providing warning messages in Mexico. They are arrayed across Mexico, but especially along the northern border of Mexico, all the way from Matamoros to Juarez and many places in between. One says, stop. If you cross the border illegally into Texas, you will be jailed. Another warns, don't come to Texas illegally, you will be arrested. And know this, the Trump administration will prioritize for deportation illegal immigrants who have been arrested. to ensure that as many people as possible are aware of these warnings. These billboards are in several languages, including Spanish, Russian, Chinese, and Arabic. To keep illegal immigrants from entering into Texas, we've built walls and razor wire barriers and deployed buoys and container boxes. We've arrested thousands who got by those barriers. We will continue to aggressively arrest immigrants entering Texas illegally. We will work with the Trump administration to deport them. The message is, do not risk a dangerous trip just to be arrested and deported. Next, we will have Rosa Luna, the CEO of the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault, speak to you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Rose Luna. I'm the CEO of the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault. We are the statewide sexual coalition committed to ending sexual violence in our great state of Texas. First and foremost, our North Star is all survivors of sexual assault, regardless of circumstance. Unlike other states, in Texas, we have state-specific statistics. And according to these figures, 1 in 5 Texas men and 2 in 5 Texas women will experience sexual assault at some point in their lives. This prevalence is staggering, but those are the numbers that we know. Those are the numbers that we can grasp. Alternatively, and the reason why I'm here is there is a largely unspoken sexual assault crisis impacting women and children migrating to the Texas border. Acknowledging this issue and its profound impact on survivors is not just crucial, it's our responsibility. The anecdotes from women who have made this journey are heartbreaking. A few years ago, during a visit to an immigration facility in Williamson County, there was a long line of women that waited for me to finish my presentation so that they could share their harrowing accounts of sexual assault. It was gut-wrenching, it was heartbreaking to know that I was the first person that they felt safe enough to share their story with. It was very painful, it was very raw. One of the quotes that seared in my brain is, one of them said, the very violence they were trying to escape is the violence that they experienced on the journey here. It's a reminder that there is harm and suffering in this journey. I think the reality is that the price of the journey is very high. It is important for us to recognize that, and it is vital for them to understand that. And most importantly, no one deserves to be raped. No one deserves to be stripped of their dignity under any circumstance. Survivors of sexual assault are not a population that seeks a spotlight, nor are the men, women, and children making decisions on whether or not to make the journey. We applaud the state in recognizing the silent crisis and for acknowledging and elevating this very serious yet hidden issue. Thank you so much.
Next is Kim Wall, the owner of the property on which we're located, but also a person who can share with you some harrowing stories that have occurred on this property.
Hello. We've had several rape trees and lots of women that have been found beaten and raped in front of our house, left to die in drainage ditches, where it makes you terrified to go outside of your own house and enjoy your own property. I know that my husband had found 3 different rape trees and he burnt them down so we didn't have to see them. And I don't know if he found more because he quit telling me all the things he found because we were scared. And it's scary when you can't go on your own property and you're told if you do, you have to carry a gun to protect yourself because you don't know if you'll be attacked by one of the men hiding in the brush. There's been numerous children that have been found, different illegals, and we found 3 people that were found murdered this last year on our property, and it's just scary. And we all want a better life for everybody.
Thank you. That little girl.
Oh, the one that they found in front of the house? She was raped by 12 different men and beaten, left to die. And we were told that we found many, many other ones. The railroad police has, and Border Patrol had also.
This is Mission Control Houston. A good view of
I want to thank Kim and Martine for opening up the property, but more importantly for being able to share their story about the reality of what's happening on a daily basis, especially under the Biden administration with the open border policies that have led to so many sexual assaults, murders like what she talked about on this very property. It's a deadly situation, a horrific situation for those who are victims of sexual assault, a horror that we fully expect to end beginning in about a month when President Trump takes office and shuts down the border and restores safety and normalcy to an immigration process. I'll take a few questions.
To the Nicosia multi-purpose laboratory module on the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station's Russian segment. Mixed in to that conversation, Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow had a brief chat with Alexander Gorbanov.
What Americans expect and what I want to ensure we deliver is making sure that we do accomplish one task first, and that is to stop illegal immigration into the United States, and my job is to stop it into the state of Texas. After we accomplish that goal, then we can move on to other goals, and it will be up to the Trump administration and those serving in Washington, D.C. to figure out a pathway forward. But I don't think any American has any appetite to make reforms in the system until we do two things. One is to stop the illegal immigration and show we're going to be able to continue stopping it so that the only immigration that occurs is legal immigration.
Foot restraint at the end of the robotic arm that has two end effectors, very much like the Canadarm2 does on the U.S. segment of the International Space Station.
Examples of what changes are going to be made and what you're doing preparing for that, maybe a collaboration between federal agencies and DPS and National Guard. We haven't had any specific examples of what will change.
So obviously, I don't have the ability to share with you precisely what the Trump administration is talking about. I can give you some top-level things that Tom Homan, the border czar, has talked about, and that is deportations will begin on day one. And one preparation for that is they need more ICE agents. They need more Border Patrol agents, and they will be working to administer those, but also to unleash Border Patrol agents as well as ICE agents to do their jobs. Very importantly, over the past 4 years, ICE and Border Patrol agents have been hindered in doing their job. Part of that doing that job is using the ICE agents to locate those who need to be deported and deport them. So you can expect, and I expect, deportations to be occurring very early in this administration. Second, I'm not even done answering this question yet. Second, there will be a massive expansion of border barriers put up. One thing that President Trump wants to achieve, that Tom Homan wants to achieve, and we must achieve in Texas, and that is to maintain the resistance. Remember this is a point that I made to and about President Biden repeatedly. There were 3 laws that predated even George W. Bush. A law that requires the president to deny illegal entry, a law that requires the president to detain anybody who does enter illegally, and a law that requires the president to build border barriers. Bush and Obama and Trump did all 3 of those. Biden did none of those 3. What Trump will do, he now knows exactly how to execute these duties in office, and from day one, he will execute all 3 of those duties. This guy, hold a second. This guy has had a question. I'll come back to you. Hold. The guy in blue, did you have a question? Say it again. So I'll tell you what Tom Homan said. Tom Homan said, listen, there's no need for family separations because if there's a person in the family who is in the United States illegally, the Trump administration will deport them. And it's the family that gets to choose. The family gets to choose, are they going to remain together and all go back together? Or is the family going to make the decision that the family will have a separation of the family? That's a family choice, not a choice by the Trump administration. So Texas has, and we will continue to do whatever it takes to make sure that we gain control of the illegal immigration that's taking place in the state of Texas, and that means working hand in hand with the Trump administration to assist them in making sure that we close the border, secure the border, and aid them in the deportation process.
I removed the bundle from myself. Copy, Ivan.
Well, obviously, because of the size of the state of Texas, because it's the most southern border state, we have 2/3 of the entire mileage between the United States and Mexico is the state of Texas. There's a lot of reasons why Texas will be playing a centerpiece role in closing the border and in the deportation process. However, this is not a Texas issue, and it's not even a Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California issue. This is an issue for all the states of the United States of America, and it's one of the reasons why Donald Trump was elected in the first place. So Donald Trump and Tom Homan and the entire Trump administration will be working in states all across the United States of America to make sure that if there are illegal immigrants being harbored anywhere, especially those who have committed a crime or pose a national security concern, those are the people that Tom Homan is going to go after first to make sure that we restore order and safety into our communities.
Come again? 18, 19. Yes, I can see 18, 19.
The new plan is a deterrent to people who may be on their way to come across the border. Listen, there have been many stories and things that we're monitoring where in the last month before Donald Trump becomes the president, there are many people who may make a last gasp effort to try to cross the border. And our goal right now immediately is not only to discourage them from coming, but to help them understand the consequences when they come. The consequences are that the people coming here, they could be raped, they could be assaulted, they could be killed. But the consequences also are, if they do make it across, they will be arrested, they will be jailed, and they will be deported. It is senseless. It is futile for people to try to continue the trek to the United States of America, and especially to the state of Texas, and enter illegally, because you will face bad consequences along the way. And our goal is to stop people in their tracks where they are right now and have them stop making any further trek toward Texas or the United States of America.
Let me try.
Sure, I don't have the exact number with me. I think it's roughly about $100,000. Could be a little bit more than that. And every tool and strategy that we find and locate are effective strategies. Know what I'm about to tell you, and that is there are a lot of organizations and people who are providing a contrary narrative to what we are saying today. There are the cartels, there are gangs, there are human traffickers, there's even maybe the government of Mexico, as well as non-governmental organizations that tell a completely different story and make it sound like it may be harmless going into the state of Texas. And we are trying to provide a pushback against that narrative and provide reality facts for immigrants thinking about coming here to save their lives, to save them from sexual assault, save them from being arrested, and let them know there are consequences if they take any further steps to come to the state of Texas. Well, so what the Trump administration is doing, they want to figure out the most cost-effective and strategic way to go about all this process. What the Trump administration knows is that Texas stands ready to assist them in any way. They know that we have the capability of building the wall maybe faster and cheaper than what they're able to do. We'd be more than happy to build the wall, assuming the federal government pays for it. But this is a time where you're going to see, unlike the last 4 years, you're going to see great collaboration and cooperation, so that we're going to be far more effective and be able to move far faster than ever before at securing the border.
And if you can find a different location, you are go to attach your tether over there. Come again.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
From where to where? I see that you already tethered to the base, so never mind. And the panels are ready for removal. The connectors are unpowered. All 6 connectors should be good to be demated. And not all of them are mated. I think 4 of them should be mated and 2 are demated. Copy. Ivan, I have a question to you. So is this the soft tether or it's equipment tether?
Вот это еще, по-моему, там есть чехол на нем?
Is there a cover on it?
Чехол?
Cover?
Я на нем не вижу. Нет, это...
Yes, I don't see any cover. I think it has a cover under your left hand. Yes, you mean this corrugated material?
Их 3 штуки здесь подтверждаю.
And I confirm there should be 3 gap spanners in this location. Copy.
Сейчас я, наверное, за него зафиксируюсь.
Let me attach to it then. Ivan, yes?
У меня к тебе просьба.
I have a request for you.
Сейчас оценить над головой сверху, да, вот в РНД у нас установлено оборудование разное.
We have hardware installed on ORMD workstation.
Будет виден замок.
And on top there is a periscope, and can you see the lock from your position?
Ну,
what lock?
Замок, вот белый вот этот наш HRC телескоп большой.
There is this white periscope,
да.
And there is a metal latch on it.
Сам штык вот этого телескопа тебе виден отсюда?
Can you see the interface of this periscope? Can you take images of it?
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours 45 minutes into the spacewalk. A good view of Alexei Ovchinin from the helmet camera of Ivan Wagner. The 2 cosmonauts are working on the installation of new connector patch panels at 2 locations on the exterior of the Zvezda service module. They're making good time at the moment, continuing their work on this particular task before they stow equipment and temporarily tether the old connector patch panels to be discarded later in today's EVA. A good view of the Earth below as the International Space Station flies 260 miles above the planet.
How much time it spent here, so you can't take it to the airlock. Well, we'll just attach it to other tethers.
The 2 cosmonauts began this 272nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades at 9:36 a.m. Central Time, 10:36 a.m. Eastern Time. The 3rd spacewalk of the year out of the International Space Station, the 2nd for Ovchinin, and the 1st for Ivan Wagner.
So I didn't understand you, Artem. So my camera is looking down. So where is this interface location as compared to Alexei?
The station is currently flying over the South Atlantic, about to move into an orbital sunset. Ovchinin's first spacewalk occurred in 2019, a 6-hour, 1-minute excursion.
Okay, let me try.
As you see from Wagner's helmet camera, Ovchinin wearing the Corlon suit bearing the red stripes. Wagner's suit bears the blue stripes.
So the connectors are in accordance with the labeling. Yes, 1 through 6. And number 6 is the high frequency cable. Copy.
Через 7 минут наступит день.
We have sunset in 7 minutes. Copy.
Так, все, отснял.
Okay, I took some images. Copy. Thank you very much, Vanya.
Так, Леша, что помогать тебе?
So how can I help you, Alyosha? Please pull away these cables.
Нет, разъемы не
No, don't touch the connectors, just cables.
Блин, кто-то примотал.
Somebody tangled this up pretty hard.
Наверное, какой-то герой.
I guess we had a hero that did this.
Что она по низу ходит?
It's going under and it's attached over there. Can you look from the other side? Yeah, we had a smart person here who did this. What connector are you talking about? Which one is secured? It's the whole connector patch panel it's secured with wire ties.
Принято. Да, теперь наблюдаю.
Copy. Yes, I can see that.
Так, демонтировал.
Okay, I removed 19-1. Copy.
У нас
Вот слева у тебя, под левой ногой. It's under your left foot.
День будет у нас через меньше 4 минут и
less than 4 minutes to sunset.
Видеосвязи.
And we'll have a brief handover. We'll have no video and audio comm, also maybe LOS. Copy.
Так, может я тогда начну следующую плату?
Okay, maybe I should start the next panel.
Повтори, пожалуйста.
Come again, Vanya.
Начну следующую.
Should I start working with the next patch panel? Yes, if you can, please do that. Secure it and start dismantling.
Хорошо.
Copy and work.
Беру один из файлов, который
taking one of the tethers that was previously removed. Copy. Okay. Have it secured.
Алексей, Иван.
Иван. How do you feel temperature-wise?
Нормально.
I'm fine.
Нормально.
I'm feeling fine.
Принято.
Copy.
В начале выхода было хорошо и отлично.
In the beginning of the DVA, we had great and good. Unintelligible.
Да, карабин фала не
Alexei, your scope did not close the equipment tether.
Иван, Алексей, у нас снова.
Ivan, Alexei, we are AOS. Copy. Right. I have removed the old panel. It's secured.
Понятно, принято.
Copy. And Alexei, before we went LOS, could you please verify that the transport tether?
Кого? Тебя, Алексей, транспортировочный карабин не был закрыт.
French hook is closed because it was not closed earlier.
Я его уже сделал правильно.
I have already fixed that. Copy. Wow. It's a very long tether. And here is yours. Here is your panel.
Проводник.
Right, for EV1 in the primary tank, we have 266 atmospheres, battery power 27.4, 276 for the EV2. Copy. You got it? And it is secured to the tether. For EV1, have panel 19.1 installed. Copy. And the transport tethers, we need to take them, right? Yes, you only leave the old one. Copy. All right, have installed 19-2. Copy. When you figured out all the connectors, please take imagery. Copy, will do. All right, you've been out of the door for 4 hours already. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, as you heard through the interpreter. Flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside of Moscow informing Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner that they have now passed the 4-hour mark into today's spacewalk, the third spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year. The two cosmonauts are wrapping up work in the replacement of connector patch panels at 2 locations on the Zvezda service module.
Yes.
The old connector patch panels are being placed in a bundle and temporarily stowed. They will be discarded and jettisoned by Alexei Ovchinin later in today's spacewalk. Once this activity is complete, the 2 cosmonauts will be returning to the hoist module to take out containers. Those containers will be used to stow a couple of exposure experiments, one called Vinaslavast, the other called Indicator. These are experiments that have been exposed to the environment of space to measure the effect of space and radiation on materials science samples as well as biological samples over the course of time. They will be returned inside the International Space Station and later returned to Earth aboard a Soyuz vehicle for study by engineers and scientists on the ground.
Is it possible for you to just take screenshots from the camera? Ivan, your camera is off. And Alexis is going to be off in just a few seconds because we are approaching temperature limits. Okay. All right. Taking imagery. Copy. All right. I took imagery. Copy. All right, let's close the MLI flaps and proceed towards the EV hatch. Let us clean it up here first. Alexei, what about this one? Maybe it's a good idea to have it secure and clean up as well.
By the time I get up, I'll be taking a deep breath.
This is Mission Control. Once the two cosmonauts wrap up final inspection of the connector patch panel work that they have been doing on the service module, they will return the old connector patch panels and temporarily stow them inside the airlock hatch. They will later be removed from the airlock, and that bundle will be jettisoned by Alexei Ovchinin. So we're standing by for the completion of this task before the two cosmonauts move on to the next series of activities, which will be the removal of several material science and biological materials experiments that have been stowed on the outside of the Poisk module. They'll be placed in containers and returned to the airlock for later study and return to Earth.
All right, I closed the MLI. Try and tie it up here. Hold on, talking over each other. I have two wire ties here in the back. And you have two wire ties over there too, right? Yes. We have the long ones. Okay, one of those panels is pretty dark. Yes, but the state of the MLI over those panels is much better. Your colleagues are saying that previous panels were and MLIs were in much worse shape than these ones. Okay. Okay. One tether is secured to me. One umbilical is secured to me. Correction.
What's the hope? You'll see like some kind of motorcade?
Are you going to secure it to yourself or to me? Where is the second bundle? On plane 3. All right, let me secure it to myself then.
Careful.
All right, and I've got the tether. Okay, got it. Okay. I have it secured. Have the bundle secured to myself with 2 tethers. Hold on, there is one more tether. Where? It's a wire tie. Secured to this thing. On ORMD. To this one, to number 4? Yes, to the left. But it used to be here. No, I removed it at the top.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 11 minutes into the spacewalk by Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner. They have completed the replacement of connector patch panels at 2 workstations on the Zvezda service module. Next up, the 2 cosmonauts will make their way to the airlock hatch on the Poisk module, a bundle of old connector patch panels, temporarily stowing that bundle on a handrail right outside of the hatchway. So the work is continuing for the 2 cosmonauts. Once they have stowed this bundle of old equipment, they'll be taking out of the airlock hatch 2 containers that will be used to stow several experiments that have been exposed to the environment of space for some time. The 2 experiments, Venaslavast And the other experiment, called the Indicator Experiment and Test Exposure Unit Experiment, a total of 3 such experiments that will be brought back inside the station for later study.
Are we done with everything near this Uramdet 2? Yes. So we are going back to EV patch. As you are moving, there will be the solar array will be rotating. And we are thinking that it's going to be easier to follow along plane 3. And then for a few minutes, there will be a short LOS coming up. Copy, thank you.
The International Space Station is currently flying from southwest and northeast, about to pass over Bangkok, Thailand. Everything continuing to go smoothly with today's spacewalk that began at 9:36 a.m. Central Time, 10:36 a.m. Eastern Time. The 272nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Иван, я снова с вами.
Alexei, Ivan, here I am with you again. Copy. We are elated to have you back.
Спасибо.
Thank you. We started moving to EV Hatch 1.
Прошел 17-ю панель.
So you
Панель ДПП.
moved by PNL 17 and getting closer to number 16, right?
Да.
Affirmative.
Принято. Сейчас мы начнем крутить батарею.
And I'm near plane 4. Well, unintelligible. 3. Copy.
Первое давление в основном в кислородном баллоне 250.
251 atmospheres in oxygen tank 1.
7,6.
Voltage is 27.6. It's increasing then.
А я отключил светильники.
I turned off the lights.
Зачем они в ночи нужны, да?
Yeah, right. Why would you need them in orbital night?
Слушайте,
Well,
не на как-то слова.
well, our USOS one started being not so bright, so I turned on ours.
The most up-to-date information. I will also highlight that, again, as it was explained to me, these forces, which augment the Defeat ISIS mission, were there before the fall of the Assad regime. And I'll be happy to answer any questions on that when we get to the Q&A. I also want to address up front a potential government shutdown and the implications should a shutdown occur. As we are a planning organization, the department has conducted prudent planning and preparations for a potential shutdown, and our senior leaders have updated our contingency plans. Secretary Austin and DoD leaders are monitoring the situation closely and remain committed to doing everything possible to mitigate the significant impacts that a lapse in funding and subsequent shutdown would have on the department. In the event of a lapse in funding and a shutdown of the government, the Department of Defense will continue to carry out our fundamental responsibility and mission to defend our nation and the American people. Military personnel on active duty, including reserve component personnel on federal active duty, would continue to report for duty and carry out assigned missions worldwide to defend our nation and protect our national security interests. However, it's important to note that military personnel would not be paid until new funds are appropriated by Congress. Additionally, civilian personnel, including military technicians, who are not necessary to carry out or support accepted activities, would be furloughed with a lapse in appropriations. Objectively speaking, a lapse in funding will cause serious disruptions across the Defense Department and is still avoidable. Therefore, DoD urges Congress to reach a bipartisan, bicameral agreement on fiscal year 2025 appropriations and avoid a CR or worse, a government shutdown. Shifting gears, yesterday the Department submitted to Congress and published its annual report on the military and security developments involving the People's Republic of China, commonly known as the China Military Power Report. This congressionally mandated report charts the current course of the PRC's national economic and military strategy. It also highlights insights into the People's Liberation Army's strategy, current capabilities and activities, and its future modernization goals. The CMPR illustrates why the 2022 National Defense Strategy identified the PRC and its increasingly capable military as the department's top pacing challenge. Please visit defense.gov for more information on the report. Keeping in the Indo-Pacific region, tomorrow U.S. Indo-PACOM Commander Admiral Paparo will preside over the ceremony where General Paul LaCamera will turn over command of United Nations Command, ROK U.S. Combined Forces Command, and U.S. Forces Korea to General Xavier Brunson, who most recently was the commanding general of First Corps. On behalf of Secretary Austin and the entire Department of Defense, we want to extend our thanks to General LaCamera for his leadership and lifetime of service to our nation, and we salute General Brunson as he takes command. As you've heard us say, our commitments to the U.S. ROK alliance remains ironclad. Separately, as is tradition, today and tomorrow, Secretary Austin and Deputy Secretary Hicks will reach out to and speak with service members representing each branch of the U.S. Armed Forces to wish them happy holidays and to thank them and their families for their service, sacrifice, and commitment to our nation. Earlier today, Secretary Austin spoke with Marines from Task Force 61-2, 2nd Marine Expeditionary Brigade, deployed to Naval Support Activity Naples, Italy, supporting U.S. 6th Fleet and the U.S. European Command Area of Responsibility. The Secretary also spoke with Guardians from the 53rd Space Operations Squadron Detachment stationed in Landstuhl, Germany, to maintain military satellite communications and the EUCOM AOR. I'd like to note that Secretary Austin's call with these Guardians comes just one day before the U.S. Space Force will celebrate its 5th anniversary. As you know, the U.S. Space Force was established on December 20, 2019, with the recognition that space is a national security imperative. It's an increasingly critical domain, not only for U.S. military operations, but for the safety, security, and prosperity of all Americans and for people around the world. U.S. Space Force Guardians are an integral part of today's joint force serving across the globe, operating and defending the critical space systems that our nation and the world rely upon. So on behalf of the Secretary and the entire DoD, happy birthday to the U.S. Space Force and Semper Supra. And continuing the holiday spirit, Deputy Secretary Hicks will conduct calls tomorrow with airmen from the 480th Expeditionary Fighter Generation Squadron at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, soldiers from the 2nd Security Force Assistance Brigade at Cap Lemanier, Djibouti, and sailors aboard the USS Gettysburg deployed to the EUCOM AOR. A readout of all of these holiday calls will be made available on the DoD website. And finally, in honor of our cameraman in the back of the room there, it's Christmas time, and that means that the North American Aerospace Defense Command, or NORAD, which is tasked with monitoring and defending the airspace of the U.S. and Canada, takes on a special additional mission this time each year. On December 24, NORAD will track the journey of a very special aviator, Santa, as he makes his way around the globe. And if you see red and green lights in the sky, that's probably him. Please note that this is an authorized object in the sky and not an unmanned aerial vehicle, so please check twice. We'd kindly ask that those observing Santa's sleigh refrain from reporting him to the FAA or FBI. Starting at 0600 Eastern Standard Time, kids, families, and Santa fans worldwide can track his journey by calling 1-877-HI-NORAD or 877-446-6723 to speak with an official Santa tracker. You can also follow Santa's journey online throughout the day at noradsanta.org. We wish everyone a Merry Christmas, joyous holidays, and Happy New Year. And with that, I'm happy to take your question, Lita.
Thank you, Pat. On Syria, can you explain a little more fully, first of all, why we hadn't heard this number before? But secondly, who are these forces? Is this special operations forces? Are any there in an effort or part of an effort to find Austin Tice? And I guess I'm just a little confused. You said this was before the fall, so this isn't in response to unrest and disruptions.
Correct.
This is in response then to what?
Correct. So again, a couple things. So as I highlighted, for deployments, and as you know, having followed these for a while, it's not uncommon as units come in and go, come in and out, the replacement in place, transfer of authorities, those kinds of things. There will oftentimes be a bump, right? So the total number of forces officially deployed to Syria is 900. So that in and of itself, in terms of the additional numbers, as you know, over the years, that can fluctuate. Obviously, given the current situation in Syria, just very recently, I was made aware of the fact that, hey, maybe there's more forces than just a small number, or what would normally be considered, around the 900 range. So we asked to look into it. Got those numbers today, significantly higher than 900, which is, again, why we wanted to let you know. Now, those forces, what they've been doing is all focused on the Defeat ISIS mission. And again, that core 900, approximately 900, those are going to be your longer-term deployers, right? 9 to 12 months, as I understand it, versus temporary forces, which are going to rotate in on a 30 to 90-day basis, again, as it's been explained to me, that are there to meet any type of emerging mission requirements associated with the Defeat ISIS mission. Predominantly Army forces, and I'm not going to be able to provide a breakdown of conventional versus special operations forces, but all of those forces focused on the Defeat ISIS mission. Again, as I understand it, a certain element of this also goes into diplomatic and operational security concerns as it relates to the region. But again, given the difference in the number that we've been providing, I made the decision to go ahead and give you that number.
Just so I'm clear, are you suggesting this 1,100 is RIPTOA?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that traditionally, as we track deployments, right, when we say approximately 900, sometimes that's going to fluctuate up to 1,200, 1,300 as units go in and out. But obviously, these numbers, the additional numbers, again, as I understand it, are considered temporary forces that are there to support the de-ISIS mission, to support the forces that are deployed there longer term. To include, I'm sure a certain element of that would be RIPTOA, but a lot of those forces are going to have already been operating there, coming in and out and doing those kinds of things.
How long ago this happened?
I don't have a specific date provide, Lita, but my understanding is it's been for a while. So clearly before the fall of the Assad regime. Yeah.
What's a while?
Yeah.
I don't have a number to provide, but again,
double the number of troops that we've been told for quite some time. So are we talking about this has been going on for months, for years? Is it something that just happened this summer? I mean, we need a time frame, I think, is fair.
Yeah, I think it would probably be fair to say at a minimum months. I'll go back and look, but it's been going on for a while.
And what assurances can you give to the Kurdish SDF right now that the U.S. isn't planning to pull out or leave?
Well, right now we have no, there are no plans to cease the Defeat ISIS mission. I mean, again, ISIS continues to maintain or to pose a significant threat. So right now, no plans that I'm aware of to stop that mission.
About 500 SDF have left their posts in terms of guarding the ISIS camps. Are U.S. forces going to take their places?
Well, our focus is, again, working with the SDF, but Jennifer, I don't have anything for you in terms of relocation of U.S. forces within Syria. Thanks. Sir.
Thank you. On Ukraine, how would a potential shutdown affect aid to Ukraine, specifically deliveries of PPE packages? In the past, the administration has exempted, if I'm not mistaken, Ukraine operations from the potential shutdown. Are you prepared to do something similar now as well?
Let me take that question for you to get an accurate answer for you.
I have several more on Ukraine too, on PDA-related things. So, a senior defense official told us earlier this week that DoD likely will not be able to use all the $5.6 billion in PDA for Ukraine by the end of this administration. However, NAC officials tell VOA that the Pentagon will be able to do this. So can you give us more clarity on that? Are you still committed to using all of $5.6 billion by January 20th?
What I would say is, we're committed to spending as much of that as we can to get security assistance to Ukraine as quickly as we can, and of course we'll keep you updated on that front. All right, Natasha.
Thanks, Pat. Are you all reviewing other deployment numbers to make sure that they're up to date and accurate? For example, has the number of troops that are currently in Iraq changed?
I will take that question and come back to you on Iraq. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yesterday, Turkish defense officials emphasized that until PKK-YPG disarms and its foreign fighters leave Syria, Turkey's preparations and measures will continue. Do you have any current assessment of the foreign fighters' numbers with the YPG SDF?
I don't have that to provide from here. Thank you. All right, Wafa, and then I'll go to the phone.
Thank you, General. Two topics. First, Yemen and then Lebanon. On Yemen, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has warned the Houthis today that they will pay a heavy price. Do you have an assessment on maybe the Houthis could be the next Israeli target after Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in Gaza?
What I would say, Wafa, is first of all, I won't speak for Israel in terms of its operations. They certainly have a right to defend themselves. And as you know, the Houthis have launched missiles and drones toward Israel. And so the Houthis should not be surprised if Israel exercises its inherent right of self-defense. But as for any potential future operations, I'd refer you to Israel.
Would you support a large-scale operation by Israel, like in Lebanon?
Yeah, I'm just not going to get into hypotheticals or speculate.
Israel is conducting almost daily controlled demolition of civilian infrastructure, houses in villages, Lebanese villages on the borders. The Lebanese government considers this as clear violation of the ceasefire agreement. How do you assess this action by Israel? Do you have concerns that these actions might put the agreement at risk?
What I would say, Wafa, is right now it's our assessment that the ceasefire does continue to hold. Obviously, it's we believe in everyone's interest to ensure that that ceasefire continues, and we'll continue to consult closely with partners in the region to include Israel and Lebanon toward that end. Let me go to the phone here real quick. Jared, I'll monitor. You're on here too. All right.
Question on the de-ISIS numbers. One, why announce this now?
I mean, I explained that. I learned the number today, and again, as somebody who's been standing up here telling you 900, I wanted to get you what we had on that.
Okay, and then can you give us an update on the ceasefire between the SDF and the Turkish-backed forces west of the Euphrates? Does DoD have any role in enforcing or upholding that?
To my knowledge, we do not, Jared. As you know, State Department has been consulting, of course, with our Turkish partners, allies. My understanding, again, and State Department can go into much more details, is that that ceasefire is continuing to hold. It was extended. It continues to hold. You know, again, our forces in Syria are focused on the Defeat ISIS mission. Obviously, we don't want to see fighting between SDF and Turkish-backed forces in Syria. You know, security and stability are incredibly important, particularly at this fragile time right now in Syria. And so, again, we would encourage all parties to preserve that peace and stability in support of the people of Syria. Okay, let me just go to the phone here again real quick. Make sure these people are not in the room. Jeff Shogel.
Thank you. Regarding Syria, can you say why CENTCOM felt it needed an extra 1,000 troops, albeit on a temporary basis? And you also mentioned that if Congress doesn't pass a spending bill, U.S. troops and civilians will not get paid over the holidays. And this is not a great time to go without a paycheck, although there's never a good time. Do U.S. troops and civilians, do they have any recourse to protest that, or can they bill Congress directly for all their expenses until Congress passes a spending bill?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. On your first question, you know, again, I'd refer you to CENTCOM for specifics, but, you know, again, as just broadly speaking, as I understand it, as we have forces in Syria conducting the Defeat ISIS mission, there may be capabilities, augmentation that are required. And again, I don't have that in front of me. I'm just getting this information today. But again, as I understand it, not primarily, all focused on the Defeat ISIS mission. As for your second question, will U.S. troops get paid over the holidays if there's a government shutdown? What I would tell you is that much of that depends on the duration of a potential shutdown. As I said at the top, military personnel on active duty, including reserve component personnel on federal active duty, would continue to report for duty and carry out their assigned duties. Without an appropriation or a continuing resolution, our troops will miss their end-of-month paycheck during the holiday season. Military reservists drilling after December 20 will not receive pay for those drills, and federal civilians that are required to work during a shutdown will not be paid. Civilian employees whose work is paid for from lapsed appropriations will be furloughed for the duration of the lapse, which appears to coincide with the Christmas and New Year's holidays. Okay, let me come back in the room, Mike.
Back to Syria, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his forces are going to retain their positions along the Golan Heights that they took after the fall of the Assad government. The UN Secretary General is criticizing it. Some of the governments in Europe are criticizing. Does the U.S. have a have a position one way or the other on whether or not Israel should maintain these positions within the buffer zone?
What I would tell you, Mike, is that our policy with respect to the Golan Heights hasn't changed, and I don't have any comment on the announcement of people moving from inside Israel to the Golan Heights. What we've heard Israel say is that the deployment of its forces into that buffer zone is temporary, and we believe that the deployment ought to be temporary and that the 1974 disengagement agreement ought to be upheld. Thank you. Eunice.
Thank you, General. The US says that Syria shouldn't be fragmented, the new Syria, the new government, the new country, basically after the fall of the Assad regime. And you have a militia group there, the SDF, that you say you're working with to counter ISIS. So to have a unified Syria, do you have any plans at all to commit to disarming the SDF and disbanding them? The new HTS leader Jolani also says that no armed groups will be allowed and all of them have to be dismantled. Do you have any plans at all? Because that would be a massive obstacle in the way of a unified Syria.
So I think, it's a great question. I would refer you to State Department to talk about the longer term, U.S. diplomatic relations with the new government in Syria. Obviously, a lot of effort and work going into what that could look like. As it relates to the SDF, and the Department of Defense, right now our focus continues to be on the Defeat ISIS mission, so preventing a resurgence of ISIS. Certainly with the understanding that all of this is in the context of the situation which you lay out, but in terms of a particular mission focus or change, I don't have anything to announce right now. Thank you very much. Tony.
How much PDA authority is left to spend? Is it about $4.5 billion or so?
What I'm tracking right now is total PDA is $5.6 billion. Remaining USAI is $1.13 billion.
Okay, so on the 5.6, is it highly unlikely that you're going to be able to issue $5.6 billion of PDAs by January 20th?
Again, as I highlighted earlier, we are going to continue to surge as much capability as we can. Not going to get ahead of that process. I think you can anticipate that we will have some additional PDA announcements. I'm not going to get into the timing of that, but certainly recognizing the fact that there is an urgent need right now in Ukraine, and we're going to remain committed to expending as much of that as we can.
I need to ask you too, and you don't know this answer, but I'd like you to get a written answer in terms of what will happen to the remaining dollars that are not put on PDA. You're going to get a lot of criticism if you've got like $5 billion of authority that you didn't use by the end of the administration. And could you get a written answer in terms of what will happen to those dollars if in fact you don't obligate them?
I will take your question, but again, recognizing the difference between authority and obligated funds. But yeah, I'll take your question for it.
On the drone question, I shudder to bring this up, but you mentioned on Tuesday that counter-drone systems will be deployed to New Jersey this week or next week. Have those systems been deployed, and what's the rule of engagement on those? And are those kinetic or fuzzbuster type of equipment?
So the majority of that capability has deployed. The rest should be arriving very shortly, if not imminently. And as I highlighted earlier in the week, that will be a combination of active and passive detection capabilities, as well as some counter-UAS capabilities, which would include non-kinetic types of systems like drone busters, right, which essentially disrupts signals and affects the ability of these systems to fly. Thank you. Thanks very much. Kelly.
Just to follow up more a bit on drones, I just wanted to ask about the federal ban on drone operations in parts of New Jersey. The government, they say, may use, quote, deadly force against the drones if they pose an imminent security threat. Who would shoot them down if it came to it? Would that be DoD assets?
So a couple things. So first of all, I would note that that is standard security language included in national security NOTAMs and temporary flight restrictions. So FAA certainly could talk to you more about that. And as you've heard us say, we're going to work closely with the FBI, DHS, FAA to make sure that we're harmonizing our on-base efforts with anything that they're doing off-base. And the bottom line is that our forces, our commanders, if they observe UAS activity that they believe represents a threat, they have the authority to conduct mitigation operations based on the capability at their location. And as I highlighted, one of those capabilities could be the non-kinetic, interruption of signals, for example.
And just talking about a potential government shutdown, how could that impact the efforts to detect and track drones and the efforts that you're doing right now?
Well, I mean, if it's, we're going to continue to do the operations, as I highlighted. Military personnel are going to continue to do operations necessary to protect and defend the nation. So in so much as we need to protect our facilities or mitigate potential threats, we will be on point in doing that. So, okay, Jennifer.
Pat, it's clear that you were surprised by the number of U.S. troops that were in Syria, but was Secretary Austin also surprised?
I'm confident that the Secretary is tracking U.S. forces deployed around the world. Again, as I highlighted, there oftentimes are going to be diplomatic or operational security considerations as it relates to the deployment of forces.
Just on that, did the Secretary direct people not to make that public?
No. Constantine.
I'm sorry.
No.
Just one other, just to clarify on this. Is 2,000 now seen as the amount needed, or is the department looking at any increases since things have been obviously changing over the last several weeks?
Yeah, so I'm not tracking any adjustments. Again, those additional forces there are again categorized as temporary transitional forces versus the 900 what I would call core official deployed forces. But as of right now, I'm not tracking any adjustment in that regard. Obviously, we'll see how things play out in Syria. We'll see how the Defeat ISIS mission works out. But yeah.
And just to follow up,
I'll get to you,
was the president aware that there were 2,000 U.S. troops in Syria?
I won't speak for the White House. Constantine.
Thanks, Pat. On the shutdown, is there, obviously we don't know how long it's going to go. And as you say, there's a paycheck that is due to troops in a week and a half. So my question to you is, how long can the shutdown go for before those paychecks are impacted?
So really, it's again, I don't have an exact date for you, Constantine, but the bottom line is, the end of the month. Today was payday, so troops just got paid. So that next pay period at the end of the month, that would be, depending on how long this goes, that would be where individuals are not getting paid.
But I guess my question is, how quickly can DFAS be told, okay, there's funds, and turn around the paychecks?
Yeah, I'm going to shoot from the hip here. We're all monitoring this very closely, and as I highlighted, contingency plans in place. We're going to do everything we can to make sure our personnel are getting paid and taken care of as quickly as we can. So again, in a optimistic world, this shutdown could be avoided. But if it's not, we'll work to make sure that our personnel have what they need to mitigate the effects. So.
Thanks, Matt. Just one follow-up on Syria. Was there any effort by any element of the Pentagon or the Defense Department to obfuscate the true number of troops there? I mean, including CENTCOM, because you've stood up there, you've said 900. 900 has been the number for months and months, if not years. Surely someone could have come out and corrected that if it was known by someone in the Defense Department that that wasn't accurate. So what was the miscommunication?
Yeah, Natasha, look, again, learned the number today, provided the number today. As I mentioned in looking into this, part of the explanation is the sensitivity from a diplomatic and operations security standpoint. But again, given the difference in what we've been briefing and what the actual number is, just felt that it was important to get you that information.
The diplomatic sensitivity aspect of that?
No, I'm not, because I'm not going to get into diplomatic discussions, but, there's just diplomatic considerations. So, Janie.
Thank you, General. I have a few questions on South Korea and Russia. The U.S. Congress passed the National Defense Authorization Act to station 28,500 U.S. troops in South Korea. Do you think this will change under the incoming administration?
I appreciate the question. I'm just not going to speculate about what the incoming administration may or may not do.
South Korean National Intelligence Service says at least 100 North Korean soldiers killed in fighting in Ukraine. Do you have anything on that? What is the U.S. estimated?
Yeah, so we continue to observe and assess. I would say at this stage, it's our assessment that several hundred DPRK forces have been, or several hundred casualties, right, which would range from killed in action to wounded. I'm not going to have a breakdown for you in terms of KIA versus wounded, but several hundred have, and as they engage in combat with the Russians, we certainly would anticipate that those numbers will go up.
Russian Kremlin announced that Russia would lift missile restrictions against the United States. And also, Foreign Minister Lavrov also said arms control was a thing of the past and that a nuclear catastrophe was possible. What is the U.S. view on this?
Well, again, this kind of irresponsible saber rattling and rhetoric from a nuclear-armed country is obviously unwarranted. We have not seen any shift or change in the strategic force posture of Russian forces that would necessitate a change on our end. Certainly, we're going to continue to work with allies and partners around the world towards regional security and stability. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, General. General, today, Human Rights Watch, in their report, accuses Israel of genocide by restricting Gaza water. And this report came after weeks of the letter that's sent by the Secretary Austin with Secretary Blinken to Israel to do more for the civilian. So first of all, do you agree with that, with this report? And do you still believe that Israel has to do more for the civilian there?
Thanks. Well, as you know, from a U.S. government standpoint, we do not agree with the allegations or assertions regarding genocide. We do believe that way too many innocent people have been killed or injured in this war, both Israelis and Palestinians, that was ignited when Hamas launched its terrorist attack and brutally murdered more than 1,200 innocent civilians on October 7, 2023. So we want to see an enduring resolution to the conflict in Gaza, which is why we continue to actively work towards an agreement to stop the war, bring all the hostages home that are still being held by Hamas. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. As Secretary of State Antony Blinken admitted that U.S. is in direct contacts with HTS, previously designated terrorist group, and State Department also, in my question, responded that in past, Department of State engaged with such terrorist organization, even they had active military operations against them. So question is, Pentagon is also at this time involved with the Department of State officials in Syria, the engagements they have for transition of command and other things.
Are you asking me if DOD has been in contact? To my knowledge, we have not. And as you highlight, State Department right now has been the lead from a diplomatic standpoint. So I won't speak for the State Department other than to say, again, taking a step back, big picture here, trying to work with partners in the region and actors in Syria to address how we may enable this opportunity for the Syrian people to live in security and stability after 50 plus years under the Assad regime. But again, I'd refer you to State to talk about their specific efforts.
So one on sanctions, recent announced by Department of State on Pakistan long-range ballistic missile. So one of the Deputy National Security Advisor in White House, as TRT well reported, they showed severe concerns on Pakistan long-range ballistic missile program, and they said we have concerned that they can hit long, even they can hit United States. So you have a long partnership with Pakistan when Pakistan was your ally in war on terror. So you have some assessments. You did provide some input to Department of State or with White House officials. You have some observations.
I don't. I mean, as you highlight, we value Pakistan as a partner in the region and have worked closely with Pakistan on counterterrorism efforts in the past, and we'll continue to have those conversations. But as it relates to that, I just don't have anything. Louis?
Thank you for today's briefing and for this update. Combatant commanders have the ability to rotate forces in and out at their discretion. Is this a scenario where that took place? As long as these troops are in theater, that's why we saw this near doubling of forces inside Syria?
I don't understand.
If you're going to send troops from the United States or from outside of the CENTCOM AOR, that's going to have to go through the Joint Staff. That's going to have to be a request for forces. It's all going to have to be approved. It's going to require Secretary's orders. In this case, was this a rotation of forces from within the AOR, which is the CENTCOM commanders?
So I don't have that level of granularity, so I'll just talk anecdotally. It entirely could be, right? I mean, you could have forces that have a specialized capability that are already based in the AOR, and I'll just make this up. You're at Al Udeid Air Base and you have a specialized capability and you're needed to go to somewhere else in the theater to support an operation. That's entirely possible. Or it could come from stateside. It just depends on what the requirement is and what the capability is in terms of on the ground.
My next question. You said you learned about it today. Was this because a question had been posed internally and CENTCOM responded today, or was this because CENTCOM informed you today proactively?
It's because I got word of it recently as our team was looking at this again, given the significant situation in Syria, and I asked for more information on this, recognizing that if the numbers are not what we briefed, let's find out what the actual numbers are and go from there, and I got the numbers today.
Has Secretary Austin, does he plan to, or has he spoken to General Kurilla about this?
Look, but Secretary Austin and General Kurilla speak about the CENTCOM AOR all the time.
Specifically about this?
No.
They have not spoken about this?
They have not spoken about this. Let me get to some folks that haven't had a question yet. Yes, sir, please ask a news question and don't wax eloquently. I will stop.
Okay, sir. Pakistan intelligence, former intelligence chief just got court-martialed for corruption. How do you see such generals and the extremism, the Taliban, the terrorism thing? Does it disappoint you when you see former colleagues face such charges?
That's really a question for the Pakistani authorities and government. I'm not going to wade into Pakistani domestic politics. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me go to the phone here. Just take a couple more. Howard Altman.
Hey, thanks, Pat. Appreciate it. I'm wondering, can you tell me whether there's been any additional force protection, ramp ups at any facilities in the U.S. or OCONUS regarding drone incursions? Have any additional equipment counter-drone equipment been sent to any facilities beyond the ones you've already mentioned? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Howard. I don't have anything additional passed along. I'd refer you to Northcom to talk about any, additional facilities that they're looking at or, movement of equipment. And, obviously, as you well know, base commanders have the authority to take appropriate steps in terms of force protection as it relates to anything. And so that's something that's done on a day-by-day basis and not necessarily managed or tracked from here at OSD. But again, I'd refer you to Northcom. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Two questions, quick, please. One, if you are aware of U.S.-India space delegation here in Washington and any relations between this building and space relations?
I'm not tracking that.
And the second one is that who is helping, and if this building is aware of sanctions against Iran on their nuclear program, and also, of course, sanctions against Pakistan on their missile, long-range missile program.
Yeah, I'd refer you to State Department as it relates to any type of diplomatic efforts on that front. I don't have anything to provide from here. Last question, yes, sir.
Thank you very much, General. Just a follow-up on the section on entities supporting Pakistan missiles program. In terms of security spectrum, how does the Pentagon see any advancement in technology acquired by Pakistan to upgrade its system as it is being faced by nuclear India, being surrounded by nuclear India, hostile Iran, which did a provocative missile attack on Pakistan this year and destabilize Afghanistan?
Yeah, so I won't have anything to provide in terms of Pakistani or Indian weapons programs other than to say, look, we value both India and Pakistan as important partners in the region. We believe that each country has an important role to play when it comes to regional security and stability, and I'll just leave it there. All right.
Can I make a nerdy request for a taken
Only
question?
because it's the holiday season.
Can you, I know you can't do this right now, but can you provide to us whether or not these troop increases were specified in the orders book that the Secretary has routinely approves every week, and how far back those go? Can someone just get that for us when possible?
I'll take the question, Lita. I don't know to what level of detail we're able to provide specificity. I will say, broadly speaking, again, without getting into classified information, that those order books are often looking at individual units or personnel, right? They're not necessarily looking at broad numbers. All that to say, again, understand your intent, and we'll provide what we can. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Alexei? Да. Yes. If you are finished with bundling, we have one request. Can you take a photo of error position from the gap spanner? We don't have these views, so we would like to have imagery. Okay, let me finish this. Okay.
This is Mission Control in Houston, 5 hours, 7 minutes into today's spacewalk by Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner. Ovchinin near the European robotic arm, continuing to bundle equipment, a total of 7 items into a single bundle that he will jettison from the end of the European robotic arm a short time from now. That discarded equipment includes a boom from a experiment no longer being used on the station, 2 monoblock covers that were used to cover the X-ray monitoring experiment that was installed earlier today on the Zvezda service module, and a total of 4 obsolete connector patch panels that were replaced with new panels as part of today's spacewalk.
Moscow, EB2, go ahead.
На связи.
Go ahead, Ivan. I removed the hardware, and I'm starting movement towards Alexei. How copy? Copy. And I took a video of the ERA arm. Copy. Thank you, Alexei.
This view looking straight into the airlock of the Poisk module from Alexei Ovchinin's helmet camera. The final work underway between him and Ivan Wagner to bundle up the items that will be jettisoned by Ovchinin a short time from now, once Ovchinin makes his way to the European robotic arm to plant his feet in a foot restraint at the end of the 37-foot-long ERA, as it is known by its acronym, the European Robotic Arm.
Yes, I see it. What? I can see the bundle. I have some feathers here going inside.
Russian flight controllers indicating that while Ovchinin is working the jettisoning of the discarded items from today's spacewalk, Ivan Wagner will be removing panels of samples from the Vinoslavost experiment that have been exposed to the space environment for extended periods of time.
So I made the bundle. I just need to wrap around. Vanya, I'm with the bundle near the EV patch, and we're now going to attach connect-to-patch panels to it.
попробовать ее в лирке.
I think we need to try to put it into the Lirka clips. Let me approach you. Let me hold something. Okay. No, this won't work. Something interferes. Attach it to the tether. You're using adjustable tether, which is short. Unintelligible. Okay, I have it tethered with the adjustable. Okay, stand by. Okay. What's going on? I think I got it. It's done. I attached it. On both sides? Yes, both sides. Stand by. Let me check the other side. So we have one tether on the frame. I think one tether should be enough. So I'm removing the tether from the bundles. Artem, can we transport this bundle with one tether? So, Alexei, you will be ingressing the ERA, and Ivan will give the bundle to you, so you will be controlling it all the time. So I think one tether should be enough. Are we going to remove the towels? If you didn't remove them, then just leave them in place. The towels, they will be jettisoned separately. Copy. So I'm starting to move towards ERA. Unintelligible.
Такая просьба, у тебя с гарнитурой плохо разборчиво слышно слова. То ли с гарнитурой, может, с микрофоном что-то, может, подальше говорить просто.
Сейчас проверка связи, сейчас хорошо слышно.
Ну, так же вроде. А есть возможность, там гарнитура какая-нибудь рядом есть, чтобы поменять?
Но это не быстрое дело.
Опять не расслышал.
Так, зацепил на себя.
Okay, I attached it to myself, attached the bundle to myself, and I'm starting to move. Let me translate first. Yes, I'll start movement, and you'll get there.
Так, Алексей, вопрос по поводу финального выравнивания.
Alexei, do we need final adjustment?
Вот сейчас я смотрю.
I'm checking right now.
Сейчас я смотрю, с какой стороны лучше подойти.
I'm just trying to determine from which side it is better to approach.
Принято. Напоминаю, что длинный фал надо будет запаковать за один из поручней на концевом эффекте.
Long tether needs to be attached to one of the handrails on the end effector, and the other tether will need to be secured to the workstation. So the long tether, I need to secure it to the circular handrail. No, it's part of the PRM workstation. There are handrails on the end effector that you'll need to attach it to. There's a ring, right, I understand. Yes, there is a ring on the handhold. Copy.
Артем, знаешь что?
Artyom, you know what?
В том положении, что эра стоит,
In the position that we have ERA currently,
опустить
we can go down to PHO by about 20 centimeters. Copy.
Саш, по Игорю 4 шага сделай.
All right, Alexander, 4 steps. Could you do that?
Саш, на связи. Слышали мы, да, что они хотят по ПХО подойти по плюс Y на 4 шага.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 24 minutes into today's spacewalk. A good view of the POISC module at the bottom of your screen. And in close proximity, Ivan Wagner and Alexei Ovchinin. Ovchinin, the higher of the two cosmonauts wearing the suit with the red stripes. The European robotic arm is in position for Ovchinin to ingress a foot restraint at the end of the arm. All of the items that he will jettison have been collected and bundled into a single package.
Copy.
As Ovchinin is conducting that jettisoning work from the end of the European robotic arm, the first time that a crew member has been at the end of the arm, Ivan Wagner will be gathering exposure units and payload panels that are going back inside the POISC module at the end of today's spacewalk.
шаг. Один шаг у нас 5 сантиметров, правильно? Значит, 4 сантиметров. Плюс Y можешь нажать, ты сейчас выберешь. То есть один раз на сторону будет 5 сантиметров. 20 сантиметров. Судить 4 раза. Принято. Сейчас тогда вызываю.
Error movement confirmed.
Я не вижу движения.
I don't see anything.
Что с ним? Алексей Иван, как слышно?
Alexei, Ivan, how copy?
Сейчас начнется движение. 4 раза по 5 сантиметров.
All right. The movement is about to start.
Да, ожидаю движение.
Movement confirmed in the correct direction. Copy.
Может быть, 3 раза судить, да? 4.
Maybe 3 times, not 4.
Третий скажет.
Well, 2 more is for sure, and then we'll let you know. Just wanted to let you know that there will be sunset in 1.5 minutes.
Еще 2 раза. Кажется, 1.
2 more times.
2 шага сделал, следующий.
2 steps. I've already done 2. Okay, do 2 more.
Крайний шаг. Так, еще один шаг делал.
Last step. Okay. Making another step. Affirmative.
Да, вот так, я думаю, будет.
I think that's enough.
Принято.
Copy.
This view again, Alexei Ovchinin, his feet planted in foot restraints at the end of the European robotic arm, as Alexander Gorbanov, operating the arm from inside the Russian segment of the station, prepares to move Ovchinin into the orientation for jettisoning the bundle of items collected during today's spacewalk. One boom from an experiment, 2 covers that were used to cover an X-ray experiment that was installed earlier in today's EVA, and a series of 4 old connector patch panels that were replaced by newer versions.
And Alexei, you have a go to ingress area. Copy.
Артем, у вас видео есть?
Artyom, are you receiving the video from my camera? Yes. Ivan, we are receiving the video.
Видно Алексея, да?
So you can see Alexei, right?
Видно, видно.
Yes. We confirm we can see Alexei. Ivan?
And as Ovchinin is preparing to be moved at the end of the European robotic arm to the jettisoning position, the Russian flight controllers in Korolyov outside of Moscow.
While Alexei is still busy, is it better for you? Is it better to go back to Paphos or to the Strela boom?
As Ovchinin is moving towards the foot restraint at the end of the European robotic arm to be positioned for the jettisoning of the discarded items, the Russian flight controllers in Korolyov that you see in this balcony view of their control center outside of Moscow have elected to defer the final task that had been planned for today, the moving of a control panel for the European robotic arm from one location to another at the base of the Nicosia multi-purpose laboratory module. This control panel that had been intended to be moved is not normally used for European robotic operations. That is controlled as it is today by a cosmonaut inside the Russian segment. The use of that control panel externally would need a specific spacewalking task for its use outside. The only reason that it would have been moved today would have been to free up a translation path at that part of the Nicosia multi-purpose laboratory module. It is not a critical activity and will be deferred to a later Russian spacewalk.
Alexei, we see you near the Barem anchor or якорь. What side is the best to take the bundle from? Well, let Ivan get close to me first, and then we'll estimate what's the best course of action. And can I secure my short umbilical to the ring? Copy. Artyom, it was a question. You can secure your short umbilical to the handrail. Do I secure it to the ring? Yes, you can secure it to the ring or wherever it's convenient. Well, if I switch to the other side, just one handrail and there will be two rings. I'm using one for a French hook. So basically I have a French hook there.
Returning home. The situation on the ground remains very volatile. We're working very closely with the UNHCR. It is good that the UNHCR has access in the whole country of Syria. And one thing is very clear: with the support of the UNHCR, all returns must be voluntary, safe, and dignified. Let me move to my third and final point. We had indeed good discussions about our relationships with the United States and the rest of the world. We agreed that our priority must be to preserve a strong transatlantic relationship. We will proactively engage on a positive agenda with the President-elect. This is especially as we are significant trading partners and we share deeply integrated markets and supply chains. We have a joint interest in addressing global economic challenges, such as, for example, Chinese overcapacity. And at the same time, we are preparing ourselves for various scenarios. Moreover, we have a strong security partnership and share a long-standing commitment to transatlantic peace and stability. Last but not least, Victor, a word on the Hungarian presidency as it draws to a close. Your presidency came during the transition between two political cycles, so it's always a challenge. Still, I count many achievements during this term. You advanced your support to Ukraine with the adoption of the 15th sanctions package and the agreement on the G7 loan framework. I also want to highlight the ambitious Budapest Declaration. We all signed off on one goal, which is a competitive Europe. The declaration outlines the homework we must do so that Europe remains a prime destination for business. So a lot of work ahead of us in the new term. Your work also delivered a historic decision for Romania and Bulgaria. As of January 1st, 2025, internal land border controls will be lifted. They will be fully integrated into the Schengen area, and that's where they belong. This was a major step forward in deepening Europe internally. But your presidency also expanded Europe externally. This week you reached milestones on the accession path of Montenegro, Albania and Serbia, and finally you organized a very successful European Political Community Summit in early November. These are important achievements, so thank you for your efforts during the presidency.
Thank you very much.
Am I supposed to?
Please, Prime Minister. Jó estét kívánok.
A very good evening to everyone. I will speak Hungarian if you don't mind. So the reason why I'm here is because Hungary was in the chair of the presidency of the European Union in the past 6 months. First off, thanks to Ursula von der Leyen and to the Commission for a very good cooperation. We managed to put aside all political disagreements in order to be able to work on important issues. Thank you to Antonio Costa, although obviously for most of the time it was Charles Michel who was chairing our meetings, and he deserves thanks as well because he did a lot in order to achieve success. Now, where did we start our presidency and where are we now? We're faced with security issues. We have a war in Ukraine, in the Middle East and in Africa, and we have a constant threat of escalation, illegal migration and consequences were threatening the Schengen area. Our economic numbers are showing us that we're losing competitiveness across Europe, and we're lagging behind our most important competitors. And in the meanwhile, all the other global players have very strategic ideas. Some want to come back and be big again, and others want to be even bigger again. So we thought we should be a political presidency. Well, actually, there are two options. You either have a political presidency or a bureaucratic one. Now, if it's a bureaucratic one, then obviously you just roll on the existing processes and keep things going. Now, if you want to have a political presidency, then you make political decisions. I was lucky. This is not my first presidency, so I know the ropes around these issues, and I know the two options. I already had the experience of being leading a presidency more than 11 years ago. So now I made the conscious choice of having a political presidency, and I had a very strong and able team to help me. Now, the most important political question is Ukraine. Here, I had no room for maneuver because within the European Union, you don't have consensus. And if you don't have consensus, then you cannot do anything in the name of the European Council. So whatever I did in connection with the war, I had to do it apart and not within the European Union. It was a bilateral diplomacy that I had to use. As we speak, there is a proposal for a ceasefire that I achieved, not within the European context. Now, moving on to competitiveness. As Madame von der Leyen said, we are at a historic crossroads because we want to simplify things. We want to have energy that's affordable. We want to support SMEs. And we have clear deadlines for these tasks. And it is the European Council that should move these things forward. Well, this is where we're at the moment. Now, to those who are interested in technical issues, we have a document where you can see everything in detail. Now, this is just one page. There are 50 odd number of things that we have to do in order to become more competitive. That was just one page. So you can clearly see that we're looking at a very complicated and difficult task ahead of us. Now, another important point in our presidency was to have a conversation between ministers to talk about the future of Europe at the conference of. Now, as a next step, we move towards the Western Balkan. We talked to Albania. We had 3 intergovernmental meetings, and now we're almost at the level of being able to organize a similar event with Serbia, and this is a novelty in the past 2.5 years. Now, as the President of the Commission said, we made a decision about the Schengen partnership of Bulgaria and Romania. This has been on the agenda for the past 13 years, and it has not become a reality because there were always a group of countries that were blocking it. We were talking over a period of our presidency and trying to convince those countries that were blocking this decision and convince them that these 2 countries should get what they duly deserve, i.e. membership in the Schengen zone. I would like to also point out that during our presidency, we had the first time that the 27 agricultural ministers managed to agree on the future of. We managed to agree on the future of the common agricultural policy for the period after 2027. Now, I also think it's important that we managed to achieve a declaration on the principles of anti-Semitism and the betterment of Jewish life. And we agreed that this is something that's very important across the European Union. Now, over the past 6 months, I've begun to see it more clearly that the European Union has to be more ambitious in order to be able to survive. We have to think big. In other words, I'd like to suggest to the upcoming presidencies to be brave. Well, this was our slogan for our presidency: "Make Europe great again." This is our only chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take the question from Olivier.
Bonsoir, je vais poser ma question en français, si vous permettez.
I'd like to put a question in French. I'm from Agence France Presse over here. A question to the President of the European Council and the European Commission first. President Zelensky spent 2 days in Brussels to try to convince the Europeans to provide strong, tangible help, assistance. He went to NATO, and then he came to the European Union, and then he met with us in a press conference to explain that support simply from the Europeans, merely from the Europeans, wouldn't be enough. We also had to have cooperation, coordination with the USA. Donald Trump had to be part of the loop, if I can say that. What does the EU think about its place in the world, its autonomy, its capacity to act? Was this not noting weakness on the side of the Europeans, those who are speaking of peace and those who are talking about Ukraine winning the war? And a question for Mr. Orban, if possible. You are defending peace. You are a defensor of peace. Would you be prepared to send Hungarian troops to enforce a possible ceasefire?
C'est à moi?
Oui.
Bien, on a eu une participation.
President Zelensky took part in the European Council. It was very important. We had the opportunity to have an extensive debate. All members spoke. And I think President Zelensky brought with him strength, the European Union. And this was very clear. We committed to developing our efforts to increase step by step our support to Ukraine. And this is not competing assistance, competing with anybody else, but the transatlantic alliance has existed for decades and has been a genuine success. It dates from the Cold War. It was very important after the Cold War, and it is still and will remain very important. But we do not determine our position based on the position of others. Whatever happens, we will support Ukraine, just as we have supported it since the 24th of February 2022.
Whatever happens next, it was very clear today from the meeting that there's a strong support by our member states towards Ukraine and from the European Union as one towards Ukraine. We are entering now the third year of Russia's brutal war of aggression in Ukraine. And it was discussed that basically it is interesting to see that Putin has struggled to define what could be a success for him. On the contrary, you see that he does not meet his strategic goals. For example, we discussed the fact that NATO, that was one of his main points, that he wanted to avoid a presence and the strengthening of NATO. The opposite has happened. NATO is stronger today with 2 more members. It was clear that today Ukraine has a fortified, strong army with an industrial base that is amazingly delivering at speed and with modern equipment for Ukraine. If we look at our common cooperation with our friends and partners and allies, the United States, so that if you look at the military equipment, around 40% have been provided by the United States and 47% by the European Union. So there's also a good balance in the work that has been done by all of us in the last 3 years. The main message today was full support for Ukraine for as long as it takes.
Prime Minister.
December 19th.
Today is the 19th of December. And I understand that everyone would like to have a long-lasting and good solution, peace, long-lasting peace, and everybody is thinking along the lines of great geopolitical solutions. Hungary has certain limits. Well, the size is one, and obviously our international impact can be just as big as we are. And as a result, we're not thinking along the lines of geopolitical solutions. That's in the big boys' league. We're thinking in smaller terms. We're talking a lot about European values. One is, which is the most important, is life. We have to save lives. Christmas is coming up. I don't see a problem with saving lives on the front line, at least during the 3 days of the Orthodox Christmas. I don't think that the two sides could not agree to swap 700 war prisoners. Obviously, this could be described as something small compared to geopolitical objectives. Yeah, this is small, but these 700 people going back to their own homes, to their own families, I think that would make a difference. That would be fantastic. So this is where we're trying, Hungary as a small country, to achieve something in this respect. Now, the US. We've had a very intellectually stimulating debate today, and I think we all agreed on the fact that the future and security of Europe depends greatly on whether or not we can maintain our transatlantic cooperation. And maintaining this cooperation means that the two pillars work together, that is, Europe and the States. In the United States, in January 20th, we're going to have a new president. And I suggest to ourselves, to Europeans, to have strategic patience. We should not do anything that could go against this future transatlantic relationship.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Henry Foy, Financial Times. Forgive me, but I have to repeat the questions that my colleague just asked because you didn't answer them. Mr. President, Madam President, Zelensky said that European security guarantees would not be sufficient without America doing the same. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? And secondly, why haven't European leaders been able to convince him that they can defend Ukraine without US support? And Mr. Orban, you want peace in Ukraine, as you keep saying. To achieve peace, will you not ask your good friend Donald Trump to give Ukraine the same guarantees that Hungary has? That security guarantees from America will stop Mr. Putin bombing the cities of Ukraine. And why not?
President?
So, perhaps I didn't get the question right, but on your question on the security guarantees, some of our member states have already concluded bilateral security arrangements with Ukraine without any question and have signed on the G7 declaration of support to Ukraine. That's good. Of course, we also need to know more regarding the plans of the next US administration. At the European Union's level, we will continue to support, as we've said, the Ukrainian armed forces, as you know, 50 billion euros in military support and training of 65,000 soldiers as part of a EU mission. And we want to strengthen Ukraine's defense capabilities as part of our own. This was discussed also with President Zelensky, that it is important, and perhaps I was not clear in answering the first question, this is important to harden, to strengthen the Ukrainian defense industry. It is impressive to see how much they have developed and how efficient and effective they are in the production. So the goal is to invest money not in our own defense industry or procurement outside the European Union, but to invest in the Ukrainian defense industry. This brings income. And as I said, they are scaling up rapidly and producing at an amazing speed. Then the discussion also focused not only on the military, but also on the economic support. I have described the economic support, which is also important in my introductory remarks. So the economic viability of Ukraine must be given as the military survival must be given also. And speaking of military equipment, yes, there was a discussion about what is needed else. The priority is for sure the supply of air defense systems. The equipment and training of Ukrainian brigades was one of the strong demands of President Zelensky, and all these topics we have discussed today.
Well, we discussed very frankly with President Zelensky. He explained us this is not time to speculate on scenarios. It's the time, as I said, to strengthen Ukraine for all the scenarios. And we stand with Ukraine in all the scenarios. If the war continues, if the peace comes, if it's time to recovery, if it's time to negotiate. But only Ukraine have the legitimacy as aggressive country to decide it if, when and how can go for negotiations. And we respect the sovereign legitimacy of Ukraine, and we stand supporting Ukrainian people in their struggle for a just and lasting and comprehensive peace.
Ami a nekem szánt kérdést illeti.
As to the question put to me, in the past 3 years, what I saw was that there is no solution on the battleground. I saw people saying things new. I saw new weapons. I see hundreds of people dying, people maimed, women remaining without their husbands, and children remaining without their fathers. So I saw many things, but I don't see how this would bring a solution. Now, if you can't find a solution on the battleground, then you have to do something else. You have to communicate, you have to talk, you have to negotiate, you have to have diplomacy. Diplomacy should take precedence over military engagement. Diplomacy should lead the way, otherwise we won't see the end of this war. We will only see losses and losses.
We have time for one final question. I'll take Anna.
Hi, thanks, Ana Marginevich for the Portuguese news agency Lusa. I have a question for President, and I'll do it in Portuguese if I may.
Your work was praised at today's summit. You started on time, it finished at a decent time, and I'm just wondering whether this augurs well and what you're planning on doing, whether this effectiveness will continue.
I wonder if you think that it's possible to have unity, I'm here, between the US and Europe, namely to the support to the Ukraine. And you also mentioned that the EU is preparing for different scenarios regarding the US, so I would like to know which scenarios are you talking about. And for Prime Minister Orban, I'm here. In your contacts, I would like to know if in your contacts with Mr. Trump, you were able to understand how he will end up the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. Thank you so much.
President Costa.
Well, I will answer in Portuguese also. Bom, só o futuro dirá se foi sorte de...
I don't know whether it was beginner's luck, but I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the members of the European Council. It wouldn't have been possible without that. Wouldn't have been possible, and also for all the support behind the scenes to prepare this council. We had a clear objective. We wanted to really focus on the leader's role, which is to have a strategic discussion, a political discussion, and leave the drafting work to be done by Coreper, by our ambassadors, and they did an excellent job in line with the indications, guidance of all of the leaders. So I'd like to thank everybody. Without the support of the Commission, none of this would have been possible. So we have discussed the necessities and the different scenarios that are needed to put Ukraine in a position of strength, as we've done over the last almost 3 years now. We should not forget that when the war began in what a difficult situation Ukraine was and how much we have achieved together. What I want to emphasize also is we just heard the Prime Minister Orban speaking about military engagement. I would insist that we have to add this is not only a military engagement, this is a full-blown war unleashed by Russia against Ukraine. And if Russia stops fighting, there is immediate peace.
Prime Minister.
Just to answer to your question, to be very clear, I don't have any mandate to speak about the intention of other leaders. So recently, in the last 2 weeks, I had a personal meeting with Donald Trump, yes. I had a long conversation by phone with the President of Russia, Putin. And I just recently met the President of Turkey, Erdogan. And of course, everybody has something in their mind, no question of that. But it's not my mandate to speak about. What I can speak about is only my intentions. So, sorry, I can't say more on that.
That's it for tonight. Thank you very much, and happy holidays.
Merry Christmas.
On présente aujourd'hui tous les membres du Conseil européen on equal negotiations. So now is not the time to spin sanctions package against Russia. We approve today's meeting the global engagement of the European Union. The starting point for this is clear. The world is multipolar. Multipolarism creates new opportunities to live like global South and acknowledge that both the South and the North are in fact plural. The upcoming informal leaders retreat on defense on the 3rd of February. Religious and ethnic minorities. The European Union is already instrumental for the lives of European citizens. I have therefore informed leaders.
Invasion. Putin is redoubling efforts to make gains, so will be steadfast. So we need to make sure that we have secured economic and financial support early days in the year. Some others would follow during that year as well. We will discuss the situation in Syria. And minorities will be protected on the ground. Continue addressing the future steps, and we are already Syria's biggest donor, the annual Syria conferences. They can be a powerful catalysis to have access in the whole country of Syria.
Háború van Ukrajnában, Közel-Keleten, Afrikában, és az eszkaláció veszélye pedig áll. Az illegális migráció. Nekem szerencsém volt, mert nem ez volt az első elnökségem. Onnan tudom a...
Son autonomie, est-ce que c'est pas un constat de faiblesse qu'il a fait, un constat des divisions?
He has something in their mind, no question of that, but it's not my mandate to speak about. What I
Once the jettisoning is complete, the expectation is that the two cosmonauts will begin to clean up and gather all their tools and other associated equipment and make their way back toward the airlock on the Poisk module.
For sure.